reduce this to 500. We just reduce it to 500. That's where we are going to leave it. It has to be like this. So we need decoration inside of our container. Decoration, and for decoration we're going to have box decoration, right? So inside of our box decoration we're going to have an image, and this image has to be a decoration image, and we have to access decoration image, and it takes in an image. So here we're going to use an asset image. So that means the image that we're going to use is specifically in our assets folder. Okay, so we need to visit our images, and we're going to use restaurant BK. Okay, so let's just go ahead, copy the name from here. Okay, it's a PNG file, so we just paste the name over there. So that's it for that part. And for fill, we are not going to use, for fit, we're not going to use cover, but we're going to use fit. Just fill, not fit. Okay, like that. So it's going to be like that. It doesn't look nice, but that's what we have. So if our image was a little bit smaller, probably the dimension, the height of our image was a little bit smaller, it could have fit in without any problem. But this is what we have. But what I urge you to do, if you want to make it as appealing as possible, you can just reduce the size and add another image. You can just cut the size in half. Okay, so let's go ahead and add const over here. After adding const, let's move it to decoration. Okay, to box decoration over there, and the color has to be white, so that's okay. So we need to add border radius. Okay, so for border radius, we're going to manipulate the radius of the top part. Okay, so we're going to have only, and we're going to manipulate top left and top right. So let's close this bar for a second and format our code. So we're going to have top left and top right. We want to have curved corners. Okay, that is not working. I don't know why, but let's see. It should work without a problem. .r. Okay, so for it to work, what we must probably do down here, we should add a color. So for the color, we're going to go with light white. So the color has to be the same as the color that we have for our bottom sheet. Okay, so we can make adjustments sooner or later. Okay, the color has to be the same. It's a little bit weird though that it's not showing. So width, we give it a width. Let's add more props right on top. Show drag handler, we need to set it to true. After showing a drag handler, we are going to have background color. Here we have to make it transparent. Okay, so it has to be colors.transparent. So let's go ahead and view the changes. Okay, now it's showing. So now we have a drag handler here. Okay, so that's going to be our bottom sheet. Okay, so let's try to adjust the size here to 560 and see what will happen. Nothing will happen, nothing will change. So let's keep it at 500. We don't have a problem with it being short as long as our message is being shown. Okay, so right inside our border radius, we have to adjust to 12. After adjusting our border radius, we need to give our container a child. But first, before we go to that point, let's just add some commas over here. Let's have a child over here, right? So for our child, we're going to have a padding widget first. So our padding, text padding, and our padding has to be agencies dot all. We need to manipulate all sides, and we need to give it a padding of 8. So let's go with 8.h. Let's add a comma. After adding a comma, we have to add a child to our padding. So our child is going to be a column because we need widgets to be on top of each other, right? Like bricks on top of each other, something like that. Okay, so in this column, what we need main axis, not main, but we need cross cross-axis alignment. So for our cross-axis alignment is going to be dot center over here, and we need to have children. So our first child is going to be a size box. Our size box, we need to give it a height, and our height is going to be 10. Okay, let's get rid of the extra bracket and let's cut that. Right at the bottom, we're going to have a reusable text widget. Let's bring the code a little bit up, and we need to give it a title. So we're going to say verify your phone number with an R. Okay, your phone number, like that. Okay, and we need to give it an app style. Okay, so let's go ahead and call our app style. As for the size, let's go with 18. We just need to maintain uniformity in our application, and the color, it has to be K primary. As for the font weight, we need to go with W600. Okay, now that we're done with that part, let's add a comma and let's format our code. After formatting, we need to save. Okay, so that's going to be our title right on top. So down at the bottom, we're going to require a size box. Okay, so in this size box, we need to specify the reasons why a user should verify their phone number before we take their phone number. Okay, so here we're supposed to be 250.h, and down at the bottom we're going to require a child. For a child, we're going to, let's go with okay, the list dots generate. The length, it has to be verification reasons. So probably you don't have these reasons, but it'll be pointless. It's pointless for me to provide you the verification reasons, because you know the reasons why you want a user's phone number. So that's something that you should have. But either way, what we can do, we can provide the reasons for you, because yeah, some people are a little bit, you don't want to like start coding and then you go out looking for reasons. So the reasons are here. Probably they're going to be provided for you, but if they are not provided, these are the reasons. Okay, so I've taken enough time. You can just pause and write the reasons by yourself. Okay, so these are the reasons. That's where I'm getting them in constants. It's a final list string, okay, with verification reasons here. Okay, so let's move on. So that's the list that we want to access, and we need to go ahead and get the length of that list. Okay, after getting the length, we need to go ahead and return something here. So here we do have an error because we need to just cut whatever we have here. Okay, after we cut, we need to put it in a row. That's not supposed to be a row. That's supposed to be, it's either a list view or a column. So let's go with a column, and then children. So for the children, we are going to put this list.generate. Okay, so our error is gone. So we need a return value inside. Let's close this so that our code can be visible. Our return value. All right, so for our return, we're going to have a list tile. So for our list tile, we're going to, the first thing that we're going to require is a title. So for a title, we're going to use text, not reusable text, but a text widget. Okay, so we need the data. So the data is going to be a verification index. In the style, we're going to go with app style 11 as our font size, K dark. Not K dark per se, we have to make it K gray light, and this has to be normal. Now, okay, like that. So let's just go ahead and close this. After closing, we can drag this down. So we do have our reasons here. Okay, and we need to put a button right at the bottom to go to the verification page. But before that, we need to justify our text. So we need to come to this particular widget, and we're going to have text align, and we're going to justify here, text align.justify. So if we justify our text, then we won't have the space here, the empty spaces and stuff. Okay, so we need to also add a leading to our list tile. So here we're going to have leading, and our leading is going to be an icon. So for this icon, we're going to use the material icons. Okay, so it's supposed to be icon. Is it icon or icons? It's been a long time since. It's supposed to be icons dot. Okay, so here we're going to use check mark. It's supposed to be check circle. We're going to go with outline. So let's add a color. So we don't need to add const for this one, because if we add a color SK primary, then that means we do need consts. If it was size, probably we won't, because we will be using screen utils. So that's going to be our list tile. Okay, so let's close this part, save our code, and then open the item again. So it's going to be like this. So let's close it. Right at the bottom, after the size box, we're going to have a little bit of space. So we need a size box, and we need to give it a height, be 10. Probably if the height is too low, then we're going to go ahead and reduce it. It's too low, we're going to raise it a little bit higher. Okay, but right here on top, we need a custom button. It's supposed to be custom button. Why is it not showing? Okay, it's here. So we need to have our text and our function. So for our text, we're going to say verify phone number. And let's go ahead and close it right here. After closing, we do have our style, but we don't need the style because our button is already styled. What we need here, we need on tap. What will happen if we tap the button? Okay, so we have our button right here. So let's give it a little bit of height. So we need BT in height. Okay, so as for the height, we need a height of 40.h. Make our button a little bit bigger. Okay, it's way too bigger than I anticipated. So let's make it 35. Let's close this. Okay, 35 will do. So if we click here, we're supposed to navigate to a page where we are supposed to verify our phone number. Okay, so we are done with this part of designing the model bottom sheet. Okay, that's the name. It's a little bit complicated. I might end up biting my tongue or something. But we're done with that part. So now we need to navigate somewhere. Okay, so here we need to get to. So we need to mention the page where we are getting to. And this page, we're going to call it phone verification page. Okay, like that. Let's close this. We don't have the page. That's why we do have an error. So we need to create the page. So we're going to create the page, and we're just going to finish up. So right now, let's go ahead and create the page. Okay, the phone verification page. So we need to create a new folder inside of our views, and we need to call it auth. Okay, so inside of this page, we need to create a new file, and we need to call it phone verification. It has to be page over here, and it has to be a .dat file. After creating the page, let's make it a stateless widget. Okay, and we are going to call it a verification page. It's supposed to be a phone verification page with an O over here. Okay, so we are done with that part. Let's go ahead and import material. Here we're going to return not a scaffold per se. We don't even need a scaffold for that. So what we have to do here, we have to go ahead and visit pubspec pub.dev, not pubspec YAML, and we need to go ahead and download this dependency. So phone verification, a phone OTP verification, that's what we need. So we just need to go ahead to installing. We're going to copy, and then we need to go back to our project. So inside of our project, we just need to go to the terminal, and we need to install. So it might take a little bit. But once it's done, then we're good to go. Okay, so it's done installing. So what we need to do over here, first we need to import this page. Okay, because we already have the page, but we haven't imported it. Okay, so we do have the page over here. Here we're going to just, let's go back to the page, go to examples. So in examples, we need to go down here. So this is like the same as our page, right? But our page is a setless widget. So we need this particular font verification widget. This code, we need this code, okay? Go back and we need to just paste the code over here. After pasting, we need to close it. Let's go ahead and import the package. After importing the package, let's go ahead and save. Okay, so that's not all. We can manipulate it a little bit to our own liking. So that's one thing that we are going to do in the next section. Not next section, but here, if we go to this page and verify, so that's going to be our page. But we also need to come back here to the previous page that we're on. Okay, so we have this property is first page. So this is not the first page. We're inside the application, so we need to set this value to false, right? So if we set it to false, now we can go back. Okay, so let's get back. So now we need to change the background color to the color for our application, to the theme of our application. So our color here is supposed to be, let's go with K light white. Okay, so now that we have K light white, we need to change the text color. Okay, we need to change the text color. So our text color is white over here. So we need to make our text black. So we have to go with K dark. So now our text is visible, but we also need to change the text that we have over here, the initial page text style. Okay, so instead of using this text style, since this particular property takes in text style, we can use our app style over here. Okay, so let's just go ahead, remove this and have app style, and let's give it a size of 20. Color, we're going to go with K primary, and as for our font weights, we're going to go with bold. Let's go with bold. Okay, okay, so that's how easy it is. Okay, so for a theme, it is not blue accent, because if we come here and write our number, these buttons are blue. We want them to be the same as our verification for number title. Okay, so we need to change this to K primary as well. Okay, so now that's our theme. So here, if you press send, nothing will happen since we haven't hooked our application to Firebase. But for the UI part, this is what we're going to use as our UI. We have our phone number, and if you receive the verification code, you just press agree, and then you are sent to this page. And from this page, you're going to enter your phone number, right? Not your phone number, but your OTP. Okay, and this is our OTP. If we verify, then we're going to run a function over here and here. And the other thing, the other advantage of the package is when you want to change the country, you have a list of countries in there, verification codes, or you can just search for the country that you're looking for. Let's say we are looking for Haiti. Okay, so we have Haiti, so that's going to be our code. So we are done with this particular section. We'll revisit this section when we're hooking it to Firebase and verifying the number. Okay, so let's go ahead and just close this part. We come back to this page. Now we need to continue with our project. So the first page that we want, not the first page, but the page that we want to work on is the food page. Okay, so we're almost done with everything here, but we need to deal with our additives. We want to make them observable. Okay, so to make them observable or dynamic per se, if we click, we should add the price of that particular additive to the price of the food item. What we should do, we should go ahead and create a new model. Okay, so this model, we have to give it a name, and the name is going to be okay, it's supposed to be lowercase over here, so we're going to call it additive OBS. Okay, and it has to be a .dot file. So in here, what we need a model mimicking this particular model that we're using for our additives, so we can go to foods. Right, so in foods, we have our food model right on top. So I think right at the bottom, we do have this class. Okay, so this is the class that we want to copy. Go to our additives OBS, and we're going to paste the code in here. After pasting the code, we need to change the name from additive to additive OBS or OBS additive. Okay, so we are just going to select these two. Okay, and we just add OBS right here, and let's get rid of these. Okay, we don't want them, so that's going to be our class, but we need to make it observable, and we also need to add another field in here, the boolean value for this particular checkbox. Okay, so we were going to make it extend. We're going to extend getX controller. It's supposed to be getX controller. So after extending getX controller, we need to add another variable right here. So our variable is going to be an rx bool. Okay, so we're going to give it a name. So initially this value is going to be false, and it has to be an OBS. Okay, because we want to make it observable. Okay, so each and every time that we use rx int, rx bool, rx double, rx string, we have to add OBS to our value. Okay, so we're done with that part. Right at the bottom, we are just going to have this volume is checked, right, like that, and let's give it a type. Okay, so it's supposed to be bool. A boolean is checked. Here we're going to initialize it as false. So right at the bottom, we need to create a function that we're going to use to trigger this boolean value. Okay, so we're going to create a function with the name void toggle check. Okay, after that, our value right inside of our function, we're going to trigger is checked dot value to is not checked dot value. Okay, so that's all that we need to do in here. So we need to also go to our controller and add some values related to this particular functionality that we want to add. So the functionality related to this additive OBS is going to be inside of our foods controller, right? And in our foods page, whenever we open this page, we need to send the list data of additives to the function that we're going to create in our controller. It's way easier to explain when we have the code, so let's just do it and explain as we go. Here the name has to be different, so let's just call this one checked. All right, so initially it's false, and we need to add something over here. Let's get rid of this. We need to is checked is equals to checked. So it's supposed to be is checked dot value over here. So here we're just initializing it as false. If we have like a provided value, that's the value that we are going to set over here. Okay, so let's go to our controller. Inside of our controller, we need to go to food controller. So in our food controller, we have some functions already, but we need to create another one right at the bottom. But before we create the value, what we need to do, we need to have an initial value for the checked value. Okay, for is checked, so we're going to have a boolean here. So the boolean value, let's just call it initial check value. So here initially it's going to be false, so let's go ahead and close it. Now that we have this, we can create a list where we are going to store our additives when we add that particular value that we have on top. Okay, so we're going to have a list. This one is going to be not a list, but let's use var over here, and then we can change it when we are sure. With var additives, it's supposed to be additives lists is equals to, then for this particular list, it's a little bit different the way that we write it. So we have to mention the type first. So the type is supposed to be additives OBS. The list is observable as well. So we need to go ahead and have an empty list, initialize it as empty, and we make it an OBS over here, since we're observing changes in that particular list. And let's close it. So these are the two initial values that we need before we work on the function. So right at the bottom, what we can do, we can have our void load. Okay, we want to load additives. Okay, so to add additives, to load additives, we're going to require a list, and this list, it's supposed to be a list of additives. Okay, so then let's give it a name as additives. So this is a model that we have inside of our food model, right? It's embedded inside of our food model. So let's go ahead to our food model and check the name. So the name is supposed to be additive, not additives. Okay, like that. So we need to import the model. So we imported the model. Right at the bottom, what we need to do, if we have an existing list before, whenever we are going to open a new page, we're supposed to load additives, but we are not sure whether we do have data in that additives list or not. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to access the list that we are going to be storing our additives, and we are going to clear whatever we have in there, right, before we load new additives, just to be sure, because you don't want to be adding more additives on top of more additives, and at the end of the day, they might not be related to that particular food. The reason why we're doing this is because these additives, they affect the price of the product. If you have additives already inside of your additives list, that means your price is going to be higher than the initial price. So if we clear whenever we open the page, that means the price will start as an initial price, right? When we add something, then our price will increase according to the things that we have in our additives list. Okay, so after we clear the list, we are going to have a for loop. So we're going to, for var, and here we just need to give this additive a name. For var additives info, it's supposed to be additive info in additives. Yeah, okay, these are the additives that we are pushing here. Okay, so we need to iterate through the list, then we create a new list. That list is the list that we are going to be storing in here. Okay, so let's just have this one here. So once we go through this list that we're passing, we need to add the Boolean value. Okay, the initial Boolean value. So all of them, they're going to be unticked since our initial value is false, right? So once inside of the list, what we can do, we can have a new variable, the var, and we are going to call it additive. We need to create a new additive when we're iterating through our list, and in that new additive that we are creating, we're going to be adding the initial value, the initial boolean that we have on top. So here we need our additive OBS, right? So we need to provide these values, right? So we have a title, price, and at the bottom we have to include checked. So checked is going to be this value over here. So let's add a comma so that we can get rid of the error. So our values are going to come from additives info, okay? Because when we are going to go through this list, iterate through this list, we're going to take whatever data that we get belonging to an additive, store it in this particular variable, and we need to access this particular variable and get the data that we need. So let's copy the name, and here we just say additive info.id. So that means we got the ID. Right at the bottom, we paste again additives.title. That means we have the title, and down at the bottom, additive.price. Now we have the price. So let's go ahead and close this. Down at the bottom, what we need to do after closing here, we need to have a condition, additives. So these additives, okay, if the length of the list additives.length is equals to additives list, where is the list name? Okay, this additives list, right? Additives list dot length. Then we don't need to do anything. We don't need to iterate through our list. We don't need to, not to iterate through our list, but we don't need to add additives to our list, because to this point we haven't added these additives that we created, that we're creating here, to this list, right? So here, that's where we are making the additives, but down below we have to add them to the list. right? So we need to go ahead and check first whether if the length is equals to this length, then we don't need to do anything. But if the length is not equal to the additives that we're getting from our particular food item, then that means there's like data is missing, there's some values missing, some items missing. So we need to continue iterating through our list and adding our additives to this particular list. So we're going to have an else condition over here. So in else, we're going to add, right, things to additives list, and we are going to be adding this particular additive. Okay, after filling all the data, we need to go ahead and add until our list length, the length of our two lists, the list that we're getting and the list that we have are the same. And let's go ahead and close that. Okay, so we are done with this part. Next, we are going to go ahead and change the list that we are using here. But first, in our food page, we need to go ahead and load this list data. We need to make this list data go through this function, and whatever we are going to return from this function is what we are going to display here. Okay, so the return value of this function is this particular value that we have here, the additives list. Okay, so let's go down to our food page, food page. All right, so we don't have our controller as yet, so we need to initialize a controller here. It's supposed to be a final controller is equals to get.put. So we need the foods controller. It's supposed to be food controller. Okay, so let's close it. We already have it over here, so we need to get rid of it. So we need to access this particular controller, and we need to access load additives function, and we need to put our additives, a list of additives here. Okay, because this particular function requires a list of additives. So our list is coming from widget.food. Okay, so let's go ahead and access our food, and from our food we need to get additives like that. Okay, so now what we can do inside of our function, just to check whether we do have data in this additives list or not, after this particular function is ran, we're going to go ahead and print the additives list dot length. Okay, so each and every time that, so here when we are running for, okay, we're going to be adding one by one, right? One by one, we're adding this Boolean value to each and every additive item and then add it to the list. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that means we have 5 items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is successful. So let's get rid of the print statement, save, go back to our food page. So in our food page, we need to go ahead and change this list, but we need to wrap the list inside of an OBS so that we can be able to tick and untick whenever we want to add something to, whenever we want to add an additive to our order. Okay, so let's go ahead and look for the additives list. That's the price. Okay, that should be this list that we have here. So this whole column, let's go ahead and cut it. After cutting the column, let's put an OBX, and we're going to return the column. Okay, so the length of our list is not going to be this one this time. It's supposed to be controller dot additives list, and same as the data that we are going to be rendering on our widgets. So here it's supposed to be additives list. Okay, so now we need to change the state of these particular checkboxes. So to change the state, we need to change the value here from, it was true, initially it was true, from true to additive. So this additive is the additive that we store in here, right? So it's supposed to be additive dot, is check dot value, like that. So that's going to be our value. And if we save, nothing will happen. The ticks will just disappear because the initial value is false. Now we need to toggle the list, right? So to toggle the list, what we can do, we can come to unchanged. Okay, so unchanged, what we're going to do, we're going to access the same additives, and we want to access the toggle check. Okay, so in toggle check, we're going to go ahead and push. We are not going to push anything since we have the logic already. So if we visit the additives OBS, if we click, then we're just going to change the state of this particular value, right? So let's go to our page. Let's save. After saving, we need to just, now our list is working fine. So the thing that is left now is to go ahead and get the prices. We need to get the total price and to get the list somehow. So if we click, we're supposed to get the new price. So we need to create another function to calculate the price. So let's go ahead and do that. So to calculate the price, we need to go ahead and revisit our controller. So we're going to create two functions, the one for the list and the one for the price. So let's see, where are we closing this one? This one we're closing it here. So let's just go ahead and have a list string, get list. So this function, we're going to use it to get the list of additives. Okay, so inside of it, we're going to have a list with the name, and we can just call it additives as well. So that's okay, but it's a little bit tricky. Okay, let's work on it. So here we're going to have a list string, and we want to give it a name. So let's just call this list ADS, and we are going to initialize it as an empty list, right? So down at the bottom, we need to have a for loop. So in our for loop, we're going to get an additive from additives lists. Okay, so we need to iterate through this list and get all the additives, and from these additives, we're going to be getting the titles, right? So down at the bottom, we're going to have a condition if additive dot is checked dot value, and our list doesn't contain that additive title, then we have to add. Okay, let me write the code first and then explain. Contain additive dot title. If this condition is true, then we're going to add that particular additive to our list ads dot add, and we need to add additive dot title, right? So let's have else in our else statement. Oh, that's else or else if. Either way, it can be else, it can be else if. Since we have two conditions, that would work. So our condition, if not additive, so if it is false, and it's inside of our list, we need to remove it. Additive supposed to be ads dot remove additive dot title. So what we are doing here is head and set a return value down here. So our return is going to be ads. So this return value is supposed to be inside. Okay. So for this function, now we'll see when we are going to use it, because I'm not quite sure as yet, like where we are going to use it exactly. So let's shelve it for a minute. If there is need for it, then we're going to use it. So here we need to create a new function with a return value of a double. So our double is supposed to be get price. Okay, so we need to get the price, get total price, get total price. So when we're getting the total price, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to create a double. Double's name is going to be total price, and it has to be a double. So we need a number with a decimal place. After that, we need to iterate through our lists for var in additives list, and then we are going to go ahead and check that additive value is true. Then we are going to additive dot is checked dot value over here. Since our value is OBS, we're going to get our total price. So our total price is going to be plus equal a double try parse. So we need to pass our double just in case. We're using try parse just in case that we put our price as an integer. Okay, so we need to convert that number to a double because we have different scenarios. So we need additive, that additive that we have, which has a true value, we need that additive price, or we are just going to make it 0.0. So this is how we get the price. So down at the bottom, we are going to return the total price. But before we do return, we need to go ahead and have a value outside that we are going to use to trigger the changes over there, right? Okay, let's see the best way to do it. So here, let's just return our total price. So our error is gone. So what we can do in here, we can just go ahead and print total price. So we are going to call this function right inside of our additives list. This list that we have unchanged, we're going to go ahead and have controller dot. So whenever we add something, then the value is going to be printed here, since we do have a print statement inside of our function. So if we add something else, then that price is going to be added to this particular one that we added first, right? So here it should be 450. So if we remove 3, 2, 0, okay? So now we are getting that price. So what we need to do, we need to get a total price over here, right? Let's go ahead and have, let's see, and the best way to do it over here is to have an RX. Is it RX double? We do need an RX double, but not really. Not really. Okay, so we need total price. So it's supposed to be RX double. So I was right. RX double total price is equals to 0.0 dot obvious. Yeah, okay. So we need to create a setter. We need to create a setter. So this RX double, we can just bring it closer to this particular function, right? So that we can have our setter here. So we need set edit, set total price. Set total price is equals to, not equals to. So our set total price is going to take a double. And this double, we can just call it new price. So here, our total price dot value is equals to new price. Okay. So we're going to just get the number that we get from here, and we are going to set it to this total price. Okay. But we need a getter. So the value that we're going to use inside of our application. So here we are going to have double get, and we're going to get additive price is equals to total price dot value, because we need to access the private variable, and we get the value and we set it to our public variable, which is this variable that we have. So this variable is the variable that's going to be accessible inside of our UI. Here it's not supposed to be equal, it's supposed to be a function like that. So here we have to add value, and let's close it. Okay. So whenever we get our price, we need to set that price here. So we need to call set total price. It can be is equals to total price. So this is how we get the total price of additive, right? So if we go ahead and have a print statement here and print total price, we will see the number will be the same as the one that we are going to return here. That's total price. Is it total price? What's the name of the total price? Okay, it should be additive price over here, not total price. Okay, so we're getting total price as this variable. That's why we should use additive price, because this is the price that we're going to use inside of our UI. Total price is a private variable that is not going to be accessible inside of our application, right? So let's just save, add something, 250. Okay, so it's working fine. So our prices are now accessible inside of our application. So if we go to foods and go to price. So first is times count. Let's see, plus controller. Okay, it's going to be a little bit tricky over here because we have 3. We have to add and then multiply. So to add and to multiply, the way to concatenate is a little bit different. So here we need to put these 2 inside of a bracket. Controller dot. Our controller is not accessible. And let's put this in a bracket as well. So we have 2 brackets. So first, we're going to go ahead and have our food, and we're going to, so we need to access the controller, and from the controller we have to get the additive price. So our price will remain the same for now. So if we add a price, then our price is going to be 8. Then our price is going high. Raise the count, then our price is going to be dynamic. Okay, let's remove. Okay, so everything went well in this particular section. So let's get rid of this because I wasn't sure where it's going to work. So probably it's something that we should get rid of so that we can avoid confusion. Okay, so now we do have our prices and they're working dynamically. So we are done with our prices. So even for our food page, I think that's all that we need to do. So let's see what we can focus on next. But the most, not the most important, but the most difficult hurdle, we've just passed it. So go ahead and work on our restaurant page. So this is what our restaurant page is going to look like. Right at the top, we have a bar. Okay, this bar will contain the back button, the restaurant name, as well as the directions to the restaurant. So if we click on this page, we are sent to another page where we are going to get the map, and in that map we have the direction to that particular restaurant. And here we do have our rating bars, and we have a button to go ahead and rate a particular restaurant. And at the bottom, we have our distance, and we also have delivery price from the current location. And here, down here, we do have the estimated time. Like if you purchase a food item now, what time are you going to get it? So this is going to be an approximate. And down at the bottom, we're going to have a menu and recommendations. So the menu might be empty, but for recommendations, we're going to have like a list of recommendations. So these recommendations are going to be the same as the one that we have on our homepage, but the difference is you can be able to access them once you're in a particular restaurant. So this data will be data related to a particular location. So let's say you post our address. So we'll get all the foods that are within that particular vicinity and send it back to the user. Not all, but randomize a set of data. Might be 8, might be 10, might be 5 items. Each and every time that they open the explore section, we should have something to save them. Okay, so this is what we want to work on. So let's just jump into our project. And since we're done with our food page, now we need to go ahead and work on our restaurant page. So we already created the page before. So what we need to do is to go ahead and visit that page that we created before. This is the page, and let's get rid of this print statement that we have right on top. After getting rid of print statement, we are going to wrap our scaffold in a default tab controller. Okay, because we want to have tabs. So let's see whether, okay, let's bring this forth. We want to have these tabs. So to have these tabs, we should wrap our scaffold inside of a default tab controller. Okay, so here we're just going to put a widget, and we're going to wrap it in a default tab controller. Okay, so our default tab controller, it takes a required prop with length. Okay, so our length is going to be 2, since we're going to have 2 tabs over here. Okay, so since we are done with that, we have our scaffold. We want to get rid of the air bar. Okay. After getting rid of the air bar, we're just going to give our scaffold a background color. So we're going to go with background color. And for the background color, we want to make it K light white, like that. And as for our body, we have to change the body to a list view. Okay, so let's go ahead with the list view. So the list view is going to follow the same pattern as the one that we had, the one that we created for our food page. So the first thing that we need to take care of is the padding. So for padding, we need to put agentsets.0, agentsets.0 over here. Okay, after that, we need to have physics. But physics, we said we might not need it, but let's just skip it for now. If there's any need for physics, then we are going to come back and put our physics. So in our children, we're going to require a stack because our image has to be inside of a stack widget, right? So here, our first child is going to be a stack, and the stack takes children. Okay, so our first child is going to be an image. So the image is going to be the same size as the one that we have in our foods page. So we're going to put a size box, and we're going to give this size box a height. It's supposed to be height over here. Okay, so let's give it a height of 230.h, and let's give it a width, and our width is going to be width. All right, like that. So our size box takes in a child. So as for our child, we're going to just put a cache network image, and we have to specify the image that we want to display, right? So for image, we need to provide the URL. So the URL is going to come from the widget that we have right on top. So we want to access this particular restaurant, and we're going to get image URL. Okay, we have to put a now checker over here because this restaurant model is nullable. Okay, so that's the first thing, and we need to add. So here we're going to go with box with .cover. So you can use cover or fill, both are okay. Okay, so let's try to bring back our application. Okay, that didn't go as planned. Let's just put them side by side, just like before. So if we open restaurant here, so that's going to be our image, right? So far so good. So at the bottom, we're going to put a position widget. We're still in our stack, so let's put a position widget. First, we need to specify the position with which our position widget is going to be. Okay, so at the bottom, we're going to give it a 0, and the child that we're going to put is going to be, let's go ahead with a container, because we want to have a bar. In this container, we have to give it width. Its width is going to be the width that we have in our constants. And as for the height, let's give it a height of 40 for starters, right? 40. Let's give screen utils over here, and let's go ahead and give it a color. So the color, let's go with K primary. Okay, so we have this text, right? So let's get rid of this color. We can just cut it and put decoration. We need to put the color inside of the box decoration, because if we put it outside and we also have box decoration, we're bound to run into an error. So color is going to be our first prop inside our box decoration. And here we need to have a radius. Let's go ahead and have border radius. As for border radius, we're going to have border radius dot all. And here we're going to have radius dot circular. Okay, not circular. This is wrong. We're going to use only. So we need to manipulate either the top part or the bottom part. Okay, so we're going to have top right. So our top right is going to be radius.circular. Let's give it a radius of 12 for starters, 12.r. And we need to have top left. The top left is going to have the same size as the one that we have on the right. So if we save, that's going to be our design there. So this radius needs to be reduced a little bit. So let's give it a radius of 8. Okay, like that. So as for color, we need to make it a little bit transparent. So we're going to use a property with the name with opacity, and we need to adjust the opacity. For here, for the opacity, we're going to go with 0.4. Okay, like that. So that's going to be our bottom bar. Okay, in this bottom bar, we're going to have a rating, and we're also going to have a button, right? So these two, they are going to come inside of a container, of this container. So if we take a look, this container doesn't have a child as yet, so we need to add a child, right? So our child is going to be a raw widget. Our raw takes children, and our first child is going to be a rating bar. Okay, it's going to be a rating bar. So we have rating bar indicator. We have rating bar indicator in our pub/spec YAML already. So that's the package that we're going to use here. So it's supposed to be rating bar indicator. So for rating bar indicator, it takes in item builder, and we also need to have rating. Rating is like our item count. Okay. So for item count here is going to be widget dot restaurant dot rating. Okay. And it's supposed to be a double. So we need to convert it to a double, and we need to add a now check over here. Okay. And for our item builder, it takes in context and index like that. And we need to return something in here. Okay, we are going to use an R function, and we're going to return an icon. So our icon is going to be a star icon. Okay, so we need to have icons dot star. Star. Okay, let's give it a color. So for the color, we're going to go with colors.yellow. Now let's just change this from amber accent to .yellow. Okay, like that. Let's format the code over here. Now let's go ahead and add const. The const is supposed to be outside, not inside. Okay, like that. So we need to push this bar inside a little bit. So to do that, we're just going to wrap our row inside of a padding. What we can do, container has a padding prop, so we can try to use padding from the container if it doesn't affect our whole container. So padding, we're going to use edge inserts dot symmetric, and we need to manipulate the horizontal part. So in the horizontal, we're going to give it an 8.w over here. Okay, that will do. So since we have this rating bar, now we need to go ahead and add the button, but still inside here, we are going to require rating count. Inside of we have rating, we need item count. Item count is going to be 5. The star size is okay. It's okay like that, so we are not going to change it. We can leave it like that. And the direction is correct as well. It's going to be horizontal in it. So down at the bottom, we're going to require a custom button. So our custom button requires a text. So let's, okay, and it's too big. So we need to adjust the width of the button. So we're going to use the button width prop. And for the button width, we're going to use, let's give it 100 for starters. .w. Okay. What we can do, we can say width divided by still big, so 2.5. Let's go with 3 over here. Okay. So we need to add main axis alignment so that they can be spaced. The button and the rating can be spaced. So we are going to use main axis alignment space between, like that. So this button, we need to change the color. So we need to use the color prop inside here. Button color. So for button color, we're going to go with case secondary, like that. Okay. Let's go with item size here. Let's make it 20. 20 is just too small. Let's go with 25. 25 will do. 25 will do. They don't have to be too big. So for text, we're going to just say rate restaurant. Okay, like that. So that's going to be our button, and on tap, we should be redirected to a page where we are going to submit the rating. right? So we can create the page in here. It's supposed to be rating page. It's supposed to be a stateless widget, and we're going to call it rating page, like that. So let's import material, and let's just return a scaffold here. It's supposed to be scaffold, and here we're just going to put body. Let's put our body as an empty container, and we're going to put a bar, and for a bar we're just going to put an empty a bar, like that. Okay, so this is the page that we want to hook to this button. Okay, so we need to use get navigation to navigate to the next page. So we need get. We're going to get to the rating page, like that. So let's go ahead, close that. If we click, we're taken to the page. If we click back, we're taken back to our page. So let's add const over here. So now we are done with this bottom part. We need to work on the top part. So what we want to do here, we want to just extract this widget. Okay, and we are going to call it a restaurant bottom bar. It's supposed to be bottom bar. Okay, so it takes in this widget. Okay, and of which widget is going to be the value that we have on top. But either way, we can just change the name, restaurant page widget. Either way, it's correct. If it's working, it's correct. But what we need is not all this. We need this data, right? But let's leave it like that. Let's move this to a file. So we're going to put it inside of this folder. Okay, a restaurant, and we need to create a new folder with the name widget. That's where we're going to place the widget. Let's move it. Okay, so we have a widget folder here. So we do have our restaurant bottom bar. Yeah, okay, so we need to save the page. Let's see whether we do have an error or not. Let's save this page. So if we save the page, then the error will be gone. And here we need to get rid of the unused packages right on top. So that's going to be our first widget. We need another one right on top that's going to contain the title, the back button, as well as the other button that's going to redirect us to the direction page. Okay, so same as here, we are going to have a container. Our child is going to be a container. So our container is going to take in a child, and our child is going to be a row widget. So for this row, we're going to have an icon, children. Okay, we need children. So first, we're going to have an icon. So for this icon, we're going to ion icons, and we want to get chevron back. It's supposed to be chevron here, back circle. Okay, and we have to give it a size of 28. So here, size 28, and we're going to also give it a color. So for the color, we have to give it K light white. Okay, so let's save that. Our button is right here on top because we don't have the position as yet. So let's just format the code. After formatting our position, we're going to have, okay, so for top, let's go with 50, 45.h, 45, 50, they're the same, 40. Okay, 40 will do, but we need to push this a little bit back, a little bit inside. So we're going to have padding. For padding, we're going to go with edge inserts dot symmetric. We also need horizontal. So horizontal, let's give it a 12. Okay, so let's wrap this in a gesture detector, and on tap we're supposed to navigate back. So we need the function get dot back, and then we close this. Let's add const console over here to get rid of our complaining lint. So that's going to be our first widget. Let's close this for a second. We're going to copy this gesture detector and we're going to put a comma. After putting a comma, let's paste this again. So now we have two buttons, but what we need to do, we need to have main axis alignment, and we're going to have main axis alignment dot space between. Okay. Okay. Here it's different. Even if we use space between, it's not going to work. It's not going to. Okay. We'll deal with that a little bit later. So we need to have a reusable text widget here. So for reusable text widget, we have to have a text. Okay, so our text is supposed to be widget.restaurant.title, and we need to add a now checker. After that, let's go ahead and give this an app style. Okay, so for app style, we're going to go with, let's go with 18. Let's give it a color. Let's go with K gray. And for font weight, we're going to go with W600, something like that. Okay, so let's just add a comma and let's format our code. So now we have our title, but we have our title and no other button. Let's try to have cross-X alignment over here. Nothing is going to work. Let's see. Left 0, right 0. Okay. So we have to include left and right here so that we can have our buttons spaced up so that these properties can work. Okay. Without these two, then we are going to have something like this. So we need to use right and left so that this positioned widget can just occupy the whole space. But here we do need to change our color because our color looks bogus. So we can go with K dark. Okay, dark might not be the right color, so for this one you can change it to a specific color that you can see fit. So this button is working up in restaurant, but we need to change this one to something different. Okay, so let's try to go with location. Okay, that will do, but it's still attached to the back button. So in our restaurant folder, we have to create a new page and we have to call it the directions page, like that, and it has to be a .dot file. Okay, so we're just going to do the same as we did for this particular page. So we can copy the code that we have in our rating page and we can paste it in our directions page. We're going to select the directions page and we're going to change the name like that. Okay, so we are done with that part. Let's close it and let's go back to our restaurant page and we can change this from get back to get to. Okay, we need to get to a particular page, so let's have our R function and let's specify the page that we're going to, which is the directions page, like that. Let's go ahead and close it over here. So we are done. Right now we need to go ahead and work below our image. Okay, so below our image, that's where we are going to put the details. We do have the price, we also have the time and the estimated, that's the estimated distance if I'm not mistaken. Okay, distance, price to the price from the current location, and we have the estimated time. Okay, so we can work on these and then we can proceed to work on our list. For raw text, we're going to require two parameters, two variables. The first one is going to be, both of them, they're going to be strings. So we're going to have first, those are the names that I'm going to give them. I'm going to give them first and second as their names. The second one, we have to call it second, and we have to import them here in our formal parameters. After importing them into our formal parameters, now we need to replace this with first. That's the first one in the reusable text widget, and the second one we need to replace it with second, like that. Okay, and right here we need to have a first. There's going to be a string. So our string is going to be distance to restaurant, like that. That's going to be the first, and the second text is going to be 2.7, then kilometers. Okay, let's add const over here. Okay, probably the const, I will handle that a little bit later. Okay, let's just save. Okay, so we don't have an error. So let's move this widget outside of this particular file and put it in our widgets. Okay, so we're going to move to file, and it's coming in restaurant widget. Okay, like that. We open it, we save it, we close it, we come back to our page, and we save it again. So we just need to make duplicates of the raw text 2 times, like that, and then let's save. So we have 3 variations of the same widget. What we need to do is to just change the title here. Let's say estimated price. Estimated price here, it can be anything, so we're just going to go with $2.7. Estimated time is supposed to be estimated time over here. So for the time, it can be 30 minutes. Okay, it can be any. So but from my point of view, when it comes to this application, okay, when we are calculating time related to a particular food item, the delivery time in this instance, what we have to take into consideration is to take the time that we get, right? Let's say time for the delivery, that's 1, and we take the time that it takes for the restaurant to prepare the meal. Okay, so when the restaurant is uploading food, they'll put an estimated time to prepare the food, let's say 20-25 minutes, right? And when we calculate the distance, we calculate the time it takes from the restaurant and to the from the restaurant to the delivery address, delivery location, right? When we get the distance, we can be able to get the price with the rate we are charging per kilometer. After getting the price, then we can add that price, not price, we can get the price, that's 1, and we can also get the time, that's 2. So the time that we're getting when we're traveling from point A to point B, we're going to put it in we're going to add it to the estimated preparation time, so that we can have like a rough estimate of like how much time a user has to wait for their food. If they order now, how much time is it going to take for the restaurant to cook and for that food to be by their doorstep? Okay, not just delivery time. Okay, so that's why it's like 30 minutes over here. So let's add consts, consts, not costs, like that. So we are done with this particular part, but before we go any further, we need to add a divider. Then we are going to have our tabs right at the bottom, right? So we're still in the column. Inside of the column, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and add a divider. So we're going to add a divider. So we have that divider. So let's just indent, or we need width. Let's go with thickness. It's supposed to be thickness. So thickness, let's go with 0.5. 0.5 is too faint. 0.7. Okay, 0.7. We do have our divider over here. What we need to do, we need to add a little bit of space between our distance, estimated price, and our estimated time. So we just need a size box. So it ain't gonna be big, it's going to be a little bit smaller because we don't want it to be too big. So what we're going to give it here, we're just going to give it, most probably, let's go with a 3, and we have to put our screen utils. So we need to get rid of this const over here. After getting rid of the const, we add comma so that we won't have an error. So we're going to copy the same size box, and we're going to put it in between estimated time and estimated price. Okay, and we're going to add consts everywhere in the file, like that. So let's save. Okay, so we do have a little bit of space over here. So we are done with this part. The next time that we're going to revisit this part is when we are going to be connecting this to our functions, when we put our maps, when we are going to get the distance using the distance matrix. Okay, so let's move out of this particular padding. Okay, before we move out, .w over here, screen utils, get rid of consts, and then we save. Okay, so we're going to have our tab bar right at the bottom, right? So we need 2 tabs. So out of this padding, add a comma, and let's go ahead and have a size box first. A size box, let's give it a height of 25. It's supposed to be 25.h, like that. Okay, and inside of our size box, we need to just give it a width. So our width is going to be, let's go with width. Okay, and let's give it a child. So our child is going to be a tab bar, right? So in our tab bar, we need tabs, okay? So a tab is a list of tabs. If we have an over list widget tabs, okay? No, but before then, before we get to the tabs, here we can just put in an empty array. Before we get to the tabs, we need to have our controller, and just to manipulate some other props that we have to manipulate so that our tab bar can fit our criteria. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to require is a controller, not control, but controller. So we don't have a controller as yet, but we're going to have a tab controller, like that. So we need to create this tab controller, and we need to change the way we created this particular stateful widget, right? Because we need to add mixing. Take provider state mixing over here. Okay, so we're going to have a stateful widget that extends, not extend, but width. Take a provider state mixing. Whether this is correct or not, it's not. Okay, so here we need to have our let tab controller. We're going to have a tab controller over here. So our tab controller, it has to be a private tab controller, and here we need a tab controller, but this tab controller, it has to include length and vsync. So the length is going to be the length of the widgets that we're going to put in the list, and it is also the same length that we have here. So a length will be equal to 2. Okay, and we need to go ahead and include vsync, like that, so we don't have an error anymore. Let's format the code. Let's just get rid of the complaining lint, get rid of the unwanted code. Let's save that. So here we do have an error because we don't have a range, okay, in our tabs. So we need to go right underneath where we're working on our tab, right here. Okay, so that we can finish up. So first, let's deal with the props that we're going to have after the tab controller. So first, we're going to take care of our indicator. So our indicator, we're going to use a box decoration. Inside of our box decoration, we are going to require a color. As for the color, we're going to go with K primary, and we need border radius. Okay, so BR, not border, but border radius. It's supposed to be BR over here. So our border radius is going to be border radius.circular, and we need to give it a radius of 25, like that. Okay, so we are done with our indicator. Right below our indicator, we need label padding. So our label padding, we are going to erase the padding. So we need to use agencies.0. A label color. So for the color, we're going to go with, let's go with K light. That's the label color. The text that's going to be inside of our indicator. Okay, so what we can do over here, we can just have our tabs so that we can work with a visual. Okay, so first let's go ahead and have a tab. So our first tab is going to just have a child, and this child should have a size box. So our size box, we're going to, since we have 2, we're going to just give it a width. So our width, we're going to, let's go with width divided by 2, since we have two tabs, right? And as for the height, let's go ahead and give it a height of 25. After the height, we need to go ahead and give it a child. This child is the child of the size box. So we're going to give we're going to have a text, but we need to put it in the center. So first we need to have a center widget, and we need to give the center widget a child, and the child is going to be a text widget. Okay, so that's going to be our first tab. So let's add a comma here. We can come back and change the names a little bit later, but the most important thing is to have the tabs. So now we have 2 tabs. So let's just go ahead or reset our application and see whether we can display our tabs inside of the page, or we need to add something else. Okay, so this is our text, right? So if we click here, that's how it is going to work. So we need to change the color of the unselected label, right, so that it can be visible over here. So we need to add a prop down here, unselected label color. So for the label color, we're going to make it gray light, like that. So it'll be there, but it won't be that visible. So if we click on it, then it'll two tabs. What do we need to do? Let's just give them the correct names. So the first one is menu, and the other one is explore. Okay, so explore, you can change it to recommendations. Let's save that. And after we save, we have our names. So what we want to do over here, we want to add a style to the label, right? So we need to have label style. So our label style is supposed to be app style. Let's give it a size of 12. Let's give it a color. So the color is supposed to be light white, and for the font weight, we're going to go with normal. And here we have to wrap it around a padding widget, right? And our padding widget, let's get rid of the consts. And here we have to make it symmetrical. And down here, it has to be horizontal, like that. .w. Okay, so now this is aligned. So if we take a look, our padding is 8 over here as well. So we want to maintain the same padding. So these are our tabs. After our tabs, now we need to have our tab bar view. Okay, so in our tab bar view, we are going to have two widgets. Okay, the one for the menu and the one for the recommendations. What can we do over here? Because this is way naked. Okay, primary for the indicator. Let's try to change this to a container. If it is a container, let's give it a color. Let's go with off-white. Okay, off-white will do. So now our color is visible here, but we do need to add a little bit of decoration to it if we are to put a color, because we need to go ahead and encapsulate our color with, we need to put border radius so that it can be circular. It can maintain the same shape as our indicator. Okay, so we need box decoration. In our box decoration, we're going to have our color first. After our color, we're going to have border radius. So for the border radius, we're going to go with circular. So it's supposed to be border radius dot circular. Okay, and for this one, we're going to go with radius dot o. No, it's supposed to be just 25 over here. .r. Okay, and that will do. So if it is unselected, then we have a gray background. So this is way more appropriate than the way that we did it the first time. So we're done with this part. So let's just close this. But before we close, we need to make sure that we add a comma to the padding. So here we didn't. We add a comma, then create a little bit of space. After creating a little bit of space, now we go underneath. That's where we need to have the size box. Okay, but this size box should also have the same padding as the tab bar and the titles, the text that we have on top. So let's go with padding here. After padding, we need to just change the padding to edge inserts dot symmetric, and we need to manipulate horizontal side, and we need to give it an 8.w over here. Let's add a comma. After the comma, we come down to the top. We're going to go ahead and give it a height. Not a height per se, but we're going to give it a child. So our child is going to be a size box or a container. Let's go with a container in the way. Let's go with size box. For size box, let's give it height. So our height is going to be the height from our constants. We leave it like that for now, and we're going to give it a child. So for the child, we're going to have a tab bar view. Okay. So for a tab bar view, we're going to require a controller. So the controller is the same that we have on top, the tab bar controller. And we're also going to require children. So we require 2 children for this particular tab. So the first one is going to be for the menu, right? We're going to create a new widget inside of our restaurant widget folder, right? New file, and we're going to call it restaurant menu, like that, and it has to be a .dot file. After that, we're going to create a stateless widget, and we're going to call it restaurant menu widget. Okay, so let's just put widget, but it makes it weird, but let's just go with that convention. After that, let's just change this to hook widget. And we need to import material over here to get rid of the error, right? So we don't have an error anymore. So for our restaurant widget, we need to, right here on top, we're going to require a final string. We need a variable here, final string, and the name is going to be restaurant ID. Restaurant ID, let's close that, and let's add it to our formal parameters like that. So let's go ahead and save that. As for a restaurant ID, we're going to have a scaffold here. We're going to return a scaffold. And for scaffold, we're going to just have the background color. The background color, we're going to go with K light white, right? And we need to give it a body. For the body, we're going to go with a container, and we have to wrap this container inside of, we have to give it a height. And down below that, we need a child, right? So if here we do have our height, so our height is going to be the height that we have in our constants multiplied by 0.7. So let's give it a child. So the child is going to be a list view. So list view takes in children. So for children, we're going to have a list of foods. So we're going to say list.generate. We need the length of the list that we're going to display, and we're going to return something over here. So our return value is going to be the list of foods. So we need a food tile. So we're going to return a food tile, right? So a food tile require food. Yeah, okay. So here we need to create a final variable with the name. Okay, it's supposed to be foods model. Food is equals to foods dot length. Then here we're going to access the index, right? So this index is the index that we have here. So here we do have an error because we don't have these foods as yet. So we need to create a hook to get foods by restaurant, right? And that's where we are going to get this result from we're going to get these results from, oh, what's this? Okay, we have to get the result from our hook. So let's just copy this and we paste it over here, and let's add dot. Let's close this here and close this here. So we do have this error. That's the one that we need to take care of. So to take care of the error, we need to go to our directory. In our directory, we need to create a hook. Okay, we already have, not hook. Okay, let's check our models first. We have foods model. That's cool. And we have this. So we already have one for foods. So everything is sorted out. We just need to get to our hook. Okay, so we are going to create another one, and we're going to call it foods by restaurant, like that, and it has to be a .dot file. Okay, so we're going to just, let's get this one. Let's get this hook, this one. We get the code from fetch category foods, right? So we select everything, copy, we close it, then we paste the code in here. After pasting the code, what we need to do, we need to change the title, use fetch foods by, let's call it restaurant foods. Let's just call it restaurant foods over here. So we require a string. This string is going to be the restaurant ID. So we can just call it ID over here. And we need to get rid of this controller. We need to change this as well. We need to change the URL. Let's get rid of this. And here we're going to paste in the ID. So we need to cross check we need to cross-check the endpoint before we run the request. So everything is okay inside of this hook, but what we need to make sure of is the endpoint itself. So we need to go ahead and open Postman. Let's hope Postman will open with a little bit of speed because my internet is a little bit slow today. Okay, so we need foods, the foods collection, foods, get food, restaurant foods. Okay, so it's supposed to be rest foods and then the ID. So that's going to be our endpoint. We're going to go back to our application and we're going to paste our endpoint over here. So to be certain, just to be sure, what we need to do, we need to go back to our backend and then look for that particular route. It's in foods, okay, restaurant foods, then we get the ID, okay, then we require an ID, so that's okay. Restaurant foods, then ID, the ID is the ID that we're passing here. We do have a list, everything checks out, so let's go back to our menu. So in our menu, we have to create a final instance of our hook results. Is equals to use fetch restaurant foods, and we need an ID. So our ID is going to be restaurant ID. Let's close that. After that, we need to go ahead and have a final foods is equals to hook results.data. And we also need to have is loading. So we're going to have final is loading is equals to hook results.is loading, like that. So let's go ahead and close it. So here we need to have index like that so that we can get rid of the error. So we need to take care of this. We need to take care of the loading part. So if it is loading, we're going to display a schema, right? So we need foods list schema, else we're going to display the container. Let's format the code and let's close this for a second. Let's add const everywhere. Here we can change it to a size box. So we need to hook this page to our restaurant. Okay, so the widget to our restaurant. So we need to come back to our restaurant page instead of our tab view. So the restaurant menu is going to be our first widget, and we need to import it. After importing, we need to assign the restaurant ID somehow, but we do have an error. Okay, the error is originating from this part. Let's make this required. This dot restaurant ID. Okay, so we no longer have the error if we put the restaurant ID in here. So the restaurant ID is coming from widget dot restaurant dot ID. Okay, so we have to make it, we have to put a now check over here. Okay, so we still have the same, not the same error, a different error, because we only have one widget inside of our tab bar view, but our length is 2. So what we can do, we can just duplicate, save, and reset. So I don't know which restaurant has food. Okay, I don't know which restaurant has food, but if we get to this part, that means we're getting something. We don't have an error. Okay, so we're going to just visit all the restaurants that we have until we find one with food. Burger King. Okay, so Burger King has food, so that's exactly what we need. But here we do have a space. We don't require the space. So the space is coming from one of our widgets, probably the list view. So we need to get rid of the padding. So we need to go with agencies.0, like that. Okay. After that, we're going to have a widget like this, but we need to add a little bit of space right after the right after the tab bar. Okay. So what we can do, we can come back to our page. We have our tab bar. So here we can add a little bit of height. So we're going to have a size box, and let's give it a height, and we're going to give it a height of, let's go with 20 first, but okay, 20 will do. 20 will do. That's the correct height. So let's just add screen utils here, .h. We can get rid of the complaining lint. So from now, it's going to be a little bit easy, because to get recommendations, we can just use the same hook that we have for our recommendations here. Okay. But what we need to do, we just need to create another widget in here, and we're going to call it recommendations or explore. Let's just call it explore, so that we won't have like a misunderstanding. We would know like what's what. So now we have this widget. So to fill data inside of this widget, what we can do, we can just come to our restaurant menu, copy all the code that we have, and we can paste it in here. And then we can just change the name to explore widget, like that. So in here, we're not going to be requiring the restaurant ID, but we're going to be requiring the code. So let's go to our hooks. Or our hooks, we have foods category, all foods, fetch restaurant, fetch foods. Okay, we need this hook. That's the hook that we're going to use. What's the name? Use fetch foods. Okay, so that's the one that we're going to use here. Use fetch foods, and we're going to pass the code like that. So let's get rid of the code that we're not using. Everything else will remain the same in here, because we're getting food, and we're just going to put the, like, we're going to generate a list and then return this tile. Okay, so that part is not that difficult. This part is not that difficult. It is just copying the widgets and just changing to put the right data. Okay, everything else remains the same. So we need to hook this widget to our restaurant page. So for this particular widget, it has to be explore widget, and we're going to require a code, and the code is supposed to be restaurant.code, right? So that's all that we need to do over here. So let's go back and visit any restaurant. Okay, so we have our food, but this restaurant doesn't have anything, so we won't get anything. Let's see, we do have, okay, it's okay, not bad. Okay, so what we need to do here, we need to set redirection for these particular tiles, because if we click, we're not going to be redirected to anywhere. So let's go, and let's go to food tile, get to food page. But why aren't we redirected? That's the question. Oh, okay, it's working, but I think, let's see. No, everything is working okay. So we're done with our restaurant page. The next time that we're going to revisit this page is when we are hooking up our map to get the directions and stuff. So that's the next major thing. That part, I guess we have to take care of it when we're done with our authentication. So for authentication, we're going to just deal with our profile first, design our profile. Then after the profile, we're going to just go ahead, design our authentication pages and the functionalities. After that, now we can be able to add addresses, get addresses. So when we get to the address part, that's when we need to go ahead and just handle all the things that requires maps. Okay, that's why I'm like, I dragged a little bit, because I want to do them at once. I don't want to do a bit by bit. If we do like just getting the location this time, and after 12 hours or 10 hours, then I'll come back and revisit maps again that won't be okay. So if you're doing maps, we'll go and cover everything that's related to maps, and then we can move on to the next phase. But for this section, our restaurant page is done. Probably before we move on to our profile, we can go to rating, okay? But rating, the downside of working on rating right now is when you're supposed to be redirected to the rating page if you're logged in. So that's something that we can do after authentication, because if we do a feature and don't finish, probably the likelihood of us not finishing that particular section is high, because the project is a little bit bigger than most of the projects that we usually do. So we want to make sure that everything is taken care of step by step and we don't forget stuff on the way. Our project, in this section, we're going to focus on creating our profile page, as well as everything that's related to authentication. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to go ahead, go to profile. We do have our profile page over here, but we just have a scaffold with nothing in it. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to work on our air bar first. All right, like that's going to be the profile air bar. Okay, so for the profile air bar, we need to go ahead and create a new file inside of our common, and we have to give it a name. So we're going to call it profile air bar, and it has to be a .dat file over here. Okay, so we're going to create a stateless widget, and we're going to call it profile air bar. Let's import material. After importing material, then we jump into our return widget. Okay, so we need to go ahead and return an air bar. Okay, so in our air bar, we're going to require the background color. So for the background color, it has to be the same color as the color that we have over here. So let's go with K off-white first. Let's save it. And we need to hook it so that we can see the changes as we are making them. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to reduce this to 50. After reducing it to 50, then our return widget here is going to be the widget that we just created, the profile air bar, right? So we're going to put the profile air bar over here. Let's save. So that's going to be our profile air bar. So let's revisit our profile air bar. The next prop that we need to take care of is the elevation. For the elevation, we're going to give it an elevation of 0. We don't want that line to appear. Okay, so let's go ahead and have our leading. That's 0 over here. Right underneath, we're going to have leading. So for our leading, we are going to have a gesture detector. So a gesture detector takes a function, on tap function. It takes a lot of functions, but we're going to use on tap. On tap, then we're going to do something, right? But first, we're going to go ahead and have, so here, we're going to put our logout button, okay? Our logout function. Logout function. So for this function, is a function that we're going to create when you're working on our login controller, because we can't work on logout without working on the authentication, right? So we need to jump right outside of the function, and we need to have a child. So our child is going to be an icon. So this icon we're going to use in design, okay? In design dot logout 1. It's just logout over here. So let's go ahead and save. So that's going to be our icon. Let's give our icon a little bit of size. So we're going to give it a size of 18, like that. So 18.h, and that's all that we need to do for this particular button. Okay, so but the button is way up to the top. We need to way up to the bottom. We need to push it to the top a little bit. So let's see here if nothing has changed. Okay, that is okay. 40. Okay, so let's leave it at 40 for now. If we do have any adjustments that we need to make, then we're going to revisit and make the adjustment. Okay, so we're going to have actions as well. So right after the gesture detector, let's go ahead and have action. So in our action, we're going to have a gesture detector as well. On tap, then we're going to just have an empty function, and we need a child. As for the child, we're going to not a child. We need a child of the gesture detector, but the child is going to be a role. In this role, we are going to require children. So our first child is going to be an SVG. Okay, SVG picture. Okay, SVG picture dot asset. So we need to import SVG manually. Okay, that's Flutter SVG. So if we come to the right to the top, import, here we're importing a package. It's supposed to be Flutter. That's if it is installed. Okay, so let's check our pubspec. We do have Flutter SVG over here, so that's the package that we need. Let's try to import it. SVG. Okay, so we successfully imported Flutter SVG. So here we need a path to the image that we're going to use, the SVG that we're going to use. So we're going to access our icons, and in our icons, I guess we do have a flag. Okay, so we're just going to go with that one of USA, but you can go ahead and put a particular SVG that you want to display over there. Okay, so let's save. Probably it won't display. Okay, so now that we have our SVG, we need to give it a width and a height. Now let's go back to our profile. So we're going to give it a width, and the width that we're going to give it is 15. And for the height, we're going to give it a height of 25. Okay, so let's include screen utils on our width, and let's format our code. Okay, so our flag is a little bit smaller. Here in our row, we need to just go ahead and have cross-x alignment. So for cross-x alignment, we're going to use cross-x alignment.send. Down at the bottom, we need to create a little bit of space between the widget that we just created and the next widget that we're going to put right beside the flag. So width, we need to give it a 5. Right at the bottom, let's go ahead and we're going to have like a divider. But I'm not going to use a divider, I'm just going to use a container. So for the container, let's give it a width, and we're going to give it a width of 1, and let's give it a height. So for height, we're going to give it a height of 15. Okay, so right underneath, we need a color, because since it's going to be a divider requires a color. So for color, we're going to go with K. Let's go with K light gray, a gray light for starters. Okay, we do have our divider, but it's not visible enough. Okay, so let's go ahead and have another size box right at the bottom. After that, we need to have a text widget. Okay, so for this text widget, we're going to use a reusable text widget, and for the texts, we need to just put the name of the country. So the logic for the country is a little bit tricky, because if you have to change countries, then we need a lot of SVGs to display from. Okay, so it's a tedious process for me to just go ahead and look for the SVGs, but the basic logic is to just go ahead, look for the SVG, upload them to your Firebase storage, get the URLs, create a list when you get the location, and then you can specify the country, which country user is in. Then you change the map over there. Okay, so for our text, we're going to go with K dark, and for the font weight is going to be normal. Okay, so it's going to be like that. So we need to just go ahead and have another widget right at the bottom. We need to put our settings. Okay, so let's add a comma. After adding a comma, add a size box, and then we can have padding. Okay, so padding, text padding. So here we're going to have edge insets dot only. Okay, so we need to manipulate the bottom. So to the bottom, we're going to give it a 4, and then we need to have children, not children, but a child for our padding widget. So our child is also going to be an icon. Okay, so for this icon, we're going to use simple icons, simple line icons. And then here we need to have settings. So it's going to be like that. So we need to just adjust the color, not the color, but the size. So the size, we're going to give it a size of 18. Let's include screen utils. Okay, so it's a little bit smaller now. Let's bring it down to 16. Okay, so 16 will do. Let's format the code. So for settings, we can just wrap settings in a gesture detector. So on tap, we're supposed to be redirected to the settings page, right? Let's add a comment to the settings page. Okay, so we're done with our air bar, but we need to just go ahead and bring it inside a little bit. We need to bring this widget right inside. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're just going to wrap everything that we have in this row. Would that do? Yes. Okay, so we can wrap it in a padding widget, and then we can have padding dot only. So we need to manipulate the right side only. Okay, so let's give it a 12, and then it's supposed to be .w over here, and then let's get rid of the const. Okay, so that's going to be our toolbar right at the bottom. That's where we are going to work on where we are going to display our profile, and then we can work on our tiles. Okay, so we're done with this. Let's go ahead and focus on this custom container. Okay, so we need to return a column in here. So a column requires children. We're not going to put anything, not anything, but this might be a little bit tricky, but let's see how it goes. So let's just go ahead and have a container here, and let's give it a height. We're going to give it a height of height, and that's supposed to be height multiplied by 0.06. Width, we're going to take up the whole width. After the width, then we're going to just go ahead, give it a color. Let's give it a color so that we can see what we're working with. So here, let's just give it K primary. Okay, so that's what we're working with for now. So in this container, we need to give it a child. So for the child, it's going to be a column as well. So in this column, we're going to require children, and our first child is going to be a padding. Inside of our padding, we need to have agent sets from left top, right bottom, right? From the left, we're going to give it a 12. From the top, we're going to give it a 0. From the right, we're going to give it a 16. And from the bottom, we're going to give it a 0 as well. So we need a child for our padding. As for the child, we're going to take in a raw widget. A raw text children, and this child, we have to give it main axis alignment as well as cross axis alignment. Okay, this is wrong. Okay, my bad. It's supposed to be right outside of the children. So we're going to have main axis alignment, and we're going to use main axis alignment space between. So down below, since we're going to have some tiles and stuff, what we can do, we can just go ahead and try to create the tile first before we start working on the page. Because if you work on the page and come back and work on the tile, that might give us a little bit of a problem. So we create a new file in our widget, and we're going to call it tile. It's supposed to be profile tile widget over here. Okay, and it has to be a .dot file. So here we're going to have a stateless widget, and we're going to call it profile tile. Let's import material. After importing material, then we can continue to work on our tile widget. Okay, so for our tile widget, it's going to require several things. So first, we're going to have a final title. Okay, we're going to require a title from where we're going to use the tile from. Okay, that's the first. The second thing that we're going to require is icon data. So we don't need to set icons within the tile itself. We need to put the icon right outside so that we can make our tile as reusable as possible. Data. So we're just going to call it icon over here. And down at the bottom, we're going to require a function. So this function is going to be nullable, and we're going to call it on tap with a capital letter T over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and add these to our formal parameters. After adding them to our formal parameters, we can just jump right inside and start working. So here, instead of returning a container, we're going to return a list tile. A list tile. Let's go with list tile. Okay, so we need to just jump straight into manipulating the tile. So we need visual density. We don't want it to be too big, so we're going to make it compact. Okay. After that, we're going to have on tap. So on tap, we're going to map it to the function that we created on top. So if we tap the tile, then we're supposed to do something. So whatever we are going to put in our function, that's what's going to happen, right? So if we put the function right inside of the list tile, then we are bound to have one thing. We won't be able to redirect to anything, right? So by passing a function, it makes it easier for us to just reuse that particular tile throughout our design, okay? So for leading, we're going to have an icon, and this icon is the icon that we're going to pass from the parent widget that we're going to use this particular widget in, that is in our profile, right? And we're also going to require a title. So a title, when it comes to a list tile, a title is a widget, is of type widget, right? Okay, so here what we need a reusable text widget. So we do have the text. The text is supposed to be the title that we have on top, and we need to style it a little bit. So we're going to give it a style. So for the style, we're going to just go ahead and give it 11, and for the color, we're going to go with K gray. As for the font weight, we're going to go with normal. So fw.normal, font weight.normal. Okay, so let's just format the code, make sure that everything is visible. So we are almost done. The advantage of doing this is, like, when we're creating the page, is going to be way easier rather than to just try to create them one by one. It makes the application a little bit dirty. We don't want that. We want to just maintain a clear, not a clear, but a clean coding environment. So here we're going to have a condition. If our title is equals to settings, then we're not going to display, we're going to display something different from whatever we're going, from the icon that we're going to display for the other tiles. Okay, if it is equals to settings, then we're going to go ahead and display in a flag, the same flag that we have right on top, right? Is not equal to, oh yes, not equal to. So we need to put whatever we are going to put for everything else, and then right here, that's where we are going to put the flag. Okay, so here it's supposed to be svg picture.assets, assets icons usa.svg. Okay, so I think I did miss that one though. So we just need to include the width as well as the height. So for the width, we're going to give it a width of 15, and for the height, we're going to give it a height of 20, like that. Yeah, that's 50. That's not 20. Okay, so let's just include screen utils. Over here, it's supposed to be .w. And let's format the code. Okay, we have to work on this one, on our first condition, on whatever we're going to display first before we try to format the code. So here we're going to have an icon. So our icon here, we have to hard code, right? So we're going to access and design, and from design we need the right arrow, okay, and we have to give it a size of 16 like that. So let's just go ahead, add consts. With this done, our work will be way more easy. Okay, so we are done with this. Next, we're just going to create a list where we're going to put our tiles. Ahead and finish up on our profile page. So what we need to do right after this particular widget, we need to have a size box. We need to create a little bit of space between this icon and the icon that we're going to have next. Okay, so we're going to have a size box and we're going to give it a height since we're in a column. Okay, and we're going to give it a height of 10. Let's include screen utils each and every time that we invalid constant. So this constant is the one that's causing a problem. So right over here, we need to put our const. Okay, now that we have this particular, we have the gap, what we need to do, we need to have a container. So our first container is going to have a size of about 210. Okay, it's going to have a size of 210. So what we can do over here, we can have height. So for height, we're going to give it to 10. .h. After that, we're going to have background color. No background color. Background color. So let's just put it in decoration. Box decoration. So we're going to have our color. So our color is going to be K light white. Let's go with K light white. Okay, so that's going to be our first item, our first container. So here we're not going to add padding to the sides. We want it to be like that. So right inside we need to have a child. So for this child, we're going to put a list view, right? So our list view takes in children, but before the children, we need to get rid of the padding. So we need to have agencies.0 over here. After having our padding, then we go ahead and disable the physics. So for physics, we're going to use never scrollable physics. It's supposed to be never. Okay. So whatever we're going to have inside is not going to be scrollable. So we're going to have children, but it's something that we can just go ahead and change in a little bit if we do have like an overflow issue. Okay. We are not going to have overflow since we're in the list view, but if our tiles, the tiles that we're going to put inside, are exceeding the size that we gave it, then we can go ahead, increase the size, or just make it scrollable. Okay, so we're going to have our first tile. What was the name that we gave? Profile tile, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, so for our profile tile, let's go ahead, have on tap. We're going to initialize it as an empty function over here. And for the title, our first one is going to be for orders. Okay, so we're going to call it my orders. And for the icon, we're going to go ahead and use iron icons. And we're going to have a cart cut outline. Nah. Let's go with fast food. So we can go with fast food outline. But the size is a little bit bigger. We need to adjust something in our tile because it's not appealing at the moment. It's not appealing at all. So let's see how we can adjust. The size. Okay, we need to adjust this size, the icon size. We can't adjust it from here since we are passing the whole icon. So inside of our profile page, let's see whether we can. It's a little bit tricky. Okay, so that means we have to put size over here. Okay, so let's go with 16 for starters. 16 is too small. 16, nope. 18. Okay, let's start with 20. 20 will do. Let's see. Okay, we need min leading width so that we can have our title to this particular site. Okay, and for the size, we can try 18. Now it depends. We can readjust a little bit later, but for now, 18, 19, 18. 18 is the most suitable one. Okay, so now back to this page. So this is how easy it is. Since we're done with that one, we can just copy this, paste it a couple of times, format. Now we have our icons. We have our tiles, not our icons. So let's see whether we can put the fifth one. We can put the fifth one without any trouble. So we don't want to put too much. So for the next one, we can just say my favorite places. It's supposed to be favorite places. Let's add a V over here. So for favorite places, we're going to use, let's see whether we do have a heart over here. Okay, we do. But it has to be outline. Like that. Right underneath, we're going to change the title. We're going to have reviews. Let's just call it reviews. So for the reviews, we're going to try to have a chat bubble, I guess. But outline. Like that. And let's have coupons. So for coupons, we're going to have a tag. We don't have a tag from this particular font. So for a tag, we can use material community icons. And just have a tag over here. But the tag is a little bit not okay. So outline would do. What's the problem over here? we deleted the bracket. Okay, like that. That would do. So we have 4. Probably we can go with 4. Let's go ahead and remove this. So we're going to be left with space. Ooh. 190, 180, 175, or 170. You can adjust according to how you want it to look. Okay, even the number of items that are going to put inside, you can adjust as well. So that's going to be our first. So here, let's go ahead and try something. A custom container. Okay, we're going to copy this, but before we copy, we need to just check whether we did add a comma or not. We didn't. Add a comma here to close it, and then we copy this and we're going to just paste it down. But we are going to need a size box to create a little bit of space between the first set and the second set. So we're going to give it a height. So let's go ahead and give it a height of 10, 15. That will do. Add a comma over here and let's save. Okay. So that's going to be our profile. So let's just go ahead and adjust these ones. So right at the bottom, we're going to, the first one that we're going to have over here is a shipping address, right? Shipping address. No, not shipping. Shipping address. Okay. So for the shipping address, we're going to use simple line icons. So for simple line icons, we're just going to take the location pin. Location pin. Like that. Right below, we're going to have service center. That's like customer service or some. So I'm just going to call it service center. So we might have different opinion on how to call things. So everything doesn't have to be right from my part. I'll try to make it as close as possible, but you can just go ahead and change to the one that you desire the most. So for service, we're going to use InDesign, and we're going to take it's supposed to be headsets over here, but we do have customer service, so that'll do. After that, let's go ahead and add one for app feedback. App feedback. Save that. So for the feedback, we're going to here we can use material icons, and for material icons, we're going to use RSS feed. So let's change this name from coupon. Oh no, made a mistake. So we can just cut this from here, and then down below we can put the other one. Let's format the code. After formatting, right at the bottom, that's where we're going to put our settings. So if we have settings, then we just need to put the icon here. Okay, so for icon is going to be we're going to use InDesign settings, and we're going to have a flag here instead of having this arrow, and that's the logic that we set here. So if our title is equals to settings, then is not equal to setting, we're going to go ahead and display this right arrow. Else, we're going to display this particular flag. That's what we have over here. So that's all for this page. It was a little bit easier to design. So let's see what we are working on next. But before we continue, we can just go ahead and add a little bit of source to it. Okay, so we do have this over here. Let's just change this to a container. Okay, the the computer might be a little bit slow, so let's just go decoration, box decoration. Let's add border radius over here. So for the border radius, we can use border radius dot all, then radius dot circular. Let's give it a radius of, let's go with 12 for starters. And we need to just include a color. So we're going to have color, and we want to make it light white. Okay. Okay, light white. Okay. We don't need border radius over here because of our design. So if it is like this, what we can do, we can just, instead of pushing it back, we have to adjust the color of this particular bar. Okay. So let's add, not add consts. The easier way is just to remove this, put it on top, since we're not going to have anything else inside. And then we can delete this, save, go back to our app bar. This app bar, we should move it to the folder that we just created inside of the profile. Okay, here, that's where we should move it. After moving it, so here we have to change the color to K light white, like that. Is it light white? Okay, let's go ahead and save this as well. Okay, so now it's uniform. We have our app bar and we have whatever comes right underneath. But one thing that I'm not like, I'm not a fan of is this thing that we have here, the logout button. So for the logout button, what we can do, we can just go ahead and have a custom button over here. Okay, so for this button, we're just going to say logout. So we do have our button, but we put it in the wrong place. It's supposed to be right outside of this container. Like that. So F. And let's go ahead and add radius. Okay, so as for the radius, we want to give it a radius of 0. Like that. So we want to push it down to the bottom a little bit. So we're going to have another size box here. So for the size box, we need to give it a height, and let's give it a height of 20. Let's add a comma and go back right to the top. To the top, we need to put .h. Okay, like that. And we need to change the button color. Button color, we're going to make it K red. Like that. Okay. So to get rid of the complaining lint, we don't have to add consts. Since we're going to have an onTap function, it will take care of that for us. So we are done with that part, but we need to revisit this profile, and then we can just go ahead and remove deleting. like that. So that's going to be our profile. So next we can work on our authentication page. That's the login page, the registration page, and then we can try to register and just finish that section so that we can move on to our address card, things that requires us to be logged into to start working on them. Okay, our text form field. So the first thing that we're going to require here is a cursor. Okay, it's the cursor color, so we just have to make it black. So we're going to go with kdark. After that, let's go and move on to a text input action. So for text input action, we're going to have it's supposed to be text input action dot. So here we're going to go to the next one. Okay, after we are done filling the field, we go to the next one. On edit complete, it's a function, so instead of putting a function here, we want to do something with that function inside of our main page. So we should go ahead and bring it to the top here. So let's just add it to our formal parameters. So this is our first. We have more to come. So for the keyboard here, not key but keyboard. So the keyboard type for this one, we are not going to do anything fancy. So it's supposed to be keyboard type dot email address, not keyboard type. It's supposed to be text input type dot email address, since we are in a email text field. But if you want to reuse this email text field, then we should just put it as keyboard type over here, and we create a final variable, then we give it a name, the same name that we gave it over here. Okay, and we have to make it nullable. So by default it's going to be text. So if this is null, then we're just going to go ahead and use text input type dot email address. Okay, just in case we forget to edit. Okay, so we have that one and we got that out of the way. Initial value, we're just going to set it to initial value. So our initial value is going to be a string, a nullable string. So let's copy the value, create a final. Let's close that. After that, we need a controller. So this is a text editing controller. This is the most important thing that we shouldn't forget when we're trying to have a reusable text field. Okay, so we have our controller. Here we can just hover over, copy the type, and then we create. Okay, so here we made a typo, so let's just change it, edit to a formal parameter, and then we move. So for validation, validator, there's no need for a validator though, because even if you enter a wrong password, we do have validation in the backend. You're bound to run into an error. Okay, so what we can do, we can just have a simple validation here. Okay, so validation is going to be a function, right? So here we need a value. So what we're going to do, we're just going to check if the value is empty. If value dot is empty, then we're just going to show the user a text like, okay, we're going to return please a message. It has to be a string. Please enter a valid email. Please enter a valid, not a valid email, since it's reusable. Let's just say please enter valid, let's just say data over here, because we don't want to limit ourselves. Otherwise we're just going to have else, and then we're just going to return. Okay, like that. It's supposed to be return over here. We're going to return no. Okay, so we're done with validation. After validation, what we're going to require is the style. Okay, so this is the style of the text that we're going to be inputting in a text field. Okay, so style, app style, we're going to give it a 12, and as for the color, we're going to go with K gray. For the font weight, we're going to go with normal, so it's supposed to be fw.normal. After that, let's go ahead and have decoration. Decoration is a little bit boring because it is a lot of stuff. Input decoration. So the first thing that we need, input decoration is our hint text, right? So our hint text, we have to provide the hint text from the parent component that we're going to use our text field. Okay, my bad. Here is supposed to be comma, and we need that hint text later on. So we're also going to require a prefix icon. It's supposed to be prefix icon right here. So for prefix icon, it's a widget, so we're going to have prefix. We're going to give it a name, prefix icon, so that we won't get confused. Right below that, let's just enable is dense. Let's put it to true. Content padding, we want to add a little bit of padding, so we're going to use edgeinsets.all, and we're going to give everything a padding of 6. No, 6.h over here. A hint style, that's the style of the hint text that we have to provide on top. So for the hint style, we're going to just copy the style that we have for our text and just maybe manipulate it a little bit, if not the same. So we might need to make some changes a little bit later, but for now, let's just go with that. So let's add these 2 parameters right on top before we forget. So we need a final string with the name hint text. That's the first one, and the next one is going to be our prefix icon. So this one is going to be a final widget. Okay, that's the name, prefix icon. Let's edit so for more parameters. Now we're getting to our decoration. So we need error border. Okay, so if we do have an error, then we're going to have const outline input border. Okay, so for this one, we're going to have border side. As for border side, we're going to just put to take border side, and for border side, we have to provide a color. So if it is an error, then it should be red, right? So it's supposed to be red over here, and then we need to give it a little bit of width. So for the width, we're going to give it 0.5. Okay, like that. So that's 0.5, and we also need to give our text field a little bit of border radius. So we're going to go with border radius. So for border radius, we're going to go with border radius.o, and here it's supposed to be radius.circular, and we're going to give it a radius of 12.r. Okay, we do have the error because we put const over here, and we need to add a comma over here as well. So that's all for our error. Next, what we can do, we can go to focus border. Oh, that's like a long list. So let's just go ahead, do this, finish, and then our work will become a little bit easier as time goes on. So let's paste this here. So we're going to change it to focus border. So if it is focused, we're going to have the same, but for our color, we're going to go with K primary. That's the change that we need to make. So let's copy again and let's paste it down. After pasting it down, we're going to go with focus error border. So if it is focused and you just got an error, we're going to change this to K red. Let's copy it again and let's paste it down. At the bottom, we're going to need a disabled border. So if it is disabled, then we're going to just make it K green. Okay, let's make sure that here it's K green. Let's go ahead, copy, and when it's enabled, it should be different as well. So we're going to have enabled border. So this is why we should make it as reusable, because we don't want to write these lines of code each and every time that we are trying to create a text form field. It's way too tedious. So we do it once, and the next time that we want to use a text form field, then we can reuse whatever we created. So if it is enabled, the color is going to be K primary, if I'm not mistaken. Enabled border, let's go with K primary. I think that'll do. And down at the bottom, we're going to have border. As for border, we're going to take outline as well. And here we need border sides. The same as what we were doing before. So we just copy everything that we have right here on top and we paste it down here. So for border side, we're going to go with K primary and our radius still remains the same. Okay, so that's our field. It's a little bit too much. So we are done with this one. Next, we're going to work on the password one. So the password one is going to be a little bit easy because we have this one already. We just need to have some fields that we're going to play around with when it comes to our password. Okay, we need to go ahead and work on that login page, right? We need to just put the controller and we can put the other one that we are about to create. So first, the login page, right? We return the center over here. We need to get rid of the center so that we can put our text form fields. So let's just add a little bit elevation. So let's give it an elevation of 0. Okay, we don't have elevation anymore. So we want to give it a color. That's supposed to be background color. So our background color is supposed to be colors.white. Okay, so we're going to go with white. Okay. As for body, let's go ahead and put a background container. Let's see how it looks. Okay, so it takes in a child. So our child is going to be a container. Let's just put a container for now. And for the color, I doubt that it's required, but we can go with K off-white. Okay, that will do, but that will change the way that we're going to be doing stuff right here on top, right? So we do have our leading. So this color has to change to not to off-white, but to light white. Okay, light white. Okay, not really. And the scaffold background color. So the scaffold background color should be the same as this color. Okay, that'll do, but it gives us more room to manipulate the application the way that you want. So here we do have K primary. If you put K primary here, that's going to be our page, right? This is a little bit better than what it was looking like. So we need a title. So for this one, we can go with K secondary, a secondary. And as for our title, we can just put it in the center. Right in the center, we are going to require a child. And for our child, we need to use a text widget. Okay. So, no, we need to use reusable text. And then we are going to write the title of the application. Okay. foods or foodly family, whatever you want to put, then that's okay. So let's give it a little bit of style. So we're going to go with our app style, give it a size. So for the size, it might be a little bit bigger down, so you can go with 20, 18, whatever you want to put. And for the color, let's go with K light white. And for the font weight, we can go with bold for starters. Okay, that's looking appealing. Okay, so let's format that. So we're done with that part. Now we're going to focus on our fields, right? So in here, we're going to require a list view instead of a container. Let's go ahead and get ourselves a list view. We need to put our widgets in a way that we can be able to manipulate the distance between them. Okay, so first we're going to get rid of the, should we get rid of the padding? Let's try to get rid of the padding first. Padding, because a list view has a padding that you might not notice that it's there. So we might try to experiment with it a little bit. So let's add children, right? So our first child, let's make it as a container, right? After that, let's give it a width and a height. So after giving our container a width, we can give it a width of width. That will do. That's no problem, since we are just going to make an illustration of something. And as for the height, give it a height of, let's give it a height of 90. After that, let's give it a color, right? So for the color, we can go with K primary. Okay, so that's with the padding. That's without the padding. So let's say we don't have the padding. Oh, still this one is okay. It's okay. But let's just get rid of it just in case. So right on top, we're going to have a size box. So our size box should be a height of, let's give it a height of 30.h. Let's add a comma. Okay, so our widgets are going to start from this point, right? So you see that we can edit here, or we can just give it a padding, but let's go with the size box. So right inside, we need to have a lottie, the same lottie that we put on the login redirect. So we're going to have lottie, that's supposed to be lottie dot, no, lottie dot asset. Okay, so we need to provide the name. So our asset is coming from assets name anime, and then here is supposed to be delivery JSON, right? Delivery.json. Let's save that. Okay, made a typo, that's why. Let's reload. Going back. Okay, so that's going to be our page. So here we need to change the background color of this particular, what's the name of this thing? The background container. Did we include the color? The color is here. Oh, this is a little bit bogus. We should put the color right before the child. The child should always come last out of all the props. Okay, so let's just change the color to it's supposed to be colors.white over here. Okay, so that's going to be our login page, but we do have this. It's covering the edges. We don't want that. So in order for us to get rid of that, we can wrap this widget inside of a clip rect. We need to clip the corners so that we won't see the, so that our edges will always be the same radius, always, right? So we're going to give it a border radius. Here is supposed to be, let's go with only. So our radius is going to be top and top left. It's supposed to be radius.circular. So let's give it a 30.r, and let's add a comma, and we need top right as well, like that. Let's save that. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. Now we don't have, like, our list is no longer covering the edges. So this is good. Now that we get that out of the way, we can focus on the real deal, which is going to be our forms and stuff. So we need to have, let's go ahead and have a column in here. A column. So a column requires children. So for our first child is going to be the email text field. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's going to be our text field, but it's a little bit too much. It's a little bit too much, too big. So we can wrap this column with a padding. So we need to give it a horizontal padding. So symmetric, and we have to make it horizontal over here. So horizontally, we're going to give it a padding of 20, like that. So let's go ahead and try to manipulate the border radius, because the border radius that we put, it seems like it's a little bit too much. It's a little bit too much. We give it a 12. Let's try to reduce it to 9 in all areas. Let's go with 9 over here. Okay, 9 would do. 9 will save us well. So let's go ahead and try to work on this page. So first, let's go ahead and have hint text. So for hint text, it's going to be a string. Okay, so we can say enter email, like that, and our hint text will appear. After that, we're going to require what we call a prefix icon. So for our prefix icon, we're going to have an icon. So here we need an email icon, an email. So we're going to use Cupertino for this one. It's been a minute since we used Cupertino. That's supposed to be Cupertino icons. I don't know whether the spelling is wrong, because it's been a long time for me. Cupertino, okay, dot email. Ain't supposed, it's supposed to be mail. Yes. So for this one, we're going to go with a mail, but I don't know whether we're going to go with outline or we're just going to go with, let's just go with mail and see how it looks. Oh, it looks good. It looks good. Now it's a little bit bigger. So what we can do, we can reduce the size a little from, because the default size is 24. So let's get it to 20. 20, not 40. 20. Let's get it to 20. Still, the moment that we put the prefix icon, then this suddenly becomes a little bit bigger. Okay, but it's no problem though. Let's go with 22, because it doesn't have to be too big. Now I'm even regretting, because the shape wasn't okay because of the size. Okay, bring it back to 12. Okay, that'll do. After having these prefix icons, now we need a controller. So we need to create a controller for email. So we're going to call it email controller, like that. Okay, so we need to create a text editing controller right at the top. So it's supposed to be a final text editing controller, or it's supposed to be just text editing controller. It's a late final text editing controller. This part is a little bit longer. Text editing controller is equals to text editing controller. Okay, like that. So let's close it. So here it's supposed to be email. Name is supposed to be the same as the name that we gave it over here, so we can just copy, paste. So let's go ahead and have the one for the password controller. It's supposed to be controller with double LE. And we save that. After that, we're going to have what we call a focus node. Okay, so we're going to have final focus node. So we need a focus node for our password. So we're going to have password focus node. Okay, this equals to a focus node. We need to instantiate our focus node like that. So let's just go ahead and close it. And so for the colors, you can use them interchangeably, or you can just go ahead and use K primary. I don't want, it's not something that's mandatory. So instead of using K secondary here, you can just go with K primary to maintain a uniform feel. Okay, so that's okay. We also have a little bit of green right at the bottom, so that opens out okay. So we're done with that part. Here we just need to have dispose. Okay, we need to dispose our controllers after using them. So we're going to have, oh no, dispose. So we need to dispose these three. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy them. That's the focus, the password controller, and the email. So here is supposed to be .dispose. We close it. Let's just copy this so that we can expedite our process a little bit like that. So we're done with that section. Now let's go back to our email text field. The email text field is a little bit longer. So hint text is supposed to be enter email, or let's just keep it short by saying email here. Okay, after that, let's go ahead. We're not going to choose the keyboard type because we already set a keyboard type. For the color of the icon, we did put an icon somewhere, is it? Let's give it a color. The color, let's go with K gray light. K gray light would fit without a problem. It consts. So the focus node here, we need to use the focus node here, but we didn't include it, so probably we're just going to leave it, because the purpose of the focus node is to, when we are done with entering our email over here, we should automatically skip to the next focus, to the next text field. Okay, the focus should change, but anyways, it's not a big deal. So let's go ahead and have a size box over here. Our size box, we're going to give it a height. Let's give it a height of 25. It's supposed to be .h. At the bottom, that's where we're going to put our password text field, right? So let's just put this here. So that's how it's going to look like. So we're going to have email, we're going to have password, and down at the bottom we're going to have a button. So we're just going to work on the layout, and then lastly we can go on and work on our password field. But it's not going to take much, since we already have worked on a particular field before. So here we're going to have our size box, and we're going to have our button. So this button should be the same as the button that we used in one of our pages, which is redirect, right? This button. So we can just copy this button and come and paste it in here. Let's import get as well. Okay, so that's going to be our button, but we still need to do a little bit of justice. Let's remove this width, the -20, make it a little bit smaller, 35, and we need to go ahead and increase this to maybe a 20, because it's a little bit too close. And after the button, what we need to do, we need to add another size box. After the size box, then we're going to have a registration text. So our registration text, it can be anywhere. Okay, so let's just have a reusable text over here, and we're going to call it register. And here we need app style. So for app style, we are going to give it a size of 12. The color, since it's a link, we're going to go with colors.blue. I don't have that blue in my constant colors, so it's better to just use the ones they provide. So we need to make it normal. Normal. Okay, like that. Let's save. Okay, so it's going to be like this. So it should be clickable. So we wrap it around a gesture detector, like that. And we're going to have on tap, and on tap we should do something. So let's go ahead, cut it from here, remove this, and we want to put it right after the second email, right? We need to put it right there. It needs to be in between. Okay, it needs to be here, but let's give it a little bit of padding only to the top. It should be top or bottom. Let's go ahead and see. Yeah, okay, to the top, that will do. And we need to push it right to the corner. Okay, so if you want to put it right to the corner, what we should do, we should just go ahead, put it in a row. It's just a trick. Put it in a row, and for our main axis alignment, we're going to go with end, like that. We don't need to do any extra stuff. So if we press, we should go to the registration page. So now is the time that we create that registration page. We just create a dummy page, and then what we can do here, we can just copy the login page, paste it, rename it to registration page, and rename the name of the widget inside of it. Registration page, like that. So now we do have our registration page. So we need to change this name to registration, like that. So we can get rid of this. We don't need it. But everything here is okay. So let's get rid of the unwanted code, close, go to the login. On this gesture detector, if we click, then we're going to get to the route that we just created, the page that we just created. So here it's supposed to be a registration page, right? Like that. That's how easy it is. So let's add consts. So if we click, what's going on? Login. Oh, we are on the page already, are we? Okay, let's try it again. We're already on the registration page. Wow. Yeah. Okay, let's add transition here, because I don't like what I'm seeing. Transition. Here we're going to use transition dot fading. Not transform. Transition dot fading. Okay. And let's give it a duration here. So as always, our duration, we're going to use it in milliseconds. Okay, so here duration, we choose the amount of time that we want to our page to transition. So for this one, I'm going to go with 1200. At least I can see that other pages. Yeah, that is okay. The page is visible. So right now we need to create our password text field. So to create our password text field, we need to create a new file, and we have to give it a name. Password text field. That's going to be the name, and it has to be a .dot file. Okay, my spelling is wrong. Forgot a D over here, and we have to put a P. Okay, so we're just going to copy everything that we have in this email text field, and then we're going to paste it inside of our password text field, right? So after that, what we need to do, we need to just come here and change the name to password text field, like that. Okay, so here we need to get rid of most of the stuff. What we require here, we just require the controller, right? So we're going to, let's remove everything from our formal parameters. Let's remove everything except for the controller. So we need to add the controller here. So let's go ahead and work inside of our text field. But we are going to require a get controller here, a getX controller for our password, right? Here on edit complete, let's go ahead and remove that. And our keyboard type is going to be different. So we need text input dot password, visible password, initial text. For initial text, and let's call it a password here, a valid. So here it has to be a valid password. Hint text. So for hint text, if we have over, it's supposed to be a string. So hint text is supposed to be password over here, like that. Prefix icon is going to be a little bit. Prefix icon, we're going to just use an icon, and for this icon, it takes in an icon. So we want to use Cupertino icons, and we need to put a lock. Let's see, which one should we put? Let's put this one, and let's give it a size and a color. So for the size, we're going to give it a 26, and for the color, we're going to give it the same color. So it's the same color as the one that we have on the email, light green. Okay, so let's format the code. After formatting the code, we're going to add const over here. Okay, so we can hook this controller to the right page, and of which our page is this registration page. Okay, not registration page, but login page. So instead of having this one over here, we're going to have a password text field, and our password text field takes in a controller. I was supposed to delete this as well. Let's add a comma over here. So we need a controller for this, not a consumer but a controller, and our controller is going to be the password controller. Okay, so we should go ahead and remove the initial text over here. Let's save and restart our application. It will take a little bit. It's taking way too much time to load. The internet might be a little bit slow, but let's see whether we can visit this page. Yeah, okay, this is caused by the data that we didn't get. So if the internet is this slow, it's going to slow us down a little. So if we get this data, then we won't have a problem. But if we don't get the data, then we're going to bound into that same problem, because we'll be going to the other pages without like the state being mutated for the other pages. So we do have our password here, so we need to go ahead and work on our prefix, not our prefix, but our suffix icon. Okay, so we're going to have suffix icon here, so we can just copy this as it is and come and paste it over here. If we save, we're going to have another lock, but we don't need the lock down here. We need an I. Okay, so it's supposed to be icon dot visibility. It's supposed to be visibility, if I'm not mistaken. It's supposed to be icons dot, is it icons or icon? It's supposed to be icons dot visibility. So now that we have this, what we can do, can go ahead and create a controller that we're going to use to trigger our obscure password. So we need the value, the obscure text. It should be outside here. Obscure text, let's set it as true for now, since we don't have our boolean value as yet. All right, so if our obscure text is true, if we type something here, it won't be visible. Okay, so we need to trigger this obscure text from true to false. That's why we are going to go ahead and create a controller. Okay, so we're just going to create a new file and we're going to call it a password controller, and it has to be a .dot file. After that, let's create a class, and we have to give our class a name. So we're going to say it's supposed to be password controller. So our password controller extends getX controller. So that means we need to import getX. We need to import get right on top, and it's imported. Right inside, we're going to have an rx bool. Okay, and we have to have a, let's just call it password over here. After calling it password, then we need to initialize it as a boolean, but this boolean has to be observable. Okay, and right at the bottom we need to get we need to get this value. We need to create a getter and we need to create a set, right? So first we're going to just go ahead and deal with our getter. So bool get, and we're going to get password, and we're going to get this password from the private variable that we declared on top. So it's supposed to be password dot value, right? Like that. So let's go ahead and close it. Right at the bottom we're going to create a setter. Okay, and we're going to give it a name, set password. So for set password we are going to take in a boolean, and so let's just give it a name, value, not value. Okay, it's this one is supposed to be the new state. Okay, the new state of our boolean value, and we're going to set the private password value to the new state. Okay, like that. So this is pretty much basic to what we were doing before, creating a private variable, and to get this variable we need to create a getter, because since it's private we cannot access it. So we need to create a public variable that's going to access the private variable, right? And this variable is the one that we're going to be using in our UI. And to set, we need to create a setter method, and for this setter method it has to have a name and it has to take in the same type as our variable, a boolean. Okay, and when we get a new value we're going to change the value of this private boolean to the new state. This new state is the state that we're getting from this button right here. When we click and not click again, so the state is going to mutate, right? So basically that's it. If we set, then we come back, do the same, use this public variable to get the private variable, and then we display it in our UI. Okay, so we're done with this part. So we need to go back to our password controller, and we need to initialize this controller that we created. So final controller is supposed to be controller over here is equals to get.put, supposed to be capital letter G over here, get.put, and here we need a password controller, right? Let's go ahead and close it. Okay, so this one is supposed to be controller, since we already have a controller right on top. So we can say password controller here. It's supposed to be password controller, like that. So our value is going to come, this obscure value is going to come from this controller. So password controller dot password, right? And one other thing we have to make, to observe the changes over here, we have to go ahead and wrap this in an OBX, right? Otherwise we won't be able to to show the changes whenever this button is clicked, because we need to read the changes, and in order for us to read the changes, we require an OBX. So we're going to cut this code, and we're going to have an OBX over here, and let's paste the code again. Let's close it here. Okay, let's get rid of that. So probably okay, we're not going to run into an error. So our obscure text is false. Initially it's false, right? That's why we have this. But there's one thing that we do need to change. We need to change the color text. The color text, that's the hint style. I mean, this one, not hint style, but the style. Let's go with K dark. Okay, our text is now dark, so that's okay. So here we need to deal with this particular widget, the suffix icon. So we need to access our password controller, and we're going to get password. If it is true, then we're going to display visible. If it is not, then we're going to display another icon. So for the error to go, we need to remove the const. Okay, so here it's supposed to be icons dot visibility, then underscore off. Okay, so that's it for icon. So this needs to change. We need to trigger the state. So to trigger the state, what we're going to do, we're going to wrap this icon in a gesture detector. It's supposed to be gesture detector over here, and on tap we're going to access our password controller dot set password is equals to password. So we are just triggering. Okay, so if we click, that's the whole thing that we needed. So we are done with this part. Here we can have our email. So the text has to be the same, the text color has to be the same, it has to be dark for the text field and the password field. So here we need to change the style to K dark, like that. Okay, so we are done with this part. Let's go ahead and try to sign up a user now. So we need to just go ahead and create a login controller. So that's the controller that we're going to put all the functions that we're going to use for our login process. So create a new file, and we're going to call it login controller, and it has to be a .dot file. Let's create a class. Our class name is going to be login controller, and it's going to extend get. Okay, get X controller over here, like that. Okay, so for now let's leave it like that and create our models. So the first one is going to be the registration request. Okay, so we copy this data, right, and we're going to go ahead and open our QuickType. Where is QuickType? Over here. Okay, and then we're just going to paste here. So we need to give it a name. Let's give it a name like registration requests. Let's just call it registration model over here, a model with a capital letter M. And let's copy the model. We go back to our application, and we're going to create a new file in models. New file, and we're going to call it registration model, and it has to be a .dot file. After creating the file, okay, the spelling is wrong. Registration, wow, that's so bad. Registration model. We need to paste the code in here. Okay, so that's going to be our registration model. Let's get rid of the unwanted code and let's save it. So that's the first. We're also going to create a login model. So let's just go ahead, create a new file, login model, and and it's a dot file like that. Go back to our Postman. So from Postman, we're going to visit login. We're going to copy this, copy the body, and go back to QuickType, and we're going to call it login model like that. Okay, so we're just going to copy this, and we're going to paste it right inside of our application. So in our login model. So a login has a different, it has a different, what do you call it? It has a different response from registration. Okay, so what we can do, we can try both, right? So go to Postman. If you go to Postman and go to sign up, okay, if you're signing up, let's just click this. If you don't have an account, probably this is going to be, oh, this is supposed to be, it ain't supposed to be admin over here. Oh, it's supposed to be tutorial. So the best URL is different. So let's just try to create an account. That's if there's no account. So we already have an account with the same name, with the same ID. So we aren't able to create an account over here using this email. What we can do, let's just change everything. Let's supposed to be the best, something like that. So the password can be the same. Either way, it doesn't matter. So let's just register. Still the same UID. Yeah, okay. So probably it has something to do with my database. So I have to fix it before we proceed somehow. But your database is clean, so you won't have this kind of problem. But let's go to login. If we have an account, let's see whether we can log in with this. User not found, so we don't have a user, but this is one of the response that we need with the status end and the message. So this is a response. So we can just call it this is API error. Is it API error? It should be. So let's go back to our project first and see whether we don't have it. We do have it already. We do have it. So it's the same as for a success. So let's say we are registering an account. So when you're registering an account, what we are going to return, we're going to return the same, not the same, but a model with the same structure as this one. So we're going to take the data that we have in the response that we got, and we're going to go to QuickType. And inside of QuickType, we're just going to paste it here, and we're going to call it a success response. So a success without any data, we have the same model as the error model. Okay, success model, and then let's just copy the model from over here and go back to our application. Let's create a new model, and we're going to call it success model, and it has to be a dot file over here. Let's paste the code and let's save. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to fix the error with my database first, and then we can go ahead and create the one for login, not login but registration. Okay, to deal with our registration, there are some things that we need to change a little bit. We need to make some changes. Since we're going to create this user using Postman, that means we're not going to have this FCM token, right? So what we can do, we can go back to our backend. Where is the backend? Okay, this backend that we have here, right? And in our model, we're going to models, we're going to visit users. In users, we do have for this one we don't have FCM, so we do have to add FCM, right? We have to add a token over here. So our token is going to be a string, and by default we're going to just give it a none. Okay, so each and every time that we register an account is going to have this FCM token, and it's going to be none. So Let's proceed. Now we can go back to our, I'm going to just use this 3T. I want to delete this user. Okay. So to delete, let me just view it in a table form. Okay, that way it's a little bit easy. Okay, this is the account that I want to delete, and delete the account from over here. Okay. Oh, someone just, this is odd. This is odd. But anyways, let's continue. Okay. So what we can do, we can try to just go ahead and refresh and see what we can get after we refresh, whether we can get 3 users or we can get 2. Okay. Verification false, verification false, OTP. Okay. Let's go with that. So we come back here. We need to go ahead and register an account, because initially we weren't able to register an account, so we didn't know, like, not that, but the response was a little bit different, right? So we can just change the name here. We can just say the dude and just press register. Okay, so we have successfully created an account. If we go back to our database, just refresh over here. Now we do have an account, the dude. Okay, that's the account that we just created. So from here we have this particular model. We've created this as a success model already. So now to log in, we can log in with the same credentials, and now we can get this return. Okay, and the difference is this time at least we do have our FCM token. Okay, so that's good, and we also have our token over here. So we need to get this return, the return value. Okay, and go back to QuickType. Where's QuickType? Over here, and we're going to create this one as login response, like that, and we copy the model. We go back to our application. Okay, that's supposed to be the admin, but let's see. Okay, so these are all the accounts that we have created. So I'm going to use this one as the admin dashboard for now. Okay, but that's the admin dashboard of the application. We're not going to take care of that, but I can see the changes that I make over here. This one is supposed to be verified, and this one is supposed to be pending. Okay, so this is just a naming convention, but let's continue with our process. To our models, we're going to create a new file. Did we create models? Create a new file, and we're going to call it login response. It's supposed to be response model here. Let's just call it dot login response dot dart. We paste the code, get rid of the unwanted code, we save. So we have all our models for related to registration and logging in. So what's next is to go ahead and create the controllers, right? To create the controllers for logging in and for registration. So we want to start with registration. So let's bring our application back. Registration and logging in. So first we do have to visit our controllers. We created a login controller, and let's duplicate this, and we need to call it registration. So we're going to separate them. Registration. So we're going to have a registration controller and the login controller. So we need to change the name from login controller to registration controller over here. So we're done with that part. Next, to register, now we're required to have, we need to send a request to our backend, right? But before we send the request, we should process the data a little bit inside of this page. So when we push this button, then we're supposed to push the data that we get from this part. So that's the first part that we should take care of. So views auth login page. So now we got this. So we need to come to this gesture detector. Get rid of this, right? So let's have a condition. So if our condition is supposed to be email.text dot supposed to be text. It's not empty. That's the first, and we want to have the one for our password. Okay, so for our password, we're going to have password controller dot text. Oh, my keyboard. Okay, I have to stop this for it. Oh, we just have to check whether the password is greater than or equal to 8. Then we can go ahead and have our, we need to create a new variable here. Not a new variable. Okay, var data is equals to supposed to be login model. Is it login model? Yes. So the login model takes the email and the password. So here we're going to take the text from email. So it's supposed to be email.text. And the password is supposed to be password.text. Okay, so since we have this data, so this data is of type login model. So now we need to go ahead and convert the data to a string. So we can just change this name to model so that we won't have a confusion. So we need to stringify the data. So we're going to say login model to JSON, and then we're going to pass the model here. So after we pass the model, that means whatever we are going to get from this model is going to be a string. Okay, so let's have a type here, and then we call this data. Okay, so if we hover over, this is a string. So whatever we are processing this model, converting it to string. So if you take a look here, we're just taking the model and then we're encoding it to string. Okay, our return value is string over here. So we're using to JSON. So to JSON converts to string, and from JSON, from string to JSON, is it JSON data? Okay, so now that we have our data, this is the same data that we're going to push to our login function that we don't have as yet. So here we're just going to say login function, right? Like that. So we're going to use the same condition for registration, but for registration we are going to use a different set of, not different set of data, but a different model. So if we go to our registration page, in our register we're going to have a similar condition. But here, instead of taking in this model, we're going to remove this, and we're going to have, why do we have an error? Because we have this. It's a little bit tricky. Let's try to close it here. So this one we're supposed to close it. My keyboard is not working. Yeah. So at least, so our condition here, we're going to take in the email, the password, and the username. Okay, so here we're supposed to have a username, so it's a private password, username dot text. It's not empty. Okay, and we're going to put end here. So if these three conditions are met, that's when we are going to process our data. So we're going to have, let's create a variable with the name registration. Okay, we can just call it model, the same way that we called the other one. So for this one, we're going to have a registration model. So a registration model takes these three: email, username, and a password. So for email, that's going to be our email. For username, this is going to be our username. The username is coming from the username.control user controller, and for the password is coming from the password controller, like that. Let's just go ahead and close it here. After closing, then our code will be formatted. So this is our type, registration model. So let's replace var with registration model. So now we need to convert this data to string. Okay, so right at the bottom, we're going to have a string. String data is equals to the registration model to JSON, and the data that we're passing here is model, like that. So we're done with this part. Next, we're going to work on our functions. Okay, so the functions are going to be similar, so we'll see which one we'll start working on. Okay, so let's continue. Right now, we need to just go ahead and open our controller. So for controller, we're going to start in the login controller. Then we can move on to the registration. So first, we need an RX bool for our loader. RX bool. Okay, the name is loading. Initially, is going to be false.obs. Since it's observable, let's close it. We need to create a getter. Okay, so bool, no, get is loading. Okay, let's set this as a private variable. So now we're getting a value from the private variable that we declared on top. And right at the bottom, we need to create a setter. Okay, set, supposed to be set loading. So our set loading is going to take in a boolean. We're just going to call it new state. After we have our state, then we're going to change the value of this private variable to the new state. Okay, so that's our first. Down at the bottom, we're going to go ahead and initialize. Let's go ahead and initialize it on top. We're going to require not a final, but an instance of our get storage. So we haven't used get storage as yet, so we need to instantiate get storage before you use it. Do we have get storage? Let's see. Probably we do. We do. Yeah, but this is a little bit weird though, because it ain't importing. Okay, so let's go to our pubs VM and check whether we do have get storage or not. We don't. We do have get storage over here, so we should be able to import get storage. So let's just go ahead and import it manually. Import. So here we're going to import a package get underscore storage. Okay, so that's our package, so our error is gone. After that, let's go ahead and create our login function. Okay, so we're just going to make it a void. So the name is going to be login function to avoid any confusion. So even if you get the code, if you want to browse through the code, the names, you can be able to relate to them. Okay, so our login function is going to require a string. In this string, we're going to call it data. Okay, after that, if we hit this function, we need to set loading to true. And right below, we're going to have our URL. So URL is equals to URI pass. Then here we need our URL. So for this URL, it's going to be a little bit different. Not a little bit different. It's going to be the same, but we need to have our base URL and then our service endpoint. So here, let's go ahead and have a base URL. After the base URL, we're going to have the endpoint, which is login. Okay, down at the bottom, we're going to have a try catch block. So in our try, we're going to create a variable with the name response. That's where we're going to store our response, and our response is going to wait for the request to be made to our backend. So that means if we are to wait, we need to make this function asynchronous, right? So that we can use, if we use async over here, that means we can use await, right? So it's supposed to be await over here, and then we're going to await for HTTP, and here we're posting. So when posting, we're going to require several things, but before we do that, we need to import HTTP. So coming back right to the top, we need to import a package. Okay, the name is HTTP, and we're going to import it as HTTP, right? So we don't have this error anymore. So right inside of our HTTP, we need to pass, instead of our request, we need to pass the URL first. After the URL, then we're going to go ahead and have our headers. So headers, you can put them outside, that's okay. But for me, when it comes to this one, I'm going to put them right inside. Okay, so for headers, the first, we just need content type over here. Okay, like that. So let's format this code. This is a little bit ugly. Okay, var headers, let's just put them outside, is equals to, so that's going to be a map string. Instead of having this, we can just pass headers. Right after that, we need our body, since we're in a post. So here we're going to get this string. This data is the same data that we want to push as our body, since it's converted to JSON string already, to a string already. So that's going to be our post request. So after that request, we're going to check whether our response is equals to, our response status code is 200. If our response status code is 200, then we need to do something. That's where we're going to get our token, get the data back, and store some other data in our local storage, right? And then we can continue to the next page. So here we're going to have, is it login model or login response? It's supposed to be login response. Okay, we can just call it var here. Data is equals to a login response from JSON. So here we need to pass the data that we are getting from our response, which is response.body. So this data is of type login response. So we can copy the type over here and paste the type. So now that we have this data, we can process it further and way more easy. So we need to have a string. So we're going to have a user ID, a variable with the name user ID. So our user ID is going to be data.id. Okay, so that's going to be our ID. Right after that, we're going to have user data. Okay, so string user data. We need to store this data inside of our get storage. So in order for us to store this data in our get storage, we need to convert it to a string again. So that's why we are encoding. Okay, JSON encode, and then we're encoding the data. After encoding the data, now we need to push these to our local storage. So let's see. The first thing that we need to do, we need to access this box that we created, that we instantiated on top. Instantiated, when we instantiate what's the name, get storage. So we need to write some values inside of our storage. Okay, so the first one that we're going to push is the data related to our user. Okay, so we store this string in this particular string because we want the ID of this particular user, right? So this is what we're going to get, and we're going to put it here. That's going to be the key. So whenever we are looking for data related to a particular user, we're going to use their ID. So with this, we can be able to store multiple users on the same device without any problem. And then we're going to push the user data over here. Okay, so that's our first. Next, we're going to write the token. So box.write. So for this one, we're just going to call it the token. So the token is supposed to be data.user token. This is already a string. Okay, so we don't need to convert it further. So now that we have our token, we need to store the user ID as well, just in case. User ID. So for user ID, we can say data.id here, or we can just push this ID that we have here. So for this one, we can store it as user ID just in case we want to get the user ID and get the data. All right, and down at the bottom, we're going to have a verification. So for verification, we're going to have verification over here like that. So now that we're done with this part, what we can do next, we can set loading to false. Okay, we are no longer loading because we are done with all the process that we need to do with our data. So down at the bottom, we can call a snack bar dot get snack bar. So for the snack bar, it requires a title, right? So for the title, we're just going to say you are successfully logged in. The message can be a string, has to be a string. Enjoy your awesome experience. So these messages, you can write whatever you want. For me, I'm too bad at these messages and stuff, so you can find something that's way more like adorable, if I can say that. I don't know, but let's see. It seems like we do have an error. Let's try to close it here. Okay, so that's our snack bar, but our snack bar takes more properties because this is just the data and the message, but we need the color text as well. So we're going to bring this down, and we're going to have color text. So for our text, we have to make it light white. After our color text, we need the background color of the snack bar. So background color, it has to be primary, like that. Okay, so let's give our snack bar an icon. So for icon, we are going to go with icon, and here we need to use Eon icons as our font. Eon icons, and here we need fast food outline. Okay, so for our fast food outline, we don't have to do anything fancy. We just need to add const over here. So that's it for this particular snack bar. Okay, so here, if our verification, we do have a verification, we store verification here. So whenever we are logging in, we need to check whether the verification is true or false, right? So let's have another condition. If data dot not font verification, but we need to check for verification. If our verification is equals to false, then we're going to do something here. Okay, so that means if a user is not verified, they are not going to perform any extra tasks. Okay, so we're going to say get off for, and then we need to go on to a particular page. So this page, we don't have the pages yet, but we're going to create it. So the name of the page is going to be a verification page, not font verification. This one is different. Verification page, like that. Okay, so since we are in a route, let's go ahead and add transition. So for the transition, we're going to use transition dot let's use fade, and let's have a duration. So for duration, we're going to use milliseconds. Let's go with 900 milliseconds over here. Okay, so that's all that we need to do for that particular condition. If the user is verified, then we are just going to go ahead and have, like, what do you call it? We're going to redirect them to the main page. Okay, so that means they are logged in. So we're going to get off all to main. Okay, our main screen, which is our entry point. Okay, here is supposed to be main screen, so we can use the same transition as the one that we used here. So we can just copy, add a comma over here, come right underneath, and we paste the code. Let's format the code, and let's add const everywhere in the file. So we're done with this part. Next, what we can do, we are in this try catch here, our condition. So here we can have an else. If the else, like we have, if our status is 200, we're running the conditions that are inside. Else, if it is not 200, let's say we do have an error, right? So what we have to do, we have to create a new variable where we're going to store that error. var, it's supposed to be error over here. Okay, let's just call it error, no data, is equals to API error. So our errors are the same. API error from JSON. So here we have to pass the response.body as well, like that. And we're going to display a snack bar showing the error itself. So right underneath, so here we can say failed to log in, and then the message is supposed to be error.message, like that. So for this one, we have to make it kred since it's an error. Okay, do we have an error from we don't have an error from this particular font. So what we can do, we can use icons.error. It's supposed to be these are material icons, so they shouldn't be hard to get like that. Okay, let's do it like that. Okay, so in our views, let's create a verification page. Views auth new file, and we're going to create verification page, and our verification page is a .dot file. While it's in there, we need to create a stateless widget. Let's give it a name, a verification page. So it's supposed to be what? Material. Let's just return a scaffold over here, like that, and we import the page right here. Okay, so if we catch an error, let's just debug print the error. So we're going to debug print. So that's it for our login. Okay, we don't need this here. Let's go ahead and ignore. That's our function. It's a pretty huge function. And so while we're in here, let's just do one thing. Let's create another function. So we're just going to create void. So to log out, we're going to require our box, right? So we're just going to take our box, and then we're going to erase everything from that box. After erasing, that means we need to get back to our previous page, not our previous page, but we need to go back to our main. So we're going to use get off all, and here we have to just use this. So that's our logout function. So we're done with two functions, and this function is the same as the registration function somehow, but registration function got way less items than the login function. So what we can do, we can just copy everything that we have inside of this function, go to our registration controller, paste everything. So here, if you are registering, we just need to check whether we have a 200. Okay, set to false, and a snack bar successfully registered here. Let's deal with this in a little bit, but we just need to erase this. We need to get rid of this. The error is going to remain the same, so fail to register, like that, and we display the error material. So we need the packages. For the packages, we come back to our login controller. We can just copy the packages as they are, since they aren't going to be a lot of changes. Just paste them here, and get rid of the packages that we ain't using. Okay, so we don't have an error here. We need to change the name to registration. Okay, it's supposed to be registration function. The endpoint is supposed to be register. We have to check again. So if we are registering our status code, if success rate status code is going to be 201, and we're going to get the data, okay, from our response body, but the model that we're going to use is a success model from JSON, and we need to pass the response.body like that. Okay, so the message that we're going to show here is supposed to be data.message. So that's it for this particular registration. Okay, now let's close it, and then we can go ahead and start working on our, not working on, we're going to try to test these functions. Go ahead and hook our controller to our login page. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have a final instance of our login controller, and here we're just going to call it controller. And after we have our controller here, we have to go to our condition inside of this particular button, and then we need to call our controller, and from our controller we're going to get the login function. And if we have an over, our login function takes in a string. This string is the one that we're passing here is data, the data that we're getting from this particular model. Okay, so with these two we can be able to log in, but before that we need to make sure that we're using the right endpoint. So we need to go to Postman. That's going to be our endpoint login, right? So we go back to our application. Before we go back, let's register. It's the same as well. So let's go back. We just hand up them both, a registration and a login, and then we can go ahead and run some tests. So here we need a final instance of our registration controller as well. So we're going to have a final, it's supposed to be final over here. Final controller is equals to get.put, and our controller here is supposed to be a registration controller. Okay, so let's close that. So let's just copy the name of our controller here and come to this button. So right underneath our data conversion, we need to go ahead and call the controller. Okay, we need to use the controller. So from the controller we want to get the registration function, and we have to push the data as well. Okay, like that. So that's all that we need to do to log in into register. So I've already created an account. So the first thing that I'll do, I'll go ahead and try to log in with that particular account. If we have an error, we fix, and then we get that out of the way. And the next thing after registration, after logging in, is to go ahead and try out registration. But before we do that, we need to come to our profile page. Okay, right in our profile page, we need to go ahead and visit this button. We need to hook it to our logout function. Okay, so right on top, we're going to have, and that's going to be in here, we're going to have our final instance of our controller. We need to instantiate our controller. So here we're going to access the login controller. So get.put. So here we're going to require a login controller, right? So that's the one that we have over here. Yeah, okay, so we need to access this controller, and then from the controller we're going to get the logout function, right? So we created the logout function already. So that's all that we need to do for this part, right? So we are done with this. Next, let's go ahead, go to Postman. So in Postman, we're going to use this email to try to log in. So going back to our project, let's close the profile for now. Okay, so login page, let's visit our login function. So right here on top, let's just have a print statement, because whenever we log in, we want to just go ahead and print the status code. If we do have an error, probably we will know what kind of error are we facing. Okay, so after that, let's go ahead, paste our email, and down here let's go ahead and have our password. So our password is password123. Okay, so here we can make it up secure, and then we can just hit the login function. Okay, so we're successfully logged in without any problem. Yeah, okay, so that's good. So here we have a 200. So let's get rid of this since we are logged in successfully. But there's one thing that I'm not sure about, if data dot verification, right? This is verification is equals to false. We should have gone through the verification page. Okay, so we can go back to Postman. In Postman, we're going to log in with the same account. So here it's false, verification is false, so we should be able to be redirected to this part, not to the main. So let's see where we can put it. Okay, so let's repeat in the same condition as this one. We'll only go to this part, we'll only go to main if verification is true, right? Like that. So that's a change. If we go back to our profile, now in our profile, now we can be able to just show the login redirect. Okay, because now we have our functions, so let's just tackle them as we go. So we need to visit the login page, not login page, but the profile page. Okay, so in our profile page, the first thing that we need to do, we need to just go ahead and check whether we do have a token inside of our application or not, inside of our get storage, not our application. If we do have that token, that means we are logged in. If we don't, then that means we are not. Okay, so what we can do here, that's the profile page. So we can have a final instance of our box. Final box is equals to get storage. Okay, so now that we have our box, we need to go ahead and check. But before we check, we are going to have a nullable string here. String is equals to box dot, it's supposed to be get box dot read, it's supposed to be box dot read to read the string a value, a key pair value inside of our get storage. We are going to use read, and we have to provide the name. So the name that we use to store the variable is token, right? So that's the first. So down below, we're going to have a condition. Token is equals to now, then we're going to, what we're going to do here, token is not equal to now, then we're supposed to get the data related to the user. So this is the name, get user info. So we don't have this particular function as yet, but what we can do, we can create it right now. Okay, so we store the user, all the data related to a user in our local storage, right? So that's the data that we want to get. So we should go ahead into our controller. Right underneath, let's create a function. This function is supposed to return login response. Okay, and it has to be nullable, and we have to give it a name, get user info. So in this function, we're going to access the box as well. Okay, so we're going to have, we do have our box right on top, do we? Yes, we do. So we don't need to instantiate. So first, we're going to have a string, and this string is supposed to be our user ID. So let's go ahead and just add another. So we're going to get our user ID because we store it as a user ID in our get storage, and we're going to store it here. So if the user ID is not equal to now, then we are going to go ahead and get the data which is related to the user. Okay, so down below, what we need to go ahead and have a string where we're going to store our data. Okay, so here it's supposed to be string data is equals to box.read. So the key that we're using here is the user ID. So our user ID has to be a string. So we're just going to say user ID dot, wow, my keyboard is to string. So just to be sure, we need to see how we push the data. User ID is going to be this string. User ID is going to be this string, okay, so we're getting this user ID, and we're using this user ID to get the user data. Okay, because we use user ID as our key for the user data. Okay. But here, before we even get the data, we need to check if user ID is not equal to now. That's when we're going to run this to get the data, right? When we get the data, now we need to go ahead and have another condition. Let's see whether our data is accessible outside or not. Probably not. So we can remove this and put it right outside. It says no problem. So here we're just going to push the data inside of this data, right below. if data is not equal to now, then we're going to process the data, right? So to process the data, we're just going to go ahead and return login response from JSON, because this is a string. And else, if the data is equal to now, then we're going to just return now here, like that. That's how we are going to get the information. So down here, what we have to do in our profile, if we have a token, then we are going to get the data, all right? So we can create an instance of a login profile data, login response, I mean. The keyboard. Okay, so we're going to have a login response, and we're going to call it user. So let's make it nullable here. User is equals to, okay, so we're going to store whatever we're going to get the return value from this to this user that we have on top, right? And then let's just print something. Print user. Let's print the email over here. Okay, so that means we've successfully stored our data in our local storage. All right, when we have this. So this is the same data that we're going to push to this user info. Okay, so here we just need to open our user info, and we're going to create a final user, final login response user. Okay, let's close it. It has to be nullable here, and we have to add this to our formal parameters. So this probably will go away by itself. Yeah, it should. So in our profile, we're going to pass this user, and let's remove constant over here. Okay, get rid of the extra comma. So I might need to restart my VS Code. So then, okay, the error is gone by itself. So we get, so now that we push this user to this particular widget, we can access the data here. So starting with our image. Okay, so our image is going to come from user.profile. Okay, and here it has to be nullable. It's going to be, as for our username, it's supposed to be username here. Right underneath, we require the email, so we're going to do the same. If this value is null, we're just going to display this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So now we do have our data. So we are done with that part. We're getting our data, displaying our data. And the other thing that we have to take note of, the initial plan was to check for the token, right? So if the token is null, then here we have to display something different on our return. Okay, instead of returning that scaffold, we're going to check. But either way, let's try to do it from the top. If token is equals to null, then here we're just going to return, it's supposed to be a login redirect. Okay, like that. So for now, we won't see this page since we are logged in, but after we log out, then we might see, not we might, we'll definitely see the page. Okay, so let's just go ahead, refresh. Okay, wait for our data. Now that we do have our data, go to the profile. So here, saying, by seeing this page, that means token is now. So it's taking a little bit longer to load. Okay, so here we do have our page, but our logic is okay. If we press logout, then this is the page that we'll see. Login, redirected to this page, back to this page. So now we can access everything in our application, but if we are not logged in, this is the page that we'll see. Okay, same as for our cart, the logic is going to be the same. So for our cart, we can copy starting from here to this part. Okay, then we go to cart, open the cart page, and we're going to paste this here. Let's get rid of this particular condition. We don't require it. we need get storage, and we need our login controller, and we also need getX. Like that. So that's going to be our page. So if we visit here, we're going to see this page. We're no longer seeing the cart page, right? So that's exactly what we need. So our logic is working fine. Now we need to go ahead and try to register a new account. So to register a new account, we need a username, email, and a password. Okay. So I need to check my database so that I can just see. Okay. So this is okay. Go back to the application, and in the application, we need a username. Okay. So I'm just going to give this a name. Hungry Quarter. Something like that. Okay. And I'm going to use one of my emails. It's supposed to be Ecoturks. And let's use Outlook over here, because we also need to access the code that's going to be sent to our email, and then use it for verification. Okay. So password is going to be the same. Password 123. Okay. So let's go ahead and hit this. But before we hit it, so we need to come to our registration controller. In our controller, we need to do the same. We need to go ahead and print the response before we, okay. So here we don't have a redirection. So this might be a little bit bogus at this particular moment. Okay. So we're going to get back. Okay. We just need to get back here. But before that, we need to go ahead and print. And we're going to print the response.status code. It's supposed to be response.status code over here. So let's just close this and then save. Okay. So let's go ahead and send the request. Okay. Now we do have our snack bar right on top. We're successfully logged in. So our status code is 201 here. So everything is working fine. Let's get rid of that. After getting rid of that, now we need to go to our email. Probably not our email. That's my email. You need to visit my email. So you need Outlook over here. So we need to check whether we received the email or not. So this is the email that was just sent. Okay. So we are going to need this for verification. So let's go ahead and continue with our project. Let's see. We pull up our project. Now we can log in using the same email that we just registered with. And the other thing, if we visit our admin panel, okay. Okay, this is the new user that just registered, right? This is the new user. So far so good. Everything is working fine. Let's go ahead and continue. Let's bring back the other application. So we need the email. It's supposed to be Ecoturks Pimbu at outlook.com. Okay. So we're done with that. Let's go with the password. The password is supposed to be password 123. Okay, let's try to log in. So we changed the logic inside of our login function. So instead of being redirected to the main page, we haven't verified the accounters yet. So instead of being redirected to the main page, we're going to be redirected to the verification page. That's the logic. So let's just go ahead and run a test. Okay, so this is our verification page. We have to verify our account so that we can be redirected to the main page, right? So let's go ahead and work on our verification page. And then after that, we can work on it. We need to add logic to this particular profile page. So here, if you're not logged in, then we're redirected to the login redirect. That's the first thing. The second thing, if we're logged in and user is not equal to now, that means we do have our data, right? If we do have that data, we're going to access that data and check for verification. If verification is false, then we're going to return the verification page. That's the condition that we have here that's showing this verification page, right? So this condition can work for the cut page as well. So we can just put it down here. Okay, here we don't have a user. So that might be a different case. So that's our user. Token is not equal to now. Okay, we have that condition already. So we're going to copy this and we're going to just go ahead and paste it here. Let's bring the token a little bit up so that we can use it. So we need a final instance of our box. We need to instantiate our get storage. So we're going to have final box is equals to get storage, right? Like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and remove this for the meantime. It's already instantiated here. Oh, what happened? Yeah, okay, so we don't have this user as yet, so we need to create the user. So we're going to have a login. There's supposed to be login response and the name is supposed to be user. Okay, so this has to be nullable over here. So the error is gone. So if we have data and the data is now, then that page, the page that should display here is the verification. So we won't allow the user to access the cart unless they are verified. Okay, so that's the same that's happening here. So we are logged in, but we are not verified. We cannot view our cart. We cannot view our profile as well until we verify. Okay, so here we do have a custom container that's in our cart. Our cart is something that we'll handle later. The main focus is the verification page. And so for our verification page, we're just going to have a scaffold and let's put a body in here. So for our body, let's see what we can use. Let's try to use custom container as well. It's supposed to be custom container over here. So we're just going to take in a container. Save that. Nothing will change. We need background color. So for our background color, we're supposed to, let's make it Cape primary. Okay, so that's going to be our page. So we need to add an air bar. So this background color, it's the scaffold background color. So right at the bottom, we're going to require an air bar. So for the air bar, probably we're going to have some few props. It's not that important though, but we're going to have a title, center title. Okay, the background, let's see how it will look, and that is not okay. So what we can do, we can just change this to K off-white. Okay, so that is okay. That will be our page. So here we can change the message. We can just say, please verify your account. Instead of email, it's supposed to be account. Account or email, the difference is the same. So you might see like which way is the best for you to put the message across. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, I'm going to use a reusable text widget, and the text is the text that I just copied, and we need to give it a style. So let's go ahead and have app style over here. So for app style, we're going to give it a 12. And for the color, we're going to give it K gray, if I'm not mistaken. Probably we'll have to take a look. And for the font weight, let's go with 600. Okay, so that's going to be our text right on top. So here we have to deal with whatever we're going to put right inside. Okay, so inside, it's best if we can put it's either a list view or a column. Okay, or a container. that way. Okay, but let's go with the list view because we want to minimize overflow problems by any means possible. So a list view will do us justice. So right inside, the first thing that we want to do is to get rid of the padding. Okay, let's get rid of the padding. Okay, so here we can go with edge_instance.0. That will do us justice. After that, we need to give this list view children. So our first child is going to be a size box. We need to create a little bit of space from the top to the first widget. So we're going to give it a size of 100 over here. So since it's height, let's give it 100 over here. Okay. So we do have a problem. We do have an unbounded height. So either way, since we are in a list view, let's give it a repeating a container, and we give this container height, and we're going to give it the height like that. Let's try to restart our application. So instead of using a container over here, we can just go ahead and use a size box. Let's save. Okay. It's taking a little bit to get the data from the local storage. Okay. So this might work. Okay. So we have all 100 over there. So down at the bottom, what we're going to do, we're going to put a lottie. Yeah, okay. It's supposed to be lottie.asset. Is it supposed to be? Yes, that'll do. I wonder. Okay, it's showing up. Lottie.asset. So the asset is the same JSON file that we're putting for for our other pages. So they're coming from anime, and the JSON name here is supposed to be delivered like that. So let's save. Okay, so we do have our image right here. So let's just go ahead, get rid of this height. Okay, so it's right at the top. So now this means that we have to change our background color so that it can be the same as this image. Okay, but this container is going to be the same. But for air bar, our air bar is going to be colors.white. Okay, like that. So now it's uniform. And our custom container, we do have a color, so we need to manipulate the color. So we're going to pass a color over here, and we're going to give it the same color. It's supposed to be colors.white, like that. So we have a uniform page. So if you come here, it's the same. Okay. So now that we're done with that part, let's cut this size box from here. And down at the bottom, we are going to add the same size box, and we're going to have a text. Okay. So let's go ahead and comment these. Let's add a comma over here. So we need to reduce the height that we put here. Let's give it a height of 30. Okay, but this is what we're going to get. So we want to push the text in the center. Please verify your account. What we can do, we can get this list, and we can either way, we can get the size box and give it a padding. It should be symmetric, and we need to manipulate the horizontal side. Okay. Like that would do, but we need to send this text right to the center. Or what we can do, let's change the color to K primary first, right? Verify your account. Let's increase the size to 20 over here to make it bigger, right? Let's try to push it to the center. Okay, that will do. Okay, please verify your account. You can just say verify your account over here. Just let's remove this. This is okay, but we need to push it a little bit inside. We'll deal with that a little bit later. Let's not worry about that. Let's have a size box of 10. We copy this text and then we're going to put it right underneath. And we need to change the size from 20 to 10. Okay. And let's make this K grain. And we're going to use normal here. So here we can write a message, right? It's supposed to be 6. Sent to your email, right? Let's see. If you didn't see the code, please check your spam folder. That's okay. So that's going to be our text. But for this text, we do have to make some adjustments. So here we're going to use a text widget. Since we're using a text widget, we don't need this particular text. We need to get rid of it. This would work. So our text is down here at the bottom. So what we need to do, let's bring this down a little. Okay. Oh no. Oh, you can just read from here and copy if you want to copy the same message that I wrote. Okay. So at the bottom, we're going to have what you call it, text align. So for text align, we're going to use text align.justify. Okay. Instead of center, we're going to use justify over here. Okay. That will do, but we need to decrease this height that we put to a 5. That makes much more sense. So now that we have that, we need to add another size box right underneath this particular text, and we need to give it a 20 over here. Okay. After giving it a 20, we need to put an OTP field, right? So that means here we might need to give it a 10. Okay, because we want to leave room for the keyboard, though we are in a scrollable widget. Okay. So for this particular we want the OTP field and we want the button. Okay. So what we can do with our button first. So we can just, let's close this registration. Let's close this controller as well. Registration page. Let's open registration page. Let's just copy this button from here. Just make some changes to it. Paste the button here. Get rid of everything that we have in this inside of the button. And import the button. So if we save, now we have a button. Okay, so the button should be verify. Okay, it can be verify or verify account. It depends. You can put it the way that you want to put. So I'm going to go with verify account. That will do for me. Okay, but we still needed an OTP over here, an OTP field. So for OTP field, we're going to use OTP text field. So we need to visit pubspec.yaml and check whether we do have the package or not. Okay, we do have the package here. We do have the package, but kind of supposed to be Flutter OTP text field. So we can visit our pubspec.yaml, pub.dev, I mean. Okay, in pub.dev, we're going to look for Flutter OTP. Let's see. Okay, so this is the one that is going to pop up, the one on top. Let's try to get it. Okay, let's install it first, and then we can just get the code from here and try to just play around
with it. So that's in our verification page. We copy, like I did copy as a package. So if I paste it here, we already have it. So let's save that. After that, let's go back to PubSpec. I'm not going to do anything fancy. I'm just going to copy this code from here. Just make some modifications to it. Okay, I can copy from here. Not that, but this one. Okay, so this should come right before the button, like that. Let's get rid of the unwanted code. On submit, we should go ahead and verify. So let's get rid of this. We don't require. Get rid of the comments. You just clean the code a little bit. Let's format it. So here it's supposed to be 6, and the border color, let's go with K primary over here. Show filters box, nope. Let's get rid of that. We're going to have matrix alignment. So matrix alignment dot space between over here. We just need to manipulate the alignment. Let's remove that. On submit, we get our code, and then we're going to just print our code over here. We don't have the code as yet. It's supposed to be verification code. So let's close it over here. Hey, we don't have the border. Okay, so we're going to have border width, and we're going to give it a 2. It's supposed to be a double a number. And show fields is box. That's supposed to be false. We are missing one thing. Oh, okay. We're not missing anything though, but probably what we should do, we should go ahead and have a little bit of space between this text field and the button. So we need to, so it was hiding underneath. Okay, so let's say off. So here, OTP. Okay, on code change, we're not going to do anything here. We're just going to print. So we are almost done. Let's add a little bit of style to the text. So style is supposed to be style, text style. Okay, we're going to use app style. We're going to give it a size of 17, and let's give it a color. So for the color, we're going to go with K dark. That's black. Okay. As for the font weight, we're going to go with a much stronger. So we're going to go with bold. Hey, that's too much. Let's try W700. Ew, way too strong. 600. Okay, 600 will do. 600 will do. But here, let's try to. Yeah, okay. Green is not great for these kind of things. So let's go with K dark. So that's our verification page. So we are done designing our verification page. The next thing that we can do is to just go ahead and create a verification function. But before that, here, this is okay. This is okay. Your email. Okay. So the email, we need to get the email. We just need to display the email somehow, but that is not important at the moment. Why do we have this one here? We do have it. We do need it. Okay, let's ignore the thingy so that we won't have complaining lint. So let's work on the function in a little bit, and then we can finish with this section.
Verify the account. So to verify the account, what we're going to need a controller that's going to take care of that. So we need to go to our controllers, create a new file, and we're going to call it verification. It's supposed to be verification controller. Okay, my keyboard has started again. So let's wait for it. This might take a little bit, but okay, we're back online. So it's supposed to be the verification. It has to be a .dat file over here. So now that we have this controller, what we can do, we can go to one of our controllers, the login controller. So we need to go ahead and get this function that we have over here. We get the function, we copy, and before we do anything, we need to create a class in here. So our class is going to be verification controller. It's supposed to be controller over here, and it's going to extend getX controller. So we need to just import get. After importing get, we need to paste our code. So let's make the necessary imports. Okay. Some of them we might not need them a little bit later, so we might remove them. But for now, let's just import them so that we can have the right tools for the job. Okay, we don't need this one. So we need to create the boolean for this. This we're going to leave it like this, because when we verify a user, we are going to get the data from our backend, and that same data we have to use it to replace the data that we have in our local storage. So here we need HTTP, the HTTP package. So I'm just going to copy the HTTP package, and I'm going to go ahead and paste it over here. So let's go ahead and create this value. Okay, the rx boot aim is loading. So initially its loading is going to be false, and it has to be an OBS. So we might not use it, but if you want to go ahead and use the value, then you can go ahead. So right at the bottom, we're going to require a getter and a setter, right? So let's remove this, and let's just make some room over here. So this is our getter, and this is our setter, of which we've explained how they work before. But here, let's just go with the structure that we were using before. So get rid of this, and we're going to set the is loaded to the boolean value that we're getting from this function. Okay, so that's the first. For our box, we need to instantiate it. So right on top, we're going to have final box is equals to get storage. It's supposed to be get storage over here. So we need to import get storage. After importing get storage, probably we have one or two errors. Okay, so we don't have errors anymore. Let's go ahead and change the name of our function from login function to verification function, like that. So our verification function is going to take in a code. So here it's supposed to be string. So here it's supposed to be a put. Is it a put or a get method? It should be a get method somehow. Let's visit not Postman, but the backend itself. We go to routers, not models, but routes. In routes, we're going to visit user. So get user. They're all get methods. So get request, not get methods. So let's go ahead, go back to our application. Let's remove this, the header, not the header, but the body. But inside of this particular request, we're going to require authorization. Okay, so that means in our headers, we're not going to have content type only, but we're also going to have headers, not headers, but authorization. So let's go ahead and have our authorization. So that's going to be our auth. But here we can get this, and we can put it as access token. So we need to create this value, access token. So that's what we're going to do over here, right after the boolean. So we're going to create a value with the name access token, and for this value we're going to read the token from our storage, put it in here, right? And then that's the same token that we're going to push alongside with our headers. And our request here is supposed to be a get request. And for the URL, it's going to be different. So the endpoint is supposed to be users API. It's supposed to be API users. Then it's supposed to be verify or verification, something like that. So Let's see. Let's go back to our Postman and see how we did it. So in Postman, we need to go to verify account, verify, and then we are passing the code. Okay. Going back to VS Code, verify, then here we're going to pass the code like that. So the code is the code that we're receiving from here. So once we ran the request and get the response, if our status is equals to 200, we're going to get the data back, right? Once we get the data back, we're going to get the ID and we're going to replace this data. The token, let's see. These ones, we don't need them, but we need verification here. So our verification is going to be changed. So that's why we need to have a new verification. So we can just change everything over here. It has no problem. We just need to replace the data, okay? But the user ID is going to be the same. The token might probably change, but for this section, we don't have a token, do we? We don't. We don't. That's one thing. That's tricky. That's the tricky part. That's the tricky part. Let's just go ahead and check. Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. What we can do, let's go to our backend. Because if we use a login response, we should have a token here. Otherwise, we are going to user type, phone verification, FCM, email. No, we don't have a token. Let's go ahead and check our model again. What we can do, go to Postman. So when we log in, we're going to get this data, okay, with the user token. And if we visit our application and we go to models, login response, we have the token. So we require the token. So that means even if we are going to do something, we need this token also to be like a pack, to be inside of the data as well. So we can just replace it. Otherwise, we're bound to run into an error because the data that we're returning, it doesn't have the token. Okay, so we can just go to backend, to the backend, and we're going to go ahead and visit the auth controller. Okay, so from the auth controller, this is what we are sending back. We're sending a token here. So we can do the same, verification. So we can go to user controller. Once we're finished with this, then we can sign a token using the data that we have here. But we need to have JWT. So we need to import JWT right here on top. So const JWT is equals to require JSON web token. That's all that we need to do over there. So now we're able to process our token, and we need to send it along with this data that we are sending back to the user. Okay, so that will be a new token, but it still works the same. So that won't be a problem. So let's visit our auth controller, and we're just going to get this particular response, and we're going to go back to our user, and that's the response that we are going to send here, since we have the token and our data. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. So with this, we can just continue without a problem over here in our front end. Okay, so let's go to our verification controller. This will remain the same now, since we're receiving the same set of data from our backend. You're successfully verified. Okay, so that's all that we're going to do. Verification here is going to be true, so we don't need that. Failed to verify account, and the error will come from API. So this is all that we need to do over here. I guess we don't have anything to to do when it comes to this particular section. So what we can do, we can take the function and try to use it inside of our verification page. Okay, so inside of our verification page, what we're going to do, we're just going to, it's a stateless. It's a stateless. It's going to be tricky. It's going to be tricky. We need the code, but our code is coming from this point. It's coming from here. We need to get it to this part. So in our verification controller, let's just go ahead and create. We can just create a variable here. So it's just a normal string. Okay. So this code is the one that we're going to be pushing here. Okay, that's the same code. So that's the change that we need to make. So let's just go ahead and run a test verification page. In our verification page, we need to have an instance of our controller. So we're going to have control over here. It's equals to get.put. And we're going to require our verification controller. Let's close it. Now that we have our verification controller, what we're going to do, when we finish here, we're going to call our controller. And from our controller, we need to set code. So the code is supposed to be equal to the verification code. So let's close that. So now that we have this code, when we press this button, we're going to just access our verification, our controller, and then here, verification function. It's supposed to be verification function. Okay, it's something that I did wrong. Okay. Verification function like that. So that's all that we need to do here. Okay. So we have the number inside of our mail. So this is going to be our number. So I just copy the verification, and let's go back to VS Code. In VS Code, we need to make a few tweaks. Okay. So when a user is verified, what else should we do? Okay. So what we can do here, we can just get off all, and then we can just push the entry point, which is main screen, so that we can reload the data. Okay. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to just paste the code so that it can be visible, or at least I'm typing over here. Okay. So it's supposed to be 369 560. Yeah. Okay. So now that means we have this code inside of our controller. So we can try to verify. Okay, we do have an error over here. So let's see. Okay, we said user here instead of users. So probably we are not going to be successful. Check users. So API users, then the code. Let's get rid of that. Okay, we're successfully verified. Okay, now we can see this. If you visit this page, voila, everything is working fine. So we're done with verification. Now we can focus on everything else. So now even a user can be able to order, right? So when a user is able to order, now they can be able to, like, now we can request for their address to check whether they've put a phone number or not. And if they didn't, then we can ask for the phone number. Okay. So that's all for this section. So even if let's try to restart our application just to watch reset it to see whether the changes that we pushed are being read without any problem. Okay, so this one is taking a little bit to load. It's taking a little bit to load. That's something that we can try to fix in a little bit so that a user won't be like alarmed, like why my data is taking so long to show even if I'm logged in. So now that we're done with our account verification, we want to take care of our phone verification. So to do that, we need to have Firebase hooked to our application because now our application is not hooked to Firebase. Okay. But before we do that, let's just open a food item. So this is what we're going to use to verify our phone number. But we still need to make some few tweaks so that we can have a flawless process in verification. But Firebase is one of the things that we need to take care of in this part. But we need to look at our backend first before we proceed. So let's go ahead and open the backend. The backend should be somewhere around here. Okay. Okay. This is the back end. So we need to just go to users. Inside of users, we're looking for this particular function. Okay. So we need to change this function to be the same as this function here. The changes that we made on our verify account, in our verify account, they are the same changes that we need to make in our verify phone. Okay. So we just copy these lines of code and we come down here, we paste them down like that. Oh, we need to paste. Oh, did we copy in the first place? We need to paste them here. Okay. Now we have the data. We need to just return the data. We need to return the data. So that's what we are doing here. So everything checks out. Let's see. Okay. Backend is running. We wait for our database to be connected. Yes, our database is connected. So we can go back to our front end. In our front end, let's just first create a function for phone verification. Okay. So for phone verification, it's going to be similar to the function that we just created, right? To the function that we created to verify the account, but we need to make a little bit of some adjustments over there. So we have a verification controller, right? This is our controller for verifying an account. So let's create another controller which is responsible for phone verification. All right, let's just give it a name, phone verification controller over here. And it has to be that far, like that. Okay, so we're just going to copy the code from here, the code that we have inside here. So let's just copy to the end. And inside of our phone verification, we need to create a class and we need to give this class a name. So the class name is supposed to be phone verification. And it extends getX. GetX controller like that. So we need to import getX. After importing getX, then we're going to replace the code with the code that we just copied from the other file. So going back to the other file, we can copy imports as well. We can get these imports and we are going to paste them right on top. So let's just replace everything. Okay, so we don't have an error. So that's a good thing. So next, what we're going to do over here, we're going to change the name of the function. let's call it verify phone. Okay. So here, everything is going to be the same, but we need to change this service endpoint. Okay. So our service endpoint, we have to go to, not to Postman, because that is something that we don't do using Postman. So we need to go to the backend. It should be backend Foodly. And in the backend, we need to go ahead and open our routes. We have user, so it's supposed to be verify underscore phone, and then we require a phone number. Okay, so back to our project, and we require a phone number here, right? We require a phone number. So what we're going to do, we're going to change this code to phone, right? Let's copy this, paste it here, and paste it here as well. So here it's supposed to be set phone number, just to be consistent. Nope. So we just need to get this as phone. Okay. So this phone is the one that we're going to push over here. Okay. So I guess everything is done. Those are the changes that we need to make. For this, if we don't need to go back to the main, we just need to get back. Okay. Get dot get back, like that. So that's it for font verification. So we need to go to our page. So we go to views. Instead of views, we go to authentication, font verification page. So here on code sent, we're receiving a phone number, right? So once we get the phone number, we need to export the phone number to our controller. So we need to instantiate our controller here. So final controller is equals to get.put, and then we're going to have our code, not our code, but our controller. So our controller is supposed to be not verification controller. What was the name that I gave the controller? I forgot already. Oh, let's see. Font verification. Font verification controller. Like that. That's supposed to be the name. Okay. Probably we do have an extra bracket over here. Do we? Yeah, we do. Change this to a final. Let's close it over here and let's import the controller. Okay, that's the controller over there. So now that we do have the controller, we can just copy, and we're going to access the controller, and we're going to set phone number, and here phone number is equals to value. Okay, we do have a conflict. We have a conflict. So we need to go ahead and change the, oh, okay, change this name. Let's see. Okay, we didn't save. So if we save over here, our conflict will go away. Yeah, okay. So if you press, okay, verify phone. Now let's go with Argentina. Let's, it's supposed to be phone number. Okay. So what we need to do to just check whether we do have the phone number is to just go ahead to our controller, and then we're going to print the phone. Okay. Okay, that's what we're doing over here. So if we send, our number is going to be stored in our controller. So we're done with that part. Let's get rid of the print statement. So our next phase is to go ahead and just hook our application to Firebase, and then we can continue with everything because we need functions that we're going to use to verify and to verify and to get the OTP. So we need to create another folder over here, and we need to call it services. Right. So now that we have this folder, we have to create a new file, and we need to call it auth service. Is it verification or auth service? We can just verification. It's supposed to be verification service, and it has to be a .dot file over here. Okay, so in this verification service, we need to create a class, and our class, we are going to give it a name, and the name, let's give it the same name, verification service. Okay, so in our verification service, we're going to require an instance of a Firebase auth. Okay, so final Firebase auth, okay, is equals to Firebase.instance. So we're instantiating our Firebase auth as auth over here. Okay, so we need to go ahead and import Firebase auth. We already have Firebase auth inside of our PubSpec YAML, but we need to hook Firebase to our application somehow in order for this to all work. Okay, so in order for us to hook Firebase, we're going to use Firebase console. But before we get there, we get to that point, we need to go ahead and just enable some things related to our authentication. Okay, because this is like phone auth. So let's just go ahead, enable necessary services, and then we come back and hook. Now we're in our Firebase. I guess like you've created Firebase accounts before, but if you haven't, then that's something that you should try to do. I'm just going to walk you through what's inside, not to create a project, because to create a project is just a simple step. Like you can just add a project, add a name, and then hit continue. Like nothing special on that end. But this is the account. No, this is the project that we're going to use. If we click on the project, what we are going to enable here, probably we are going to enable authentication, right? So when it comes to authentication, you can just enable authentication and you come to sign-in methods. In sign-in methods, you need to add these three providers. Okay, the first one is going to be the email. I doubt, we don't need it. So we need the phone and we need Google services. Okay, Those are the two that we need in order for us to have a successful phone verification. And once you create a Firebase account, then you should go ahead and also enable Firebase messaging somehow. But for now, our main focus is authentication. So you just come to your project and then you create this. You create the service, and then that's all that we need to do. Let's go back to our project. But before we go, when it comes to phone, I'm going to use a test number. So that's something that you might do as well. So you can just add a test number over here to get the code, and then you can use the same number for testing. Okay, so to enable, you can disable and enable over here. And for our provider, you need to have Google as our provider as well. So enable, something like that. So let's just cancel that. That's all that we need to do for now. So let's go back to our project. In our project, we are going to use Firebase CLI. So going back to the terminal, we need to have, not Firebase CLI, it's Flutter Fire config. That's the command that we need to run in order for us to access our Firebase. So it's going to fetch all the projects that I do have in my account, and then the account that you just created is the one that you're going to select here. So you can select using an arrow. This is the project that we need to use for this particular project. So I'm just going to press enter, and we're going to hook for Android and for iOS. Hit enter, and then we wait a little bit. Okay, so it's going to take a few minutes to finish. After it's finished, then we need to make some necessary adjustments before we proceed. So the first one be hooking this Firebase to our main .dart. That's something that we can do like now. Okay, so right here on top we need that's widgets Flutter binding, right? That's the first thing, and then we need to like Flutter widgets Flutter binding dot initialized, right? And then we need to have our Firebase right here at the bottom. We need to instantiate our Firebase. We need to initialize. So let's just go ahead and then comment this. If you want comment, we're bound to run into this error because this main method is not asynchronous. So we need to make it async, and we need to import Firebase. Okay, Firebase call. Inside, we need to just go ahead and have options. Okay, and then our options, we're going to use default Firebase options. Default Firebase options dot current platform, like that. So here, just need to press yes, everything is done. Okay, so now our application is hooked to Firebase. So the next thing that we can do over here is to just go ahead and make some necessary adjustments in our iOS plist file, info plist file, info.plist file. Okay, but we don't have to do it in there. What we need to do, we need to have our reverse URL. We need to copy this reverse URL, and let's open this project inside of Xcode. Okay, our Xcode is opening, so let's wait for it. Okay, we need to just press runner. After pressing runner, we need to go to info. Okay, info. So runner this should be this runner, target runner info. And then we're going to go to URL types and we're going to press add. We need to paste the reverse URL that we just copied. So this reverse URL, you can find it inside of the Google dot, is it the Google services dot plist, which is in runner Google services info dot plist file, right? If you open this file, you have a reverse client ID. That's the one that we need to copy here. After we copy this ID, we are opening the project in Xcode, right? We already did that. So what we need to do, we just need to go back to our Xcode. Inside of Xcode, we need to paste it over here, okay? And then that's all that we need to do. If we paste it over here, let's go to info. Is it info? Let's see. It should be somewhere, but anyways, we do have one URL over here. So this URL, we can also see it inside of our Flutter application. So if we bring back our Flutter application and we go to info.plist, it should be here, okay? So that's the one that we just added. So this is not all. We might need to add something in a little bit, but we are going to take everything as it comes, okay? So this is all when it comes to our Xcode. Let's just close Xcode and focus on our application. So that's the first step. Next, we're going to go ahead and create our functions that are going to help us with verification, like this verification service, right? So let's try to it's a little bit weird that this is not importing like Firebase auth, because if we go back to our pubspec YAML, we do have Firebase auth over here. We can try to import it manually. Okay, that will do. And we also need to create a final instance of our controller. That's the verification controller. So it's not supposed to be auth controller, but the controller is supposed to be phone verification controller. That one, okay? So those are the two that we need. Right at the bottom, we're going to create two functions. So the first is going to be a future void. So I'm just going to create the structure, and then we come back and work on the function. Okay, so that's going to be the first, and the next is going to be send SMS. Okay, it's also supposed to be a future void. So verify. So this one is for verifying the OTP. Verify MS code. Okay, async, and this one should be asynchronous as well, like that. So these are the two functions that we're going to work on. Okay, so we come back and we work on the first one, and then we work on the next one. Let's bring our terminal a little bit down. A verify phone number function is going to take in two things. It's going to take a function and the phone number itself. So here we're going to require a string. Oh, that's supposed to be a string. Okay, so let's track back and write this correctly. It's supposed to be a string. Our string is supposed to be phone number. After that, we're going to require a function, but this function is a little bit different. So it's going to be, we're going to wrap it in braces, and it's going to be required. Okay, so it's supposed to be a null function. So a null function, that means it can only be used in this verified phone number. It cannot be used anywhere else. Okay, so null function, and this function takes in some arguments. It's supposed to be function over here with an O. So our arguments are supposed to be the string verification ID. Okay, this thing is a little bit okay. We're going to take in a string, and our string is verification ID, and we're also going to take in the recent token, and right outside we're going to also require something else, which is the code send. Supposed to be code send over here like that, and then that's our function. Let's see, probably it should be closed here, and we should have a bracket. Okay, so that's good. So after we have these two, we're going to jump into our function. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to await for, and we need to access our auth, and from our auth we're going to call verify phone number. Okay, so verify phone number, it takes in verification completed and the phone number. Okay, let's close this so that we can see everything. Let's bring this down. Right on top, let's push our phone number first. Let's just bring them down so that we can work on them one by one. So once we push in the phone number, we're going to jump straight ahead to verification completed. Like, what are we going to do if verification is complete? On verification complete, we're going to call our phone auth credentials. Okay, phone auth credentials, and we have to give them a name, credentials. So this function is supposed to be asynchronous, and down here we have to do something. So we have to call our controller on verification complete, then we're supposed to update our phone number in our database, right? So verify phone, that's what we're supposed to do. So on verification failed, we're going to just go ahead and print the error. We're not going to do much. Okay, so here it's going to take in Firebase auth exception as E, right? Let's close that, and let's just debug print the error message. So you can do more with it. You can go ahead and try to resend the code if the verification is unsuccessful. So we are done with the verification failed. Timeout, I'm not going to put timeout. Okay, so code send, here we have to make it as a function as well. So on code send, we're going to take in a string. So this string is supposed to be the verification ID, and let's go ahead here. So we're just going to have code send verification ID and resend token. On auto retrieve or timeout, then we're just going to just put it as an empty function like that. But in here we're going to require a string verification ID like that. So let's just go ahead and close it right here. So this is what we're going to use. So you have more options to include timeout, but if you include timeout over here, that means your user has to verify that particular phone number within the OTP they get within 60 seconds, right? Not verify, but if they don't get it within 60 seconds, they have to resend the code. Okay, after we are done with this, we have to verify our SMS code. So to verify our SMS code, we're going to take in two arguments. We're going to take the verification ID, so string the verification ID and the SMS code. And down at the bottom, what we're going to require, we're going to create an instance of our credentials, and then we're going to verify the code. Okay, so credentials, phone auth credentials as credentials is equals to phone auth provider dot credentials, and we're going to push the verification ID and the SMS code. After this is done, right at the bottom, we're going to just access our auth. We're supposed to await. Okay, so if it was a login scenario, then we should push them to the next page. But here, what we're supposed to do, we're supposed to just go ahead, get the credentials. After we get the credentials, we are going to go ahead and run this function again. Verify, no, not this one. We're going to access our controller, and then we're going to verify phone number, like that. So that's going to be our function. Okay, let's remove final over here. So that's all that we need to do. The next thing that we're going to do is to go ahead and hook these to our page. So in our page, we need to go ahead and call this class verification service. Okay, where's the page? We need to visit views auth phone verification, right? So after we receive the phone number, after we have the phone number here on code send, we should be able to go ahead and run this function. Okay, after running the function, we're going to be redirected to the reCAPTCHA page. Then we get our code. After we get our code, we agree and we put on the OTP, right? So that's the whole process flow. So let's go ahead and just finish everything in one go so that we can focus on the next thing. So either way, here we said we want to set this number to our controller, but we don't have to. So if we visit our controller, we can take the phone number as an argument here, string phone, and then we can get rid of this. Why? Because the value that we're getting here is a phone number. So if we just go ahead and call our verification service, okay, it's not accessible. Okay, we have to make it accessible. So probably we need to instantiate it right on top, and then we can just go ahead and call it. Okay, this is a little bit tricky. We need to bring it back. We need to bring the phone number back. Let's bring it back so that we can avoid these errors. If we bring it back, that means we need to remove this phone number that we have here. So we don't have errors here. We're just running this without the number, or else we can just access the number from here. Either way, yeah, we need to instantiate our verification service on top. So instantiated our verification service. Down at the bottom, we need to create a function with the name verification, phone verification. So that's supposed to be phone verify phone number. So this function has to be asynchronous, and it's going to take in a phone number. Okay, so our phone number is supposed to be a string phone number. So in this service, we're going to have our final controller. Do we even need our controller? Okay, let's just go ahead and have our controller final. Let's just do it like that. Final controller is equals to get.put. Let's see whether we can access the controller from here. Not really, we cannot. So we need the controller is equals to get.put phone verification controller. Okay, so let's just go ahead and save it. After saving, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and await. So here we're going to await for our verification service, and then we're going to call the function that we created in our verification service. So the first thing that we're going to require here is the phone number. Okay, so we need to access the controller. Since we set the phone number right on top already, did we on code send, we should call the controller here dot set phone number is equals to value. So we have the phone number in our controller. That's the same phone number that we want to push to this function. Let's convert this to a stateful widget so that we can, and let's put this outside. And right at the bottom, we're going to require a string, and our string is going to be verification ID. And we're going to initialize it as an empty string. And let's go ahead and just close it. So here we do require a phone number. So our phone number is going to be controller.phone. That's the first. And the next, we're going to require code send. And code send is going to require the verification ID. Okay, so here let's put it like that, and we're going to require a verification string verification ID. It's supposed to be a string here, verification ID. And a nullable int resend token. So at the bottom, we're going to just go ahead and call set state, and then we're going to set a verification ID. Let's see, something is happening. Okay, this one, it has to be a private. Let's make it a private. So our verification ID is equals to this verification ID that we're receiving here. So that's the first. So this function is the function that we're going to call right underneath, okay? And it requires one argument, which is the phone number, and our phone number is equals to this value. So after this is done, we need to verify the phone number, the code that's been sent to us. So we need to create another function, a void function, submit verification code. So verification code takes in a string code, and we need to await for our service. So that means it has to be asynchronous over here. So we need to await for our verification service, and we're going to call verify SMS code. So we need the code, and we need the verification ID, and we need the code. Okay, so here our verification ID is the one that we are going to set here. So that means this is the code. So it's either we can use this way, but if you don't want to include this set state, if you just want to keep the state as it is, you can use what do you call it? We can use this controller to set it in our phone verification controller. So that means we need to create another variable, but we're going to run a test with this, and then we can just come back and we can change it. So here we're going to require the code like that. So that's all that we need to do over here, and then save. So with this, when we get the verification code, we need to just go ahead and run a function. And the function that we are running is okay, it's supposed to be a private over here. So that's the same that we're going to run over here. Submit verification code, and our code is this value that we're getting over here, like that. So let's just go ahead and close it. So the next thing that we have to do is to go ahead and run a test. If we do have any errors, then we can just rectify the errors before we move on. So we go to a food item, try to place an order, verify phone number. So I'm going to use the test phone number, but here first, let's just put the country code. So that's my phone number. Okay, so we do have an error. Please register custom URL schema. It's not an error, but it's something that we need to put in our plist file. We already did, but this is common somehow. Okay, we'll try to fix it and come back and just finish. But when you get to this, that means your application is running well. Everything is in place. Just some few tweaks, and then we're good to go. Anything out of the ordinary. What we need to do, we just need to go ahead and restart the application. So you need to stop it and restart it, because when we hooked Firebase, we didn't restart the application. Okay, so you need to stop and restart. After restarting, then you can go ahead, send the code. If you send the code, then you're going to be redirected to the reCAPTCHA page, and then you're sent back. That means you've already received the code. Agree, and then you need to put your OTP here. So my OTP was 246, if I'm not mistaken. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to go ahead, go to phone, check my OTP 123456. Okay, so that's going to be the OTP 123456. Let's see. Probably we need to do a little bit more. When we get to this part, we need to set a loader and to see how we are verifying our code here. Okay, we have the OTP. And if we hit verify, like so far nothing happened. So let's go ahead and visit our verification controller. So everything is set here. Everything is set. So we can just go ahead and print response here, because that's something that's happening in the background, so we might not be able to see what's happening. Okay, so it's supposed to be a response print response dot status code. Okay, okay, 200. That means we've successfully verified here, but we are not going to hit this. So we should find a way to just go ahead and get back to the previous page, right? So it's supposed to be get dot to, let's specify the page over here. So our page is supposed to be, what's the name of the page? Not main, but we need to get to the food page, right? But the food page requires data now, so that's tricky. That's tricky. So let's see what's the best way, because we're supposed to, let's just get off on, and we're going to redirect to main screen, like that. Let's close it here. So we do have a loader here. Okay, so we can use the same loader in our page. So that means we have to cut this, wrap it in an OBX, and then we paste the code. After pasting the code, we just need to have to access our controller. After accessing our controller, we're going to get is loading. If it's loading, then if it's loading is equals to false, we're going to display this. Otherwise, we're going to display something else here. It's supposed to be here. Okay, let's see. Like that. Now let's close it here. Probably we made a typo somehow, somewhere. Okay, like that. Okay, so this is what it's going to look like. So let's try to just run a test with this. Right now we need to just go ahead and set this like container to be the one that we see whenever we hit the verify button. Okay, so let's check, for instance, here. So when we have our OTP and we agree, when we press when we press verify on our OTP, we should be able to see this container, right? So let's go ahead and test our number again. So here, though the country code is the same, we're just going to go ahead and enter it again. So it's supposed to be United States, and the number 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Send the code. After sending the code, we're redirected to this page. Okay, so we have our OTP, and now we have to put our OTP 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then we're going to just verify. Okay, so whenever we enter our OTP, it's going to 6 numbers of our OTP is going to verify by itself. We don't even need to click the button, and then we're going to be redirected to this page. Okay, so what we can do now to check whether we are verified or not, the phone number is verified or not, we have to open 3T. Okay, 3T. And let's change this to JSON. So this one, we're using the Outlook account. That's supposed to be Outlook. So we're supposed to reload one of this collection. Okay, this is the account that we're using. So verification is true, phone verification is true. So we are done with all our verifications. So here, what we need to do is to go ahead and just change the logic when it comes to our food page, right? So in our food page, when we click place order, if we don't have a number, we are showing this. But if we do have the number, okay, we have to allow the user to go to the next page, right? So let's drag this down a little bit, and we're going to go to the food page. So we need to visit views. Oh, we're in views already. Food page. Okay, so in our food page, we need to visit our button. Where's our button? Preference, controller preference. That's a text here. Okay, so we need to have a condition down here. We need to get the user first. Okay, so we can come to the top. Right at the top, what we're going to do is to just go ahead and create a final, not final, but we need to access the controller final. Controller, it's not supposed to be controllers again, because we do have a controller. A login controller is equals to get.put, and our dependency is login controller. Okay, so it's supposed to be get, like that. So let's just go ahead and close it. So whenever we open this page, we need to access the login controller. And then we're going to we do have what's happening. It should be accessible. Okay, we need brackets over here. Get user info, right? We just need to get user info, and we set the data inside of our user. Okay, so we need to create an instance of this user, because if you have over, our user info is returning a login response model. So right on top, let's set login response user. Okay, so we need to import the login response model. So now the data that we're getting here is the data that we're setting in this user. So this user is the user that we're going to check whether we do have a verified phone number or not. So going back to this button, so the first thing that we need to do over here, we need to check if user is equals to now or first we need to check if user is equals to now. If user is equals to now, then we're going to redirect this particular user to the login page. It's supposed to be get.put, not get.put, but get to the login screen. Okay, so the page name might be supposed to be login page, right? Like that. Okay, so down at the bottom we're going to have else if. Else if user dot phone verification is equals to false, then we are going to show this. Okay, else we're going to just place an order. Okay, we can either place an order or prompt a user to add an address, because we also need to check whether the user has a valid address or not before they process their order. So now if we click on this button, nothing is going to happen, all right, since our verification is equals to true. Okay, here what we can do, we can say else if have another condition, and then we can do something. But for now we cannot use else if because we don't have the condition. So we're just going to print place order. Right. Okay, so now a user can be able to place an order. So we're done with our phone number. The next thing that we can do is to focus on our addresses. So now we need to work with Google Maps. At the same time, we're going to get the address here. So we need to add shipping address, right? Add shipping address. That's the page that we're working on, that we're about to work on. And then we can go on to move on to our location. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and visit geolocator. We already have the package in our application, but we need to set it up so that we can be able to access our location. So first we're going to have to put permissions inside of our Android manifest. Okay, so we're going to start for Android and then we can jump over to iOS. So let's visit our application. So here we need to visit Android app source main Android manifest. Okay, so right on top before the application, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and paste the permissions. Okay, so on Android we're going to ask for these permissions. We need to add the third one, which is access background location. Okay, we need that as well, so we need to paste it over here. Okay, after asking for location, we're going to set up geolocator and maps at the same time. Like Google Maps. So let's go back to our pub.dev. Pub.dev, on the other window, we have Google Maps Flutter, right? So for Google Maps Flutter, we have to add this metadata right inside of our application. So we need to copy this and we need to paste it right at the bottom of our, so this is our application, right? So we need to paste the metadata. So our metadata requires the API key. So we're supposed to put the API key here. So we are not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. But you will have to go ahead and look for, get the API key from your application, and then you can put it here. But I'll run you through how to do it. Okay? But for mine, I'm going to leave it like that for now. I'll change it a little bit later. So let's proceed to what we are going to do next. So in Flutter, we need to include this. Okay, we need to import Google Maps inside of our app-delegate.swift file. Okay, and we need to make some changes. So what I'm going to do, let me just copy everything from here, and then we go back to our application. In our application, we need to open the iOS folder, iOS runner app-delegate. Okay, so I'm just going to paste the code over here so that I can see the differences. Okay, so we need to import Google Maps. Okay, that's the first right on top. After that, let's see, override application did finish, so we need to add this line, and everything else will remain the same. So after this boolean inside of this brace, we need to add that line. Okay, after adding the line, we need to provide our key here. Okay, that's for our maps. So let's get rid of this. So let's save these, but we need to provide our keys later on. Go back. There's nothing else that we need to do over here. I guess that's all that we need to do for iOS. For Android, we're done, and you need to change the minimum SDK version to 20. Okay, so this is in the Android app build.credo. So if we go Android app build.credo, the minimum SDK version should be 20. Okay, so put a 20 over here, and then we save. So let's close that. So to get your keys, you need to come to your, is it console? Okay, so it should be like Google console. You need to visit the cloud console, and if you don't have a project, you need to create one. Okay, after creating one, you need to open that project that you created. Let's see, let's just select any project. Okay, so we are in our project already because this is the project that we selected here. So in our project, we need to go to enable API services. Okay, if you click on enable API services, then you're going to have a different screen over here. Okay, enable API and services. So for this particular application, we need to have Android Maps SDK for Android. This needs to be enabled. Okay, mine is enabled already, and we have to do the same for iOS. That's the second, and we need to enable this one for places. That's the third. We can just go to maps over here so that we can have all our APIs related to maps open. Okay, after that we need to have distance matrix enabled, this one. So that's the fourth. So maps SDK for Android, SDK for iOS, places API, distance matrix. Yes. Okay, those four. We need those four enabled. After you enable the four, what we can do here, we can come to our, that's supposed to be credentials. Okay, credentials over here. So you need to go ahead and create credentials, create API key. So you have your API key here afterwards if you create the API key. All right, so that's going to be mine. I'll copy it, and that's the one that I'm going to use for the project. So you can use whatever you want, like you can use any API key of yours. Okay, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to use the API key, so I'm going to delete the key over here since I have another one already. But that's the basic process of how we're going to enable everything that we need. So after you have the API key, that same API key, that's the API key that you're going to paste here, and the API key that you're going to paste in your app delegate, like that. And you need to save it somewhere, because you might need it. We need it to make some API calls to the Google API. Okay, so you can just go to constants and paste the key somewhere so that you won't be visiting the console every time that you need that key. Okay, but for the basic setup, that's all that we need to do. So let's see. We need to open our lib folder, constants. Okay, so we have this API key, then you need to paste the key over here. You just need to create a variable and then you save. So from here we are good to go. We don't need to make any extra setup. Okay, so for iOS, in our plist file, we need to add more stuff, not pods but runner, and then info.plist to enable location, not location, to get the current location. We should enable some stuff. So if you go back to our geolocator, we didn't finish. We just set up for Android, but we didn't set up for iOS. Okay, so we need these two. We need to copy this string, and we need to copy this string as well. Okay, so we're going to copy the first one, go back to our application. Instead of our application, we can just put it right underneath. Let's go ahead, push this to the side a little so that everything can be aligned. Okay, so it's supposed to be NS location. The names, I'm not sure about the names, so these ones might be wrong if we copy them like that. So let's just do the right thing. Okay, it's okay. It's okay like this. So after pasting these, what we need to go ahead and copy this key, and then we're going to just go ahead and paste it right underneath like that. Okay, so we have everything that we need for geolocator and for our maps. Okay, if there are any changes that we need to make to our setup, then we can come back and make changes. Okay, so that's all. Next, we're going to go ahead and request for permissions. Here, your purpose key, this is an application term. That's supposed to be, let's see. So here we can just change recommend feed to users by location, like that. And that's everything that we need to do. So let's go ahead, close this, close that as well. So make sure that your keys they are set up in the right way. So we said we need permissions, and we need to put our key, our metadata over here. In app.delegate, we need to import Google Maps, and then we need to add this line and provide our key over here. Okay. Create our first function, so we need to visit geolocator, right? So we need to copy this particular function, but we're going to make some few changes to it. So we just need to copy everything from here. Okay, after copying everything, we come back to our application and we paste the code over here. So what we're going to do over here is to change this to a feature void. Okay, that's the first, and we need to go ahead and import geolocator. Okay, if you import geolocator, then we're not going to have any problem. Okay, so here we just need to, let's get rid of that. Let's close it since our return value is a void. Okay, so here we are going to have a boolean to determine whether the service is enabled or not, and we're going to have an instance of our location settings, location permissions, right? So if our service is, like, we have to determine like the value of this service enabled, right? So if it is enabled, we need to check first if it is enabled, right? If it is enabled or not. If it is not, whatever we get, we're going to set the value in here in our boolean value. So if it is not enabled, then we're going to just go ahead and return an error like, okay, that's location service are disabled. That's the first, and we're going to go ahead and check for permissions right here, right? So we're going to await for permissions. If permissions location is denied, then we're going to request permission again, and if it is denied, we are going to show this message. If it is denied forever, then we're going to show this right at the bottom. If it is enabled, we are going to go ahead and run a function to get the current location. So we are going to create a function that we're going to put right outside here. Okay, we're going to create a function to get the current location, not the current location, the current location yet. Okay, so let's get rid of the comments, but okay, you can leave some like that over here so that it would be easier. So for now, we won't see anything because this particular function is not hooked to anything as yet. Okay, so that's our first function, and we need to create another function with the name. Where is this one? Okay, let's see where we're closing it. We're closing it here, and down at the bottom we're going to create another one, a future void. It's supposed to be future void over here, and we have to give it a name, get current location. It's supposed to be a private, not minus. And for this function, it has to be asynchronous as well. async. Okay, so right inside, what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead. We need a location controller. Okay, but this is correct. Okay, we want to get a position, not a position per se. Let's see, position dot latitude. Okay, position might do, but the best way to go about it is to change this to a lat. Okay, we call it what? That's no, it's supposed to be lat long. Okay, latitude, longitude. Okay, so we can call this current location. So this is going to be our current location. So once we call our geolocator and get current position, we're going to set desired accuracy to location.high, and we can have high after high. What comes after high? Let's see. We have several alternatives that we can pick from. Best, no cons. Let's see. Best for navigation, high. That's low, medium, reduce. Okay, let's go with best. Okay, so let's just go ahead and print our current location over here. Okay, so this function is the function that we're supposed to run after if we do have permissions. Okay, so that's right outside here. Okay, when permissions are granted. Okay, when we reached here, permissions are granted and we can continue to access the position of your files. Okay, so that's going to be it, and we need to convert this to a, let's convert it to a stateful widget so that we can have an init state. Okay, now it's a stateful widget, and right underneath we're going to have init state. It's supposed to be init state, right? Init state, then we're going to run determine position, the function that we just created. Okay, so probably we need to rebuild our application, so we need to close it and start it again so that we can have a clean build. Okay, and our API keys are wrong, so that might be a problem again. So you need to have a working API key somehow in trying all this. But the one that I ended, I just deleted the API key. So if it doesn't work, that might be a contributing factor to the problem. Okay, so these are just permissions that we're going to be required to have whenever we open the application, but we still need to do some more things over here. So let's see how it goes if we are able to check the permissions or not whenever our application is opened. If we get through the steps of permissions, now we need to get our location. If we can get our location, now we need to process our location. So by processing the location, we can have like multiple scenarios. In this case, we can have the position is longitude and latitude, right? But here, the goal is not to get only the longitude and the latitude, is to get the longitude, the latitude, as well as try to convert those numbers, those figures, the longitude and the latitude, to a real address so that we can get the real address of that particular user. And that's the address that we are going to be showing right on top here. Okay, so this is what we get if our permissions are working. So we are going to allow, and we are going to get our latitude and longitude over here. Okay, so that's the first step. Okay, so all that we've done it to just get these latitudes and longitude. Now we got these, we have to make API call to get the address related to this latitude and longitude. So we are doing this in our air bar just to have the address on top and to determine the current location of that particular user, right? That's one thing. And two, when we are displaying the address over there, we have to display the address of the current location where the user is at. That's the first. Second, we can either display the current location or we can display the default address. Okay, so we have two options there. If a user is logged in and if they have the default address, then we have to display that default address. Okay, so here we do have a typo. Let's just go ahead and correct the typo. My keyboard has started again. It's supposed to be current location over here. Okay, and we also need to go ahead and create a controller where we are going to store this so that we can process it a little bit further. Okay, so there's some adjustments that we need to make. So we need to create a controller, right? We call it a user controller. I've already created the controller and did everything related to that controller. So I'm just going to walk you through what I did and how I did it and why I did it. Okay, so first off, we're going to start with the first value on top. This value is a lat long with the name position. So we initialize it as a lat long, and it's going to have 0 as the latitude and 0 is the longitude. Okay, that's the first thing. So we need to create the function that's going to set the value of this particular lat long that we created on top, right? And it's going to take in data of type lat long. Okay, and we're going to call it lat long. So whenever we are going to push a value here, we're going to take that value and we're going to set it to this position. Okay, for instance, if we come to our controller, so here, that's where we are going to push the lat long from in this get current location function, right? So first we need to instantiate our user controller. Okay, user location controller, and we're going to call it location in this instance. Okay, so once we get our current location here, then we are going to call for our controller, and we need to call this set position function, and we're going to push this current location, right? So once we push this current location inside of our controller, it's going to be automatically set to this position that we have here. So that's the first thing that we need to do. Right underneath, we do have two variables, this variable and this variable. Okay, so these variables, we're going to use them for storing our address and our postal code, right? So I'm just going to explain this RX string, and it's not this RX string, but the address variable. I'm not going to explain the postal code because they're merely the same. It's just the name which is different. All right, so here we do have a private variable with the name address, and it's initialized as an empty string, right? And it's an OBS because we need to read changes in this particular value. If the value changes, we need to be able to change the value, okay, to change our UI over here. Okay, and we do have a getter. Okay, this getter, we're going to use it to access our private variable, which is this one, because we can't access this value inside of our UI. Okay, so we have to use a getter to access the value. That's why we do have this getter function. And down at the bottom, we do have a setter. A setter, we're going to use it to set the address once we get the address. So it's a function which takes in a string. So our address is going to be a string, and we're going to set that string to the private variable that we have on top. Okay, so the cycle goes on like that. We initialize, we get, it's empty. Okay, we push the address, we set here, and then we're reading the changes. The changes are going to be read by our UI, and they're going to be translated to whatever widget we are going to use it in. Okay, so that's the basic for this part, same as for the postal code. But the most important part is how we're going to get the address and the postal code. So to get the address, we need to create a function, and in this instance, we're going to call it getUserAddress. So our getUserAddress is going to take in
a lat long. In this instance, we're going to call it position, right? And our function has to be asynchronous. So the first thing that we need a URL. Okay, that's the URL that we're going to use to access geocode API from Google. So this is going to be our endpoint, https maps.googleapis.com maps/API /geocode/JSON, and then we put the queries here. So for our query, we're going to have latitude and longitude. So our latitude is going to be this position that we pushed in dot latitude. We're getting the latitude here. We put a comma, then $, with interpolation. This is just interpolation, and then we read our longitude. And at the end, we need to include the key. Okay, so this is our Google API key, the key that we created before, and we stored it in our constants. So this is the one that we store in our constants. So we're accessing it so that we can access our Google APIs. Right after that, we're going to await. We're going to make the request, but whenever we make an API request, we have to await for the data. We have to wait for the data, so we're going to use await. That's why we do have asynchronous right on top. And at the bottom, if we get the response, we're going to check whether our response status is equal to 200. If it is 200, then we're going to process our data further, because that means we do have a return value, and that data that we are returning is correct, right? So first we need to decode our response.body, and from our response.body, we're just going to decode and store the value in this particular value, right? Down at the bottom, now we want to get the address from this decoded value. So we're going to create an instance, and we're going to create a variable, and we're going to call it address. And we need to access this value, this variable response.body results at index 0, and then we're going to get the formatted address. Okay. After we get the formatted address, we're going to set the address. We're going to call the set address function, which is the function that we have here, and we're going to set address. So that means now our address is accessible here. It's accessible here, okay, because we changed the value of this address. Okay. After that, we need to get our postal code. So this code is to get our postal code. So to get the postal code, we need to store all the address components inside of this address components variable, right? And it's a dynamic. So here, to get the address components, we have to go to this particular variable, a value or particular data, response body results 0, and we need to access address components. And from address components, we need to just have a for loop so that we can iterate through our data so that we can get the postal code. Okay, so we're going to have for component in address components, if component types dot contains, if components type contains postal address, we're going to go ahead and get this component. We're going to get this value component, and then here we're going to get long name, right? And we're going to set it to our postal code. So that's how we're going to get our postal code. So that means if we use this set method, then our postal code is set here. Okay, so we have all the data that we need. So going back to our custom container, custom air bar, we're going to call the function, right? And get the data. Once we get the data, we need to render the data on the UI, on our UI. So we need to come to right here on top, and we need to instantiate our controller. After instantiating our controller, we need to come to this size box, right? So first we need to cut the size box and wrap it in an OBX, since we're going to use an RX int with the name address. So we need to have a condition if this, not RX int, but RX string.
if this value is equals to an empty string, then we're going to display our default address. Else, we're going to display the address that's set to our address field in our controller. Okay, so that's how we are getting the address here. So if you take a look at the address is different from this static address that we do have in our application. So that's all that we need to do to get address. Next, we're going to focus on getting our shipping address. So right now we want to shift our focus to our addresses. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead, just close everything. We go to our views folder. In our views folder, we need to visit our profile folder. And in our profile folder, we need to create a new file and we need to call it shipping address. It's supposed to be shipping address and it has to be a .dot file. After creating the file, then we need to open the file and we need to create a stateful widget in here. And we have to call it shipping address. After giving it a name, then we need to import our material. After importing material, the first thing that we need to do down here, we need to convert this container to a scaffold, and our scaffold is going to take an a bar and a body. So we are going to go with this for now. So now we do have our page. So what we need to do, we need to hook it to this shipping address over here. So we need to go to our profile page. In our profile page, we need to go to shipping address. So we need to have navigation. So since we're using getX, we're going to use get2. Then we specify the page that we want to navigate to. Okay, so here it's supposed to be const shipping address like that. So let's just go ahead, close it. And down below, what we can do, we can add transition. We're going to go from right to left and we need to set a duration. So for duration, we can go with 900 milliseconds over here. Okay, so if we click on this page, then we're taken to the page that we just created. So let's just go ahead and close this profile page. After closing the profile page, we need to deal with our scaffold first. And not our scaffold, we need to work inside of our scaffold. Inside of our scaffold, we need to change our body. And then we can come and deal with our air bar. Okay, so we're going to replace this, the body. Initially we had a center widget, so what we need to do in there, we need to have a size box. So our size box should have height and width. Okay, so as for height, we're going to give it height. Okay, and as for width, it has to take up the whole width. Okay, like that. Okay, so now our size box has a child prop, so we need to use the child. And as for our child, we're going to return a page view. Okay, a page view. Okay, so we need 2 pages in here. So our page view takes in children. Okay, so we're going to have 2 containers for starters, but for now, let's just go ahead, have these 2 containers. We got a red container and a blue container, but in order for us to see these containers, they fill the whole screen. So if we slide, then we're going to the next page. So our plan is to display the map over here, and on this blue container, then we're going to take the address that we get from the map, put it in a text field, and then right below we're going to have a postal code and the button to submit. Okay, so we want to work inside of this container first, but before we do that, what we need to do, we need to just go ahead and change some of the props related to our page view. So the first thing that we're going to require is a controller. Okay, so as for a controller, we have to create a controller right on top. So we're going to call it page controller, like that. So let's copy the name and head right to the top so that we can create our
our controller. Okay, so our controller is going to be a late final. Okay, page controller, and our initial page is equals to 0, denoting that it's going to take index 0 each and every time that we open the page. So here we're going to initialize it as a late final. Okay, so we're done with that part. Our next prop that we need inside of our page view is going to be physics. So for the physics, we're going to go with never scrollable physics. We don't want this to be scrollable. We want to put buttons right here on top that we can use to go to the next page or go to the previous page. Okay, so in order to set everything up, what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and have another prop, 2 props to be precise. So the first one is going to be page snapping. We need to set this property to false. That's the first thing. And the next thing is going to be on page changed, right? On page change, we are going to go ahead and set the index. We're going to jump to the next index. Okay, we're going to jump to the next index. At the same time, we need to go ahead and manipulate the pages that we're going to have here so that they can okay, right hand side we don't need to do anything. Probably we'll go to that bridge. We'll talk about that when we get to it. But on page view, what we need to do, we need to jump to a particular index. Okay, on page change we need to jump to a particular index. Okay, so here we're going to have our page controller dot jump to. So we need to jump to the index. Okay, so let's just go ahead and close this. So we do have a container here, and we do have another container. So we need to create buttons to move to the next page, right? Since we are not going to be able to slide, we're not going to, probably we should put our map first before anything. If we put our map, then it'll be easier for us to work with whatever we're going to have inside of this particular container. This first container is the one that I'm talking about. Okay, so we need to change this container to a stack widget. So let's just go ahead and have a stack over here because we need our map to be on top of the widgets that we're going to put. Let's add a comma over here, and we need to have children. So our first child is going to be Google Maps. Okay, so we need initial camera position, and that's the first thing that we need. So we need to have the position itself. So here it's a little bit tricky, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to set this to our current location. Since we're getting our current location here, right? We have the value, the latitude and longitude of this current position. So that's the one that we want to use as our current position each and every time that we open this page, so that you won't be far from your location. Okay, so we're going to go with camera position. So we need to provide a target. Our target is going to be the position that we are on, right? So here we need to have our controller right here on top. The final controller, let's just call it controller, is equals to get output. Now we need user location controller. So let's just go ahead and close it. Here we're going to just take this controller, and that's the one that we want to access here. Controller dot position. So our map is building up. We have to wait a little bit. So we need to include some other props like zoom. So for zoom, we're going to go with, so let's just go ahead, reset this. It's creepy that it ain't showing anything. So let's just do it again and see what we can get. Okay, but that's not a problem. So let's just go ahead and continue editing position. Yes, that's correct. So what we can do just to see what coordinates do we have, we're going to just print. Okay, let's print the coordinates right here. So we want to access the controller and we want to print the position. Okay, so our position didn't change. It's 0, 0 over here. So let's go ahead. We can go to our app bar, custom app bar. Let's reset again, see whether, okay, we do have our value over here. So that means it should work when it comes to this particular set position. It's not translating. So what we can do, let's just copy this. And then we can just paste it inside of our page. We can create a variable for it because we want to speed the process a little bit. We don't want to waste time just trying to figure out what's going on. So instead of using the controller right here, what we can do, we can have a lat lang, and then we can just go ahead and paste the coordinates in here like that. So let's add const over here. We shouldn't add consts here, but outside, not outside, over. Okay, this is ridiculous. Let's just remove it, but it should be on stake, on the stake. But if we put it on stake, we still have some other stuff to do, so that won't be appropriate. Okay, so our position is now okay. Okay, so right on top, we need to create a variable with the name selected location, right? And it has to be a lat lang. So this is the one that's going to be dynamic. Whenever we pick a position on our map, that variable is going to change and is going to be our target. Okay, for the target for our map. So our map will drag to that particular position each and every time that we have that particular value. Okay, so here we're going to have lat lang, and it's going to be nullable, and we have to call it selected position, like that. So let's just change the name, not change the name, correct the mistake. So it's supposed to be selected position. Selected position, or we're going to display the constant that we have, the items which are hard coded, the coordinates that are hard coded, right? So here we need to add one more thing right on top. So we're going to have on map created. So on map created, we're going to take, it takes in Google Map controller, okay, with the name controller. So let's just go ahead and remove this. We need to assign our controller here. That's our map controller. We don't have the map controller, so we need to create the variable right on top just the same way that we did, but is going to be a little bit different. Okay, so here we need a Google map controller, and we're going to call it map controller. Okay, so let's copy the name. That's the name that we're going to put right in here. Okay, is equals to controller, like that. So let's just go ahead and close it. And one other thing, to avoid conflict, let's just go ahead and remove the controller that we're not using, the one that we imported with the user location, right? So now that we got that out of the way, we can move on to do some other stuff. So before we continue, as for our page view, this is pertaining our page view. We need to have our init state right on top. Page controller dot, we need to add list now over here. So we're just going to set state here. We're not going to do anything out of the ordinary. Let's just go ahead and close it, and we need to dispose the page controller. So to dispose, we use dispose when we want to get rid of the controllers that we are no longer using. Okay, so like that. Back to our map, we set on map created, the initial position is set. The next thing that we need to do is to add a marker to our map. Okay, so a marker will show us like where we are, because like now we don't have a marker, so we would know like which particular position are we on, which coordinates, right? So by adding a marker, we can have something that can show us where we are exactly. So we're going to have markers, and on markers, we're going to have selected position. If selected position is equals to now, then we're going to use set off. Then here we're just going to pass an empty array. Okay, like that. Else, we're going to have a set of markers. Okay, so we need to include our elements right here. So the first, we need a marker in here. So a marker takes in an ID, the marker ID, the position, and we need to set whether it's draggable or not. So let's just do it one by one. So here is supposed to be your location here. Let's capitalize this, right? The position is the position that we set in this particular variable. And down at the bottom, we need to set the draggable property to true. Our marker has to be draggable. If we move our marker, then it should be able to move from one point to another. And down at the bottom, we want to do something. If we drag the marker, when we finish dragging the marker, then we should go ahead and run a function or something. So in this instance, we're going to have the position, and we also need to get the data related to that particular place. So on drag end, we're going to go ahead and do something in here. Okay, so the first thing that we can do, we can just go ahead and print the position, right? Since we have this position variable, we have this position value over here, so we can just print it. That's the same position that we can use to get the data related to that place. Okay, so let's just go ahead, save that, and move this right to the top. Okay. Let's add const everywhere in the file. So let's see if we go ahead. We don't have our marker. Okay, it's supposed to be selected, selected position. So if we don't select a position, then we won't be able to drag a marker. So that's one thing that you have to take note of. So we need to have a position to be able to have a marker. Or what we can do, we can just go ahead and copy this, paste it here, and we change the position to this position. Okay, so we do have a marker on our map. So either way, even if we don't have if we haven't looked for a particular place, we still have a marker. So this marker, we want to test this draggable property, right? So if we drag it to a particular point, okay, that's a little bit odd. I should move it like that. It's really hard to get back. Okay, so let's just go back and come back to the page again so that we can our marker is movable, so we want to just move it to Apple Union Square. So now we have a new set of coordinates. These coordinates are the coordinates that we're going to use to attain the data related to the particular place, as we did for our last function, the one that we have inside of our controller, okay, of this controller. So we're going to use this get user address, right? And the two properties that we need are these, the postal code and the formatted address. Okay, so we have to access the controller and put it here so that we can get the data related to the particular place. Okay, so that's one way to do it. So we still need that controller right on top. Hopefully it doesn't conflict with anything that we're doing. Final controller. Okay, let's location controller. Let's give it a different name so that we won't have any conflict. Is equals to get dot put. Okay, and here we're going to access our user controller. So we need this controller. That's the one that we're going to use in here. Okay, controller dot get user address, and in here the address has to, the coordinates has to be position. And let's go ahead and close it. Down at the bottom we can also set the position to, we can set position to set selected position to the position that we are on. Okay, so here, let's just go ahead and print something. Print, we need to access the location controller and we want to print the address. So let's drag it again. Hopefully we are dragging though. Okay, so here we are printing the value that's inside of our controller. Let's see if we change whether something will happen. Okay, so it's working. It's working because our address is changing here. If we drag again, let's drag it to a different location. Oh, okay, so it's working fine. Our addresses are changing. So we are done with that part on drag. So that's one thing that we can do, or we can set position to the current position that we're on. So for that scenario, we need to just go ahead and let's just go ahead and drag this again and see what will happen. Okay. Yeah, okay. So now we're using this particular function on drag end from this one, not this one. Because if we set here, that means we're going to jump and use this one instead of this one. Okay. So we need to do the same. Copy this and we're just going to paste it in here. That's going to be the same thing. So that's all that we need to do with our markers. After our markers, what we can do, we can go ahead and let's see whether we can have somewhere to search for our address or not, because we need to search for the address. If we search for the address, then we should be able to use this marker. We should be able to move the marker to the. Well, let's move on. Now, below this map, we need to go ahead and add a column. We need to go ahead add a column. So our column takes in children. So our first child here is going to be a container. Our container, we have to give it a padding. It's supposed to be padding over here, and we need to manipulate our horizontal padding. Vertical, we don't need to do anything, so let's just go ahead and get rid of that. And we need to import screen utils over here. So inside of our container, we're going to require a color.
we're going to give it a color of colors.white. Okay, a white color. Right underneath, we need to give it a child. So our child is going to be a text field. We need to have a text field so that we can search for a particular location, right? We can search for we can write something. So our text field is going to have a controller. So we need a controller. This controller, we need to create it right on top. So we need to give it a name as well. So we're going to call it a search controller. So we're going to have final text editing controller. I'm not sure about the name, whether I wrote it correctly or wrong. Since the text editing controller, you should have one T over here. Okay. The name should be underscore search controller. Okay, so that's going to be our controller. So let's copy the name. After copying the name, we need to assign it to our controller, right? So our array is gone. Right underneath, we're going to just go ahead and have unchanged. So unchanged, we need to go ahead and do something. So we're going to create a function with the name unchanged. So each and every time that our controller changes, we're going to go ahead and run this function. At this particular moment, we don't have the function. So let's just go ahead and leave it like that. Right at the bottom, we're going to have decoration. For decoration, we're going to have input decoration. Instead of our input decoration, we're going to just put a hint text. Okay. We're going to have hint text. So for our hint text, we have to put a string. So our string, we're just going to say search for your address, something like that. Okay, so let's just go ahead and do it like that. And we need to go ahead and create this function. Okay, so let's name it on search changed, something like that. That will do. On search changed. That's going to be the name of our function. Let's create it here. So on search changed, we're going to take in a string, a string value, right? And we're going to just call it, let's give it a name, and let's call it search query. Search query. So what we need to do here, we need to go ahead and have a condition to check whether our search query is empty or not. If search query dot is not empty, then we're going to go ahead and run the function. Else, we're going to just go ahead and do something in here. So we need to create another variable right on top. So it's going to be a list dynamic. So this list dynamic, we have to give it a name. We have to call it place list. Okay, and we have to initialize it as an empty array like that. Okay, so if we didn't search for anything here, our place lists is going to be an empty array. But if we are searching for something here, we need to go ahead and look for a place. Look for a place using our Google API, our places API. Okay. So the first thing that we're going to require right on top, we're going to require a URL. Nah, let's just do it in one go. Okay. Final URL is equals to URI.pass. Okay. So we're going to use places, right? So googleapis.com maps/API/place. In here, it's supposed to be autocomplete. Wow, that's utterly wrong. Autocomplete. Let's see, JSON, and then our query is supposed to be our search query, and we're supposed to have our key here. So our key is the key that we have in our constants Google API key. So we don't have an error anymore. Down at the bottom, we're going to have we're going to call our API. Okay. So we need to import HTTP in here, and we need to make this function asynchronous since we're going to wait for a response. Right on top, we need to import HTTP as HTTP like that. Okay. So if we get our response, we're going to go ahead and process our response a little bit further. So the first thing that we need to do, we're going to just go ahead and check if our status code is equals to 200. Just that's the same way that we do with our API calls. If a response dot status code is equals to 200, then we're going to do something. So here we're going to go ahead and set state. We need to get the place. Okay, so our place lists will be equal to response.body, not response.body. We need to decode the data. So JSON.decode. Okay, so JSON.decode, then our response body, then we are taking predictions here. So predictions is like when we get the results from our places API, our places will be within predictions, right? So we're getting the predictions and we're putting them in our list. So that's all that we need to do. And now we do have our bar here. So one other thing that we can do just to make everything uniform, come to our app bar. Our app bar, we're going to give it a background color. And the color should be white as well. And let's get rid of the elevation. Let's give it an elevation of 0. Okay, so it's going to be like that. Now it's looking way more appealing. So back to
or column, right? Now we have this. What we can do, we have to display our results somehow whenever we are searching, right? So to do that, we're going to display our results in a list. Okay. Column after the container, after this container, we need to go ahead and have another widget. We're going to have an expanded widget, but this can only show if our places list is not empty. Okay. So if our places lists dot is empty, if it is empty, then we're going to just go ahead and display sizebox.shrink, else we're going to have an expanded. Okay. So here, let's see. Let's just do it. Let's just write the code expanded. So expanded takes a child. That's why we do have an error. So we're going to have a list view in here. And our list view takes in children. As for our children, we're going to use a list.generate. We need to generate the places that we're going to display. So here we're going to have our length as places list dot length, and we are going to have an index, and we need to return something over here, right? So our return widget is going to be a container, and in our container we need to give it a color. So our color is supposed to be colors.white. After that, let's just go ahead and have a child, and our child is going to be a list tile. So in our list tile, we need to manipulate visual density. So visual density is going to be visual density.compact. After that, we need to go ahead and have our title. It's supposed to be title over here. So our title is supposed to be a text. So the text, we are displaying the name of the place. Okay. Place list index dot, not description, right? Description. Let's go ahead and import app style. The text might be too big. So what we can do here, we can get rid of the app style. We just need to go ahead and display it as it is for now. If we have something, and right after our text, what we can do, we can have on tap. So if we tap on a particular place, then we should be able to do something, to get details related to that place, right? So in here, let's just go ahead and have our function. So here we need to create another function with the name get place details. So we don't have the function, that's why we do have the error. So since we do have places here, to get details of a particular place, we have to use the ID, right? We have to use the ID of that place. So to get the ID, we have to access our places lists. On the index that we're on. So the index that we clicked. And from that index, we're going to go ahead and get the place ID like that. So we need to create this function. And right at the bottom, we need to just go ahead and create another. We need to create another variable right on top. We're going to call it selected place. Okay. The selected place. So for the selected place, it's going to be an array as well. So if it is an array, we are going to add the selected place inside of this particular array. So we're going to have places list dot add, not dot add, places list. Then in here, we're going to put the index of that particular selected place, right? Okay, so we have one function to create and one list to create. Okay, so this list is going to be a list dynamic as well. So what we can do, we can go right to the top. Right to the top, we're going to have another array here. Okay, and we're going to give it the name that we gave it down here. So let's just go ahead, grab the name, and we replace this place list with the name that we gave it down. Okay, so that's the first. And the second, we need to go ahead and create this function, get place details. Okay, this one is a little bit tricky and a little bit long, so we're going to create it with a little bit of caution so that we can minimize the number of errors. So let's just create it as empty for now. So it's supposed to be void underscore. No, we do have the name. So it takes in the place ID. So it's supposed to be string place ID over here. Nope. Supposed to be asynchronous. So right inside, that's where we're going to create our function. So let's just reset our application, restart our application. Okay, so here it's a little bit tricky because the places are supposed to show. So we should find a way to fix the problem. Well, what we can do, we can check whether we have a response here. Okay, so we're going to print a response.status code. Let's just go ahead, close it. $200, but we are not displaying anything. So that's one thing that we should fix, because here it's 200. That means we do have the data. Okay, so we can also go ahead and print the places lists. Okay, nothing is showing up. And continue. So here The reason why we weren't getting the list is because of this particular value on our URL. It's supposed to be input, not query. Okay, so if we set it as input and then save, let's say we want to search for a place. I'm going to search for Nottingham University, Ningbo. Like that's in China, right? So now we can get a list of places, right? So you can just click your address and then we can get the details, right? So here we do have this function that we're creating. It's taking in the place ID. So if we click, we're just supposed to print. Let's just go ahead and print the place ID over here, right? Place ID like that. So let's say this is our place, the one that we want to use as our location. If we click on it, then we're supposed to get this place ID. But what we can do here, the difference is the same. Let's check the data first before we do anything. Out of the ordinary, because we might want to get the details related to the place, while we do have the details as well over here. So because what we require here, this is the description, structure. We need to get the address and we need to get the address as well as the postal code. So those are two things that we need to get from this particular data. So if we can get them here without running this function, that might save us when it comes to cost, right? So let's figure out how to do it without calling another API, so that we can just get the details that we have already. Okay, a little bit difficult to get the details from a prediction. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and have our places API here so that we can get details related to the particular place that we're in. Okay, so on the URL must be this one. Okay, it must be this one. So let's just go ahead, autocomplete, and then this one is correct. Okay, so let's start with the URL. So the URL is going to be maps API place details /JSON place ID is equals to place ID. This is the place ID that we have over here, and the key is the key that we have in our constants. So this part is correct. And when it comes to our API call, we're just going to make a GET request using the URL that we have right here. And if our response is equals to 200, then we're going to go ahead and have our location. Okay, this might be location or response body, whatever you want to call it. Either way, it's going to be okay. So the first thing that we need to, let's get rid of this. Okay, either way, it's okay. It can be like that. So here, what do we need to do? We need to just go ahead and decode the data. Once we decode the data, here, let's get rid of this part. We just need to set the data in the variable with the name location, right? We don't want to cast data over here. It's going to be a little bit tricky if we cast data. So we need to be able to access this location, and we get the latitude, the longitude first. Okay. So here we're going to access the location. The first thing that we need result. We need to access result, geometry, location, and then latitude. as a double. Either way, it's going to be a double over here. So we can cast it like that. So right at the bottom, we're going to require a longitude. So we just copy this, paste it down, and we change this value from latitude to longitude. That's supposed to be long without an O. So LNG is double over here. Okay. So next we need to go ahead and extract the address. Okay. So we need to go ahead and have our final variable with the name address, and our address is equals to our location. So location implying that, meaning the or decoded data, right? So we're going to get this formatted address. So a formatted address and is by default is a string, so we don't need to format it again. Okay. Right at the bottom, we need to have a string. Okay, and this string we need to call it postal address. Postal code, not postal address. So we're going to initialize it as an empty string. So let's just go ahead and close it over here. After closing, we need to just go ahead and have a final address component, just like what we did when we got the address in our A bar. Okay, supposed to be components is equals to a location results. Then we are accessing our address components over here, right? After accessing our address components, we need to just loop through our address component to find the postal code. So we said we're going to have, for here we can use var. It's supposed to be var component over here. Component, the spelling is correct, in address components, right? So we're going to just iterate through the loop. Types here is supposed to be just types is equals to, not equals to. Over here we're going to use the same logic. Dot contains, if it contains postal code, then we're going to just go ahead, get that postal code, the long name, okay, and set it to this postal code that we have on top. Okay, and after that, since we're in a for loop, we're just going to break the loop over here. So right at the bottom, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and we need to animate to the particular area, but we're going to do it a little bit different because we have selected location. Do we have selected location? Yes, selected position. Okay, so we're going to animate to the selected position. So let's just go ahead and get rid of this here. So we need to have set state. So selected position is equals to the latitude and the longitude. That's the first thing, and our search text is equals to the address, and afterwards we need another one for our postal code. We need another text field for our postal code here. It's supposed to be postal code dot text is equals to postal code, the postal code that we have right at the right above us, the one that we just created recently. And we need to go ahead and move, we need to create another function with the name move to selected position. So this one will help us to animate to a particular position that we picked. Okay, and down at the bottom we're just going to set our places list to an empty list, like that. Okay, so we need these two. We need the postal code, and we need to have this function move to the selected position. So the first thing that we need to do, we just need to have our text editing controller. So right at the bottom we're going to paste the name, and we copy the text editing controller that we have on top, copy the name again, and paste it down there. So we solved one error so far. We need to go ahead and create this function that we do have over here. So this function is going to be a little bit smaller as compared to other functions that we have. So we need to create it, and then we can go ahead and run a test. Okay, so let's go ahead, close this. After closing, right here we're going to have a void function. So this function, we have to give it the name move to selected position. So here we need to have a condition first before we do anything. Okay, if our selected position is not equal to now, and our map controller is not equal to now, then what we are going to do, we're going to animate to this particular position, right? The selected position. So let's just go ahead and get rid of this. Okay, so map controller dot animate. Okay, camera update, then we have to feed a new position. So our new position is going to be the selected position, and we need to include our zoom. It's either it can be 15 or it can be 16. You can choose. Okay, so let's see, we do have this. Let's get rid of it so that we can get rid of our complaining lint. But we do have the selected place. Where are we setting it? Let's go ahead and revisit. Okay, here, this is going to be our selected place, but I doubt that it's appropriate though. We don't need it. But let's just go ahead and run a test. So to run a test, we're just going to print the address here, and we're going to print the postal code. We're going to print these two. Okay, after printing, if we print something over here, then that means, okay, that works fine, and we're animated to the place. This is good. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a next button over here so that we can move on to the next page, where we are going to be able to submit this data to our backend. So let's go ahead and get rid of these two and save. So we're done with this page. Our main focus now is going to be the what do you call it, the buttons and the next widget inside of our page view. Okay, which is this container that we do have over here. Move on to our app bar. The first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and add a leading. Let's bring it down. So our leading, we're going to wrap it around an OBX. Okay, so our return is going to be a padding widget. So our padding, we're going to just try to manipulate the right side, and we need to give it a 0. We just need to eliminate the padding. Okay, so it's supposed to be right over here, and we're going to give it a 0. After that, what we can do, add a comma, get rid of this other comma, and we need to add a child, and our child is going to be an icon button. That's the first. Okay, let's see, we do have an extra over here, so that's going to be okay. We do have an OBX, but we don't have any particular value that we're consuming. Okay, so our value should come right here. Okay, but we don't have the value. So what we can do, we can just go ahead to controllers. Since we're using user controller here, what we can do, use a location controller. Inside of our user location controller, what we can do, we can create an rx int. So our rx int is going to have a name, and we're going to call it tab index, like that. So our tab index initially is going to be 0. Right at the bottom, we're going to have a getter, and right below that, we're going to have a setter. Okay, like that. So that's all that we need to do. Here we're just getting the private variable using this public variable. So this function, we're just going to get this private variable, store it in this public variable. This public variable is the one that we're going to use in our UI. So when we are setting, we're going to use this function, and this function is going to take in an integer as an argument, and we use that integer to set the value to our private variable, and the cycle continues. Once we set, we get, right, and we use, if we set again, the life cycle continues. Okay, so this is the variable that we want to consume inside of our shipping address. So here we're going to, we already have our controller here, so that's the controller that we're going to use. Dot here is supposed to be tab index. If our tab index is equals to 0, then we're going to display that button, the back button, else icon button padding. Okay, so it's supposed to be inside, else we're going to be displaying another button inside. Okay, so here we are going to have another icon button. So for this icon button, we're going to take in on press and then the icon. So let's handle icon first. So for icon, we're going to use ndesign. ndesign dot, here we need a left circle or like that. We do have an error. Okay, so here, my bad, it's my mistake. It ain't supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be an icon, and we paste our ndesign icon here. So we need to add const over here. After adding const, we can add a color to our icon, but let's format our code first. After formatting the code, we're going to add the color. So for our color, we're going to go with K dark. Though initially our color is going to be K dark. Okay, So we're not going to see any changes now because our application, we ran into an error before. So let's handle whatever we are going to do in the button. So in the button, first, let's access our location controller. If we click on this particular button, we need to go ahead and set the current index to 0. And here we need to access the page controller, and we need to go to previous page. So if you're going to the previous page, we're going to need duration, and we need a curve also. So for a curve, we're going to use curve dot, is it supposed to be curve or curves dot easing? Okay. And as for duration over here, we're going to require duration. So duration is going to be a constant value. So we're going to use let's put it up a little bit to 500 milliseconds. Let's close it over there. So we're done with this part. So now we need to deal with our action, because we need two buttons, the one to go back and the one to go to the next page. But the one to go back is only displayed when we are on the second page, right? So right after this icon, we're going to require actions. Let's add some comments over here so that our code can be a little bit organized. No, this is after the padding, because after the padding, that's inside of our air bar but outside of our leading. Okay, so we're going to have actions. Is it even correct? Let's see. Yes, it should be. It should be correct. We're going to have actions. It's a little bit weird though. OBX close. So that's right after the OBX. That should be our actions. So here, in our actions, this is not a wise choice though. It's not a wise choice. The best way that we can do this is to just cut this padding. Cut the padding over here. Leading OBX. Cut the padding. Remove the OBX. Paste the padding, right? I'm just trying to check whether we can wrap our air bar in a padding, in an OBX, but it should be possible though. And that's impossible. Yes, that's impossible. That's impossible. So we have to revert it back to the way it was. So that means in here we're going to require an OBX as well. Okay, so for OBX we're going to have a same condition whereby we're going to check the index. So location controller dot tab index. If tab index is equals to 1, then we're going to have a size box dot shrink. Okay, size block dot shrink over here. Else, we're going to have an icon button. Let's see what could be the issue. Okay, let's go ahead and just have our function here. After our function, we do require an icon over here. Okay, so this is causing the error. So our icon here, we're going to use InDesign as well. Dot is supposed to be right circle on, and then the color is supposed to be K dark. So let's format the code. Let's add const over here and add consts over here as well. Let's save. On tap, we're going to set the index to 1, and then here we're going to go to the next page. Okay, so here we can just go ahead and try to restart. After restarting, shipping address, go to the next page, go to the previous page. Okay, so that's working fine, but we need to take care of this button. Okay, let's use InDesign. And we can use close circle all over here. Okay, and we can change this to K red. Okay, so if we click, then we're closing the page. Okay, let's add a little bit of padding to this button. So we're going to add no, here we do have all, so we're going to use only. So we need to manipulate the top. At the top, we need to give it a 6. Okay, so here we need to use screen utils. So we need to get rid of this const if you're using screen utils. Okay, so it's a little bit at the bottom. We can just try to go ahead, have an 8. Okay, that would do. So we are done with this page. We're going to work on the next page. So the next page, what we can do, we're going to have to replace this with a background container. Okay, so for child, let's just go ahead and have an empty container, and for the color, let's go with K light white. Okay, so that's going to be our page. Over here we need to have 2 text fields. 2 text fields. Okay, two text fields. No, this won't do. K off white. It's a little bit tricky because the colors, there's a color difference over here. So our A bar should change the color from colors.white to K off white. But if we come back, then there's a difference here. So this one should change as well to K off white. So we need to visit our, that's supposed to be our stack. In our stack, then we are going to visit this container. Okay, we're going to make it K off-white like that. So everything is uniform from now. So let's close this column and close the stack widget, and we need to focus on this particular background container. Okay, let's just format the code. We cannot format it because it's already formatted. We just need to bring the child, but our child should be last. Okay, color comes first and our child comes next. So now we don't have a lint problem. So everything that we're going to put right inside of this particular container that we just created. So here we're not going to use a container, but we're going to go ahead and use a list view. A list view takes in children, right? Children. So of right on top, we're going to give it a size box, and we need to give it a height. So we need to give it a height of 20 over here. So it's supposed to be 20.h, and let's give this list view a padding, and we need to give it a padding of a symmetric padding, and we can either make it 12 or 20. Either way, the difference is the same. So let's just put 30 over here. After that, let's add a comma here. So right after the size box, we need to have our text fields, and at the bottom we're going to have a custom button. So that's something that we can just do, since it doesn't require any extra submit. Okay, and we need to get rid of this. Okay, so that's going to be our button, but we need two text fields right at the top. So what we can do, we do have an email text field, right? So we're going to use the email text field. So that's going to be our first. Now let's give it a prefix icon. So here we're going to take InDesign. Does it even have a location? This one doesn't. So what we can do, we can use on icons, location pin. Let's try that one first. Okay, so that will do. Nothing fancy. We ain't doing anything fancy over here. For this one, it has to be address, but these fields, they are going to have initial text. So that's something that we should take note of. Let's add a size box over here. Let's give it a 15, and down at the bottom, let's give it another notch of 15. So here our button, it can be a little bit bigger, so we need to manipulate the button height. Let's give it a height of 40. Yes, 40 would do, 40 or 45 according to the size that we do have on top. Okay, 40 or 45 over here. 45 will suit. So to get rid of the complaining lint, we're going to have on tap, we are going to initialize it as an empty function over here, and let's add const everywhere in the file. Okay, after adding const everywhere in the file, let's check whether we have initial value over here. We do, so we can use initial value. So our initial value is going to be postal code dot text. Okay, that's going to be tricky. That's going to be tricky. So the best way to go ahead, no, it's correct. We don't need the initial value over here. We don't need the initial value, but our postal code will have a value if we add an address, because the problem is we just went to the next page without adding an address. Okay, so here let's say this is our position, right? Okay, Nimble Nottingham, click on Nottingham. So now we do have an address in the postal code somehow. So if you press next, these are the values that are going to be shown over here. Okay, so that's correct. Over here, let's just go ahead and change this to address. Do we have an address though? What did we call it? Okay, we're using search control over here. Okay, so that's going to be an address. So here it's easier to edit the address if there's any mistake, any mistake that we need to correct, and then we just go ahead and submit. So our next task is to go ahead and work on our model, the address model, and the function that we're going to use to submit the address. Okay, but besides, let's see, that's correct. That's correct. This page is located where it's not supposed to be. That's not supposed to be the first page that we see. But if you open this page, okay, we should create a new page over here. Then we call it addresses. Okay, so this page is supposed to be inside of this page. It has to be a dot over here. Okay, so let's just create a stateful widget, and let's call it addresses. So it's going to return a scaffold. In our scaffold, we're going to require an a bar and a body. So let's leave it like that. When you come back, then we are going to hook this page to this page, and then we can continue with the process, as well as just taking care of all functions and stuff. To switch on the pages, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and add one more field, and then a default switcher. Okay, so we just need to copy this, the text field in the size box, come right underneath, we paste it, and then we save. After we save, we're going to have another field. So this field is going to be, we can put any icon. I'm just going to put any. Okay, and the initial value here, not initial, but the hint is going to be deliver instructions. Okay, and we need to create a text field right on top. So let's just copy the one that we have, paste it, and we're going to call this instructions. Like that. Okay, so that's the one that we should hook to the field that we just created instead of the postal code. Okay, so that's an instruction right there, and right underneath we're going to have a
a padding. Let's go ahead and have a padding. Our goal is to have a row widget. A row takes in children, but we have to wrap it inside of a padding widget. Okay, so let's just go ahead, wrap it inside of a padding. On the padding, we need to manipulate the left side only, but here we need to have to change from all to only, and we need to specify the side that we want to manipulate. Okay, so we don't have anything in our children, so the first widget that we're going to use in our row is a reusable text widget, and here we have to provide the string. So we're going to write the text set address as default. Now, okay, so it's going to be like that, and we need to provide the style. So we need to have our app style over here. Let's go with 12K dark. So here we're going to go with 600. So it's going to be like that. Right at the bottom, what we need to do, we need to add a little bit of space as well, like that. Okay, and we need the switcher here. So we need to have main axis alignment first. Instead of start here, we're going to use space between. Okay, after that, let's go ahead inside of our children, add a comma first, and then we're going to have a Cupertino switch, but we need to wrap it inside of an OBX. So here we're going to have Cupertino switch. It's supposed to be switch over here. Okay, so our switch will take in a value unchanged, and we need to also change the thumb color. So our thumb color is going to be K secondary, and our it's supposed to be active color. Our active color, let's go ahead and use K primary. So for our value, it's going to come from our controller. So we need to head back to our controller. In our controller, we need to create another variable right on top. So this one is supposed to be an RX bool. Then the name is going to be is default. Private is going to be a private variable over here. Is default, and we have to set it to false. Initially it's going to be false, and we need to create a getter, and after that we need to create a setter. Okay, so everything, we have everything that we need on not on changed value. First we need to take care of our value. So our value is going to come from our location controller dot is default, right? On changed, we're supposed to switch this value. So it takes in it has an argument value over here, and we need to set is default to the value. Okay, so let's just go ahead and save. So now it's false. If we switch, now it's true. Here we can write the instructions. So on instructions, let's see whether we can. Nope, we don't have max lines, so let's just leave it like that. Here let's go ahead and use screen utils. Since it's horizontal, we have to use .w. Okay, so we are done with that part. the next thing that we need to do is to go ahead and create a model. So we need to visit Postman. In Postman, we need to go ahead and copy. We need to copy this, the body. After that, we need to go to QuickType. In QuickType, we paste our body, and then we change the name from here. So the name is supposed to be address model. Okay, let's go with address model, and then we're going to just copy the model. So make sure that you're following these settings. Now safety is on. Now safety is on. Make all properties required and make all properties final. Those three should be on. Okay, and then you just copy. After copying, go back to your project. In your project, go to your directory. After that, you need to visit your models folder. Inside of your models folder, you need to create a new file, and you're going to call it address model, and it has to be a .dat file over here, and you need to paste the code that we just copy, and you just save the file. So we need to get rid of the packages that we're not using, and we need to get rid of the stuff that's on top. You can leave it or you can get rid of it. Either way, the difference is the same. Okay, so right here, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and use the controller to go ahead and create a string that we're going to submit to our backend, right? So we need to have a condition. We need to check whether our it's supposed to be search controller dot text dot first. If it is not empty, and we need postal code dot text dot is not empty, and delivery is supposed to be instruction over here, underscore instruction if I'm not mistaken. Yes, dot text dot is not empty. If these are not empty, then we're going to go ahead and run our function. Okay, so here we need to create the model. The file model is equals to address model. Okay, so we need to provide the address. Then our address is this search controller.text, right? So let's just copy and we paste it here. Next is going to be our postal code. So it's supposed to be postal code.text, address mode default. So this one is coming from our controller. So let's bring this down so that our code can be visible. Okay. So for this one is coming from location controller dot is default, right? Right underneath, we're going to have instructions. So for instructions, they're coming from instructions.text. Then our latitude and longitude. So for our latitude, longitude, and latitude, we have to go ahead and figure out where they are coming from. So coming back to this function, we have selected position. Okay, selected position, that's the one that we're going to use, because even if, like, we get the details over here, we're going to do this, store our latitude and longitude in here, but in here we're going to set it to the selected position. So that's correct. So our latitude is coming from selected position dot latitude. We need to add a now checker over here, and our longitude is going to be the same. So selected position dot longitude. So that's going to be our data. So let's just go ahead, close it right there. So the model is going to be address model. So let's replace this file with address model. So we need to convert this model to a string. Okay, so right underneath we need to have a string. Are we in the correct? Okay, this should be inside of the brace. We're going to have string, let's call it data is equals to JSON encode, but we're going to use address to JSON, and here we're going to take in the model. Let's close. So now we do have our data. The next thing that we're going to do is to submit this data to our backend. So we need to create a function that we're going to use to send the data to our backend.